Shelter, Part 1, by Zachary Montgomery, better known online as Mace Valor. Publication of the ebook November 16th, 2019. Publication of the paperback November 23rd, 2019. For Mike, my inspiration; Triss, my motivation; Ash, my rock; K&C, my support; and for Joan, my saint. Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Chapter 1. The Sound of Silence. People tend to do pretty fucked up things when they're hungry. When shit hits the fan and options become limited, even the most well-renowned idiot will pull all kinds of creativity out of his ass to score a meal. That became lesson 1 of the apocalypse. When presented with few alternatives, humanity becomes crafty, intuitive, and often dangerous. No, the world hasn't changed. People are still as you always expected them to be. Ruthless, selfish, and always looking for their slice of a pie that doesn't belong to them. Sure, there are still those kind-hearted, good-natured individuals that still play by the rules, follow laws they didn't vote for, and keep doors held open for strangers. They either don't last long, or they smile long enough for you to lower your defenses. Most days seamlessly filter together. Wake up, find food, don't get mugged. It's truly a mindless journey of following our baser instincts of survival, as opposed to what was once normal. Perhaps this is the new status quo where everyone is out for their own self-interest, ignoring the progress of the world around them. The more things change, the more I realize nothing has. The numbers being reset to 0 have done nothing more than set a magnifying glass on the virus of the human condition. We amount to nothing more than creatures with a desire to eat, fuck, and sleep just to wake up and repeat the cycle. Organic machines only capable of continuing their existence. Worst of all are the sad saps that have ignored this grim reality, thinking this is an opportunity to improve our world. These idiots really believe that we can find our way through the madness and make something of our collectively completely fucked situation. Is this notion even possible? Could people come together and build a life worth living? Absolutely. Just not in Chicago. Chicago is a complete shithole, but this place has been going downhill long before the collapse. Can't call it a complete ghost town, as there are still many people calling it home. Among the chaos of a crumbling world, the denizens of good old Chi-Town banded together to establish a thriving community, a refuge for thousands to call home. With that wishy-washy bullshit out the way, come on, it's fucking Chicago. To be frank, this place is a war zone. As per usual, the city stands divided with the cops taking charge in the north as the gang seize control in the south. That leaves people like me stuck in the middle. I don't care to follow the rules anymore, so I wouldn't last much longer around law enforcement. The sociological struggles brought on by the flawed politics of gangbangers grows right over my head, a culture I don't care to understand. Interestingly, the worse things get, the more I see nothing has changed. Sure, it would seem the end of the world is upon us, but for the most part, humanity has adjusted just as it does with all other disasters. In the beginning, everybody freaked out. Riots and looting ensued, hostilities between peace officers and civilians increased, and eventually things calmed down. By calm down, it looks more like a good old Mexican standoff with the cops, FEMA camp workers, and other government entities residing in the northern half of Chicago, while turning a blind eye to the illegal activities taking place by the gang-controlled South. Hell, just the other day I convinced some starry-eyed guy that my girlfriend needed medical attention. Just as expected, he immediately turned into Superman, ready to save the day. Soon enough, he got first-hand, real-world experience on Lesson 1. We ended up scoring a few first aid kits and a crap ton of antibiotics from his bags. Must have been an ENT or something medical-related. The only things we didn't take were his clothes or his wallet, despite being flushed with cash. What's the point in collecting something only good for kindling? Part of me wishes I could keep up the tough guy facade by playing the tough outlaw, pillaging what I want from poor saps like that fella. I noticed the guy stumbling over to some kids later that day, apologizing for not having the medicine he promised. Right then and there, I gave back some of what we took from him. I might be an asshole, but I'm not a monster. I've got a soft spot for cripples and kids. I kept a couple bottles of the meds for myself. This shit trades easily out here. Hey, a guy has to eat. Can't be soft on guys like him. This has been my rule for roughly a year now. Take the upper hand when I can, from who I can, with few exceptions. No kids, no cripples, no women. 3 groups that I don't go out of my way to take advantage of unless the situation dictates otherwise. Fortunately for everyone, it hasn't come to that point yet. My moral compass has an interesting way of finding north. Not to mention I could do without the additional moral dilemmas keeping me up at night. Everyone needs a code to live by. I strive to translate my own. Safe to say that I would be lost had I not surrounded myself with like-minded individuals that can make this life of constant survival somewhat bearable. John and I have been together the longest. About 4 months after everything went tits up, we had an interesting introduction with one another in a gas station outside Rockford. I was rummaging through what remained of the junk food and unscavenged diet soda when he pulled a knife on me. I didn't know what surprised me more, the fact that he didn't outright gut me, or that being as big as he was, able to sneak up on me. Just as quickly as he surprised me, I was able to pull my piece out. Fortunately for him, I didn't have any ammo left at the time, and fortunately for me, he didn't know that. John surprised me yet again by dropping his knife, raising his hands, and backing the fuck up. Usually, this didn't work out so well for me. People do crazy shit when there's food on the line, even if there's a gun involved. He hadn't pissed his pants, so I could tell that he was smarter than he was scared. As for his size, he either had a thyroid problem or he's been well fed. Judging by the Cheeto dust on his beard, I could easily tell it was the latter. "Where are you holed up?" I kept my gun steady, barrel aimed right between his eyes. John didn't even flinch. He just stood there with his hands up, eyes locked on mine. He didn't grant a sign of panic as he slowly walked back towards the door. I'd be damned if I was going to let my meal ticket run off, so I mirrored his movements. I asked nicely the first time. There won't be a second. We hit a stalemate. He knew I was serious, while I knew he would not give up his stash. "Well, say something. Hello? Fuck you? Something, asshole." Son of a bitch. That's the moment Big John tugged at my humanity. The fucker started signing his name. 1 minute I'm ready to pop a cap in his ass, and the next I feel sorry for the big black Helen Keller. With a quick tuck of my useless weapon snug tight into my belt, I signed back. Scott. From that point on, we were inseparable. Safety in numbers, and John was large enough to account for 3 average-sized men on his own. Once I had him traveling with me, I didn't deal with nearly half the assholes I usually did. He never showed me his stash. Probably never had one. During the few conversations we had, all I discovered was that he stayed with his parents until their food started running low. Couldn't imagine living in a world like this without being able to hear. There's a laundry list of bullshit that can take you down, from crazed animals to people desperate enough to eat that they would cook up their own family members, let alone a deaf stranger. It explains why he worked so hard on being so sneaky. But seriously, he's a big-ass dude. How the fuck does he do it? Around late April, we met a group traveling to Chicago. Since gas was a hot commodity, we could trade what little we had for a few cans of food, and most importantly, information. With John being the size he was, they didn't have room in their car to allow us to tag along. A man was driving with a woman and a small child in the back seat, while every inch of free space left was filled with materialistic bullshit. Just a change of clothes with the accompanying emergency supplies would have made sense, but they all had pointless belongings. Several suitcases, a few paintings, and a fucking big-ass TV. Not bitching because we didn't get a ride. The guy's priorities were completely fucked. He left us an old Thomas guide of Cook County and told us to head to Chicago. Apparently, the city had become a safe haven for those looking for hot meals and warm beds, a place to provide shelter, and all we had to do was follow his haphazardly scribbled directions to get there. Supposedly, some roads were safer than others. Not that it mattered having someone as intimidating as John tagging along for the trip. Seemed better than hopping from one place to the next, not to mention I had my own business to attend while there. John and I agreed to head there just long enough to figure out where to head next. He didn't seem to be excited about going there, but understood we had few options. Perhaps we could score a decent haul, load up on food, gas, and a decent vehicle to get the hell out of Dodge. I just needed to be there long enough to pay my respects at the Mount Hope Cemetery over by Kennedy Park. Never been to Chicago, having been raised in Austin most of my life, but with the end of the world upon us, it seemed the most opportune time to visit. The moment we got close to the south side of town, we were mugged. A group of thugs hit us from all angles, some in the streets and some coming from a couple nearby alleyways. They took our bags at gunpoint and then headed off deeper into the city. This was a minor setback that wouldn't keep me from doing what I came here to do. So we figured fuck it and tried coming from another direction. this time slow, steady, smart. Looking back, it's crazy to think now I'm one of these guys. I might not agree with the policies put in place by these thugs, but they keep me busy and away from the authoritarian regime in the North. When John and I came into Chicago from the North, we hit resistance. With guns aimed at our skulls, the good old CPD gave us one hell of a welcome as they proceeded to interrogate us with intimidation. They wanted to know who we were, where we came from, and what the fuck we were looking for. John was the focus of their questions. Although I tried to let the power-crazed asshats know he was deaf, there was no fixing racial profiling. Big black guy automatically meant trouble. I completely lost my shit when they reacted to John's signing. Suspect is throwing gang signs. I repeat, large African male is throwing gang signs. First off, John might be black, but I'm pretty damn sure he's not from Africa. Second, the boys in blue didn't take too kindly to my laughter, as they quickly met me with a blow to the head, followed by the uncomfortable clicking of handcuffs. I didn't realize the significance of the possibility that John was a gang member in their eyes. Figured that it was normal for cops to label anyone with dark pigmentation not wearing a badge involved in some kind of criminal activity. I didn't understand that old stereotypes had become survival tactics, given the fact that shit had finally hit the fan all over the country, and in Chicago that meant shoot first, ask questions later. Luckily, we caught them being generous that day. After a few hours in the holding area, they sat us down with a social worker to go over why we wanted entry into the city. I didn't go into much detail other than that I wanted to see if my family in the southside were still alive. It was then they informed us of the blockade. About a month and a half earlier, tensions between the police department and the many gangs in the city became unmanageable to a deadly degree. To keep the city afloat, it was divided in two, with the intention of the gangs wiping each other out, while the citizens who fell in line would find safety behind a mound of concrete and cars covered in razor wire laced fencing with the added protection of round-the-clock guards. Rather than murder one another into oblivion, it took just 3 short weeks for the gangs to set aside their differences and mass together into one large force led by none other than police officer hating local media legend Shaw Davis. Work is scarce, while getting paid for it is even harder. Most people scavenge what they can, scurrying around the city like rats on the hunt for an easy meal. Lucky for me, I understand the importance of trade. If I couldn't scavenge something of value, I would steal whatever I could just so I could trade my way up with the right connections. Sometimes I would get a job that didn't require trading shit. Go here, do this, and come back with proof of completion. Those are the jobs that built my connection to my current employer, Shaw Davis, better known as the man that runs the most powerful gang in the South Side. The most recent job Shaw tasked me with was getting antibiotics. No mark, no location, just get the shit and get back. In exchange, he offered me an assortment of rechargeable battery packs, a USB solar charger, and as always a voucher for some grub at the food bank he commandeered when everything went tits up. A year ago, he would have been seen as a monster for holding food above the mouths of the starving. But with the new normal sinking in, he was just as much a businessman as the suits that fuck their secretaries in their ivory towers. If you live in the south side of Chicago, there's no better way to score food than by taking a job from Shaw. He's also the same guy you go to if you're looking for a knife in your belly. All you have to do is cross him once. At least, those are the lucky ones. Once we were brought up to speed on the city's current state of social upheaval, John and I were assigned a studio apartment to share and jobs to assist with maintaining and fixing the city's failing infrastructure. Everyone that resided up in the north side were told what job they would do to contribute to the rebuilding efforts of society. At least that was the obvious propaganda that the Gestapos gave us. They gave our new jobs to us based on prior experiences, or in John's case, lack thereof. The least he could have done was throw out some bullshit like I did. HVAC technician. I honestly had a formal education in the trade, but only spent 5 months working in the field. Something about going to an old woman's home and upselling her shit she doesn't need for a 3-year-old system rubbed me the wrong way. Also, working only for a commission when you have a conscience made my paychecks damn near non-existent. It was I become a slimy salesman or sleep better at night. I went with the latter. Didn't change the fact that I knew a thing or two about working on heaters and air conditioning. The first day on the job was when I knew that this rebuilt society shit was bogus. The pigs assigned me to work on the units of lower floor apartments, which were obviously meant for people that had connections. Northside Chicago was only kept afloat by the few supplies that came into the airport. They arranged these shipments by people that worked for one of the few companies still in operation, and those fuckers lived like kings on the lower floors of wherever they chose to live. No assignments. With limited resources, they allowed only the lower floors running water and electricity, with people like John and I placed far enough away to see such comforts, but not allowed to partake. It made me fucking sick, not only for myself, but for the hundreds of those in a similar position. It wasn't long after that miserable first impression that John and I decided it would be best to see how our chances held in the South. Things have changed quite a bit since then. So far, we've made it 3 solid seasons in the South, and we're just now seeing the first week of snowfall ushering in winter. It's a longer stay than either of us wanted, but with few alternatives, living in the Southside has been better than nothing. Supplies from neighboring towns have been picked clean for miles. Until we can score a ride that can get us further than Rockford, Chicago will have to do. After a little run-in with the Candyman, John and I headed home. We took the alley at the back of the condominium building we claimed as our group's haven within the city. The main entrance was completely wrecked with broken furniture, debris, busted walls, and a crazy large amount of shopping carts that made navigating through the lobby a waste of time. Sure, not even God knows how the first floor became so messed up before we arrived. When the big reset hit, the country was in a frenzied mix of confusion and panic, which left scars in many places. Each one has its own story to tell, a history of violence brought on by the madness of a crippled society. I don't care to hear nor wish to explore my surroundings searching for answers. I just care about living long enough to see tomorrow. Our peaceful hovel was set up away from prying eyes, not too far from Illinois' International Port District, which was not too far away from where we would meet up with Shaw and his lackeys to discuss potential jobs. With transportation seeming to be a thing of the past, this made traveling to our meetings rather easy since most jobs took us further away from home and deeper into what remained of the southern half of the city. Occasionally, we found bikes that we would eventually get stolen or break down beyond what we could repair. That meant a lot of walking if we didn't come across a car that had some gas left in the tank. It made us vulnerable on the road, drained all of our energy, and very, very hungry. Which made us lower our standards and accept tougher jobs, but thanks to Shaw's sense of rationing, granted a higher payout. My small group wasn't the only one to live in the building, but everyone kept to themselves. The building lacked running water and electricity, but at least it was 4 walls and a roof, with the added advantage of staying on the 5th floor. Most looters were just looking for a quick score, so they rarely travel that far up. However, there have been a couple incidences where guys have had the balls to knock down our door. Bullets became scarce, so seeing anyone holding up a gun was a complete gamble. So far, Lady Luck has been on my side as everyone has turned tail and ran for their miserable lives. I may not have ammunition, but at least I have the power of intimidation. Unless it comes to Shaw. His men may not have a lot of bullets, but the little they have is more than enough to make them a group not to fuck with. We laid our claim to a corner condo with a very advantageous view that 2 years ago would have been attractive with a high accompanying price tag. The scenic view wasn't our rationale for moving in. Rather, it was the only saving grace of choosing the spot. High up and away from prying eyes, with hungry mouths and wide open windows that allowed us to see scavengers coming from miles away. The main downside was that in the event of a disaster, we had only the fire escape to get the hell out of there. Not to mention the many stairs needed to climb all the way down from the top floor. The pro and con list could go on, but what mattered most was being somewhere safe where our supplies couldn't be looted, even if we looted it ourselves. I gave the door to our unit 5 solid knocks in a clear pattern to let those inside know it was me and not some starving fanatic. John and I strolled in, dropping our bags on the couch next to a glasses-wearing skeleton of a man. "You two are back earlier than expected." He started digging through the bags, pulling out our haul, and laying them out on the coffee table. "Figured it would take a few more hours into the afternoon to find everything." "We got lucky, and we didn't have to go far." I opened the window next to the fire escape and lit a smoke. "I've got shit to do. Big job coming up, and I'm going to need both your help." He sank back into the couch, pausing for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. "It's a Shaw job, isn't it?" "Yes, Will. Yes, it is." None of us enjoyed working with Shaw, but if we were going to live away from the police-ruled north side of town, it was better to work for him than be forced to pay for protection. Depending on the job he needed done, Shaw paid damn good. On the north side, everything was rationed out, unless you could prove your worth and had a skill set for a job in high demand. Whereas down here, nothing was rationed. Food, medicine, fucking toilet paper, and anything else someone wanted to live more comfortably was traded, either by working or trading one item for another. No one received something for nothing. Well, except Shaw. Before things went to complete shit, Shaw was a well-known supporter of Black Lives Matter. Only he would take things to the extreme rather than have scripted discussions on CNN. He would jump from one protest to another with his boys and start shit usually ending with violence. Eventually, BLM publicly denounced him. It was strictly a PR move to remove their public affiliation, but come on, it was obvious that they still worked together. There were plenty of rumors of him putting a hit on cops, but he was never charged with anything. Guy had a good way of covering his tracks. Those jobs were very bittersweet. The pay was amazing. Along with the extra rations, they often included small propane tanks for camping stoves, fully charged power banks, and liquor. With electricity cut off to the south, being able to cook a meal or power a small device is definitely a nice comfort. But I could do without the booze. The major downside was the risk. Since most of the jobs were smuggling runs, they would give us one of the few working trucks at Shaw's disposal with just enough gas to get there and back. If we were caught, the punishment was death. The cops held a tight grip on their resources. If anyone were to take anything of value, they would be detained, then publicly executed to set an example for the rest of the city. They even made a stage at the barricade just so Shaw could see that all his planning was wasted. Entering and leaving the city was typically a cakewalk, thanks to a few connections Shaw had from those living in the north. I have never met any of them, but I know that he has people arrange things so we can travel on our planned route without confrontation, so long as we keep to our timetable. Food, water, and gas were the heaviest guarded, while comfort and hygiene items aren't. There was plenty of medicine at the pharmacy under tight lock and key, but we had will to deal with that. As with everything, complications were in place to make things difficult, most notably being the increased security at the barricade, as if it wasn't secure enough with a massive wall and watchful eyes posted round the clock. I looked over towards the kitchen to see John opening a can of peaches. Quickly I signed to him explaining that Shaw had a big job for us. His reaction matched that of Will's. What does he need us to do this time? John used his facial reactions to provide a tone of disdain to his signing. I have no fucking idea. My hand signed while I spoke aloud so both John and Will could enjoy hearing my lack of knowledge on the job together. All I know is that it's big. Big enough for us to finally get the hell out of here. But a big payday also means a lot of risk goes right along with it. And that explains why you were so keen to get back here. Without hiding his aggravation, Will jolted up from the couch, hands up in a state of disbelief. His knee jerked the coffee table, sending pills scattering to the floor. Big enough for us to get out of here, and you know nothing about it aside from the high risk factor. The last big job almost cost us our lives, and the pay was shit for what we had to do. I wouldn't call extra rations and an assload of propane shit pay. I tried justifying it, but a crack in my voice showed otherwise. When? John finished slurping down his peaches. We meet tomorrow morning. I just need to get something first. I trailed off at that last bit. Will put his hand to his mouth, gave the heaviest of sighs, then cleaned his glasses. Being that this is the first time we're hearing about this, what is this thing exactly that you need to have ready for the meeting? Two things, really. He put his glasses back on, then moved his arms to his hips, pushing the sides of his open blazer out. I need a day pass, and well, do you still have your ID for the hospital? With a quick chuckle, a shake of his head, and a pat in his breast pocket, he gave a nod of approval. What's the pay for going there? A vehicle. His jaw dropped. A fully functional SUV filled with gas. They will load the back with enough food to feed 4 people for a month. A few extras, too. A suicide mission? John stood nearly as frozen as Will. It's the last job. Shaw told me that our last job would be the one where he didn't need us anymore, and this payment is the sign. I'm in. Fuck this place. If I had to pick out an emotion John gave, it would be a mix of reluctance and joy. Well, since we'll most likely be dead if we stay here all winter, fuck it, I'm in too. But where the hell are we going to get a day pass? Day passes were official documents that allowed people living in the southside to work up in the north for up to 24 hours, earn a few supplies, and bring them back home, just to hand them over to Shaw. Few people were granted them, and even fewer may issue them out. As a measure of security, there were 2 copies of every pass the North issued, with a matching seal and identification number. An officer meets once a week at the docks to issue out the southside copies to those authorized to find workers. It's a relatively new practice meant to be a vetting method, hoping to put a stop to the smuggling while getting the bodies they need for critical work maintaining the city's infrastructure. There had to be a shortage on food a while back, not to mention horrible living conditions, and a large portion of the workers either rioted or left the city on foot. The cops killed those who rioted, while a larger portion of those that left found their way to Shaw, which added more expendable numbers to his gang. Day passes were extremely valuable as they allowed anyone holding one to enter the city legitimately, with access only Shaw could ever dream of. There's one place we might get one. I thought long and hard about this. It was risky, but it was our best bet overall. Of all the people that held regular day passes, there was one that had the closest connection to the gangs in the South and the officers in the North. Without saying why, he would know exactly why I wanted one, and would try to convince me to walk away from the job altogether. Chapter 2. The Times They Are A-Changin'. Since we were in the fine position of asking for favors, John and I took a moment to tidy ourselves up. Will didn't need to bother since he tried his damnedest to avoid getting his hands dirty, always dressing like he was headed to some corporate gig without a speck of dirt on him. Not that John and I were filthy pigs, just that Will's personal hygiene was of the utmost importance. At this point I had gone a couple of weeks, hell over a month without a proper shower, but Will wouldn't be caught dead without at least rubbing himself down with baby wipes at least once a day. Seeing how well he took care of himself makes it certain that he did so even before shit hit the fan. Perhaps he's holding on to a lifestyle that has faded away, with his obsessive personal cleanliness being the one thing he can have absolute control over. If true, that would make him weak, but from what I know of him, Will was far more powerful than he cares to let on. Aside from the attempts to keep our bellies full and bodies clean, we each had personal vices that would help wash away the miserable state of affairs. John had what at first seemed like a nervous habit of patting his thighs with his pointer fingers in a rhythmic pattern as he bobbed his head in a nodding motion, as if lost in a deep track of blues ringing silently in his deaf ears. It took a few weeks to notice that this was just his way of passing time during the long-lasting moments of quiet, although I can't say for sure since I never bothered asking him about my noticing it. Will was far more forthcoming with chatting about anything that came to his mind once he got a warm shot of liquor down his throat. All it took was a single dose of the good stuff for him to rattle his lips talking about what his life was like before, but he avoided specifics. Here I was living with a guy that couldn't hear a damn thing and another who found it to be a rarity to keep his mouth shut, spilling out what was most likely either exaggerations or outright lies. I kept myself right there in the middle. I didn't bother going out of my way discussing a world that wasn't coming back, but I didn't mind listening. I found unsettling joy living through the collapse of society. Never have I felt this level of freedom, nor the accompanying unapologetic guilt knowing what that opportunity cost so many. Anything we wanted was ripe for the taking. Countless stores were abandoned, their shelves littered with food that would never be restocked. Consumer electronics and products that were advertised as being seen on TV becoming the last of their kind. I never could afford an $800 cell phone, nor cared to. But I would be lying if I didn't admit taking one for myself felt good. That feeling vanished as soon as I realized how useless it was now. A working cell phone became a rarity, especially on the south side. The folks up north figured out a way to unlock and removed any restrictions on phones, but in order for them to work at all, the phone still needed a proper cellular connection, which we didn't have thanks to the power being cut this side of the Chicago River. From what little I knew, and even less I could understand, applications that used a data connection were impossible to download because the servers that once made it part of day-to-day life were no longer functioning. So the rare working phones out there were only good for calls and text messages. Anything else, and they were nothing more than paperweights. On the bright side, none of us had to worry about doing laundry. Will was the one that brought me on to the idea of laundry day. If our clothes had ever become dirty or torn, we would head out to any store that matched our desired style and took whatever fit. It wasn't like anyone was going to be paying for this overpriced sweatshop-produced stuff anytime soon. I always laughed at people that spent an outlandish amount of money on clothes. People wealthy enough to spend more than most would ever earn in a year on one outfit. I couldn't picture anything dumber to waste hard-earned cash on. Once I tried on a $50 pair of boxer briefs for myself, I realized they knew something the rest of us didn't. Holy shit. There's a night and day difference between those and a $15 value pack from Walmart. Same goes for the other articles of clothing I've taken with my 5-finger discount. It was less about paying for the sake of it being expensive and more about the high quality of the material, stitching, and durability. "So, where are we meeting him this time?" Will asked as he loaded up the pills into his messenger bag. "The church, once we were done with Themor." A deep exhale of cigarette smoke blew out the window as I readied another drag. "Great. I can't wait to go back to the belly of the beast with all Shah's lackeys. Wouldn't that make us his lackeys as well?" I chuckled at the thought of it. Ever since the barricade went up, the three of us had to get crafty sourcing goods for trade. Shah's specialty jobs became a rarity, which shifted our newly earned free time to collecting items of interest for Triple T's, the Southside's predominant center of commerce. Themor's Tavern and Trade, more commonly referred to as Triple T's, was set up just a few blocks from the barricade on the north side of Chicago, which used to be a dive bar. Although not as densely packed as in its heyday, a drinking establishment open for business at the end of the world was a place that welcomed regular traffic of people coming to trade what little they had for food, while others came to drink away their sorrows. Not much had changed in that regard, as on more than one occasion I'd seen someone exchange their last can of scavenged tuna for a shot of whiskey, then leave the place never to be seen again. For those who wanted steady work, Themor provided jobs of his own based on the person's skill set. And if he trusted them after seeing their work ethic firsthand, he would essentially promote them with a day pass. Themor wouldn't waste those things. He only gave them to people he felt could handle whatever job needed done up north. If you didn't have prior knowledge and first-hand experience, no matter how hard of a worker you were, he wouldn't entertain the notion of sending you up there. Stingy or pragmatic, he was a man grounded in reality and based every business decision on its merit, rather than giving someone a random chance of success. Themor was the first to get clearance to issue out day passes once the barricade went up. There's a bakery not much further from the line with another, although be it smaller, trading post. Close by, neither of the guys who run these places were given the same access until a week later. The only rational reason why is because Themor's the only person in town that outspokenly refuses to work with Shah, and for whatever reason, Shah refuses to work with him. It's safe to say the northside doesn't want to contribute to Shah's illegal activities, and with Themor they can keep their consciences clean. Having dealt with both of them, I can confidently say the truth is far simpler, not being so grandiose as Themor being heroic by taking a stand. The two just don't fucking like each other, but both are smart enough to realize that for the Southside to stay afloat, they should just let each other be. Before leaving the condo, we filled the duffel bag with as much canola oil as we could carry. Themor called this stuff liquid gold and traded worth its weight. The bulk of his operation had little to do with trade. He had a knack for manufacturing things out of what most scavengers would consider garbage. While everyone was looking for non-perishable food, expensive Nikes, useless electronics, and hygiene products, Themor's group collected resources that could be grown, crafted, and engineered into a useful product. Cooking oil into a diesel alternative, salt and vinegar into a handy food preservative, seeds into crops, soy wax beans into candles. The list goes on. We never made a trip to him without having something he would find of value, while keeping in mind not to give in anything Shah was after. Hell, sometimes we would get our deliveries for Shah by trading them through Themor. So in a roundabout way, thanks to John, Will, and myself, the two work closer than they know, and the good old CPD supports the guy who trades with the guys that work for Shah. There's a nice fist-sized fuck you irony in there that puts a smile right on my face. Since they established the barricade, this has been the busiest point of transferring goods between the North and South, thanks to the owner Themor having a professional relationship with the chief of police. I'm not ignorant to the fact that there are some shady things happening behind the curtain, but I'd rather stay unaware of the details. For as long as I've been trading with Triple T's, I've grown to like Themor despite his obvious state of insanity. Triple T's is supplied out of several warehouses down in the Illinois International Port District that have each been retrofitted for one purpose or another, the largest of which being dubbed the Garden, an old semi-enclosed dry duct turned into a hydroponic greenhouse. The few times I'd been there, it had gone through several revisions. Themor worked tirelessly on the conversion, with only what literature on the subject he could snag from the abandoned library. Lettuce was the easiest thing to grow, but also the least nutritious, so it didn't take long for him to shift over to growing a variety of beans and tomatoes. During the latter half of the summer, he traded heavily for gardening supplements. Calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and potassium-rich plant-based nutrients were at the top of his list. Buckets were lined up in tight rows stretching from one end of the dock to another during his testing phase. At the same time, he had a crew setting up solar panels on the roof, being careful to avoid any of the large skylights, since electricity generated by the Fisk generating station had been cut off to the south side. By the time they worked the kinks out of generating renewable solar power, Themmer moved on to upgrading his manual water-feeding bucket garden to a semi-automatic one run off of water pumps spraying roots rested in a series of interconnected PVC pipes mounted vertically on rails throughout the warehouse in a maze-like fashion. Not only did this increase his prospective yield tenfold, but since the system needed only mild attention, he could decrease the man-powered workforce down from 9 guys to 3, one to care for all the plants, another to maintain the equipment, and the last to patrol the area as a much-needed level of security. Most people living on this side of town wouldn't bother with the journey down there, but Themmer felt it was better to be safe than sorry with his investments. With his crops growing on a staggered rotation, he could harvest a decent amount of food every 3 weeks, which he would then have shipped up to a shop for preservation and sale to the dwindling masses up in the Handle. The boys and I tried to make regular deliveries of mason jars, vinegar, salt, and assortment of spices for some of his fresh crops, shelf-stable milk, hygiene supplies, and booze. Not for me, though. Never had a palate for the stuff, so cold milk did the trick for me. Hell, I'd even take powdered formula if it was chilled. Although it was still before noon, we didn't have the luxury of killing time by relaxing. The bright cherry of my smoke had just hit the butt, signaling our time to move on. John and I each took a duffel bag, lifted them securely to our backs following a satisfying click of the front strap to our chest. Will lazily did the same with a smaller bag along with his messenger bag. Nice purse. A quick smile over to him as I headed for the door. Got a dress to go with it? Will returned the jab. Even if I did, my skeletons wouldn't be as ugly as yours, Mr. Grave Robber. I understood the joke, but that didn't change my distaste for it. He knew better than to bring that shit up despite my pokes at his obvious feminine tendencies. Wasn't like I was going to do anything about it nor him. Nothing more than banter, although be it in poor taste on both our accounts. John was beside us the whole time, not knowing or caring the meaning behind our somewhat friendly jabs at one another. Once we were out the door, a familiar silence hovered all around us. Only the sounds of our footsteps could be heard echoing the halls and down several flights of stairs as we made our way to the alley. The walk from the condo to the Handle would take about an hour and a half the whole time without a sound louder than the wind. Not a single car littered the road. Ever slowing before the big reset, people just stopped driving because no one could afford or had access to gas. The roads were empty, with what few cars left curbside being siphoned dry months ago. Not a sound of tires wheeling over pavement, a rumble of burning fuel and a fired-up engine, a radio blast and a driver's poor taste in music. There was only the cold wind coming from Lake Michigan, the patter of our feet in newly acquired expensive boots, and the rhythm of our breath matching each step we took. It was a rarity for all 3 of us to leave the condo together. Someone had to stay behind and man the fort, protecting what little we had. It was strangely refreshing to be walking down in the middle of the street, both Will and John by my side, despite leading them into an uncertain job requested by a man we loathed. We all had our reasons for not trusting Shaw. Safe to say the guy was a wild card, unhinged and worst of all, acutely intelligent. He had a plan for damn near anything, always keeping several steps ahead of anyone while remaining unpredictable. At least he paid well enough. So what's your deal with Shaw? I asked Will as I rummaged through my jacket pocket for my smokes. I like to know exactly who I'm dealing with before I make professional commitments. He gave a disgusted look at me as I lit a cigarette. You know that shit is poison, right? Eventually I won't find any more and I'll be forced to quit. Until cigarettes go extinct, I'll stay right here in flavor country. You think Shaw will give us a ride out of here once this is all done? With a dry puff of smoke leaving my lips, carrying off to the wind behind us, I realized something. I never told you how I met Shaw, did I? Will shook his head as he adjusted the straps on his bag. No, then again it never seemed to be that important so long as we were getting consistent work. After we left the North together, we did our own thing for a while. Next time I saw you two was at gunpoint. I let out an embarrassed chuckle. John and I were set out on a retrieval job looking for potential vitamins. Some girls under Shaw's protection were pregnant, and without an operational hospital on this side of town, a couple people were playing doctor the best they could. After not seeing Will for almost a month, we ran into a pharmacy mistaking him for some other random disheveled survivor. It seemed fitting to find him there of all places due to our first meeting at the hospital in the North. "You look like shit. Figured by that point you would at least be halfway to Missouri. Last place I expected you to be holed up was here still." A pause followed another long drag of the good stuff. "John and I did a couple odd jobs for Shaw's lackey. What was his name? Rook. The one with the tacky grill in his mouth? Couldn't understand shit he said with that thing in his mouth. Anyway, we helped him set up some propane-powered stoves in a soup kitchen out at the church they took over. Once we finished up, the man himself was so impressed with our handiwork that he wanted to know if we could benefit him in other ways. I think at first Shaw didn't give a shit about me, but with John being deaf, we came as a package deal. He had us running around town getting basic shit, scavenging. We ran into some trouble in one of our runs. Some guy came out of nowhere with a knife headed right for John. So I pulled out my handgun and he just stopped and started begging for his life. We let him live but took his bag. When we came back, Shaw looked through his things and found a bunch of opioids. All kinds of prescription drugs that Shaw had thought had been cleaned out of the city by then. We got lucky with that one, but because of it, he took me aside and asked me what I wanted most. I told him I wanted to get the hell out of Chicago. That's when he told me that if I work with him, eventually he'll have a large enough job to pay me out with a working vehicle and plenty of gas to get far away. I just had to wait it out. So when he told me the other day the next job was the big one and that he was getting our payment ready, I knew what it meant. Will didn't look very convinced. You trust him? Seriously? Do you believe that he's a man of his word? No, I don't trust him. Not for a second. But I believe that after whatever happens next, he won't be needing us working for him anymore. I'll be risking a lot by going back up north, so you are asking a lot from me. With a heavy sigh, Will's eyes filled with worry. My pass for the hospital will get me through the barricade, but if the same people are still working at the hospital, I might not make it in. If Shaw just needs the two of us in the city, then there won't be any issue. What I'm concerned with is whether he needs me to go back to the hospital. After that last job there, he shook his head. I'm not sure I'll make it too far in before being recognized. Dude, don't worry about that. If they let you pass the barricade, hell, if they let me in with a day pass, then I'm sure there won't be any issue either way. Will gave a tilt of his head. The clear and present fear left his face. I looked back down the road and saw our building getting smaller in the distance as we made our way up to the handle. If all went well with his next job, we would never have to walk back down to that decrepit condominium. Yet somehow, I felt no matter what happened next, we would never see that place again. November 3rd, 2020. No more coffee. It's been a month since I've been off the stuff. Things are fine. That's a lie. It's been horrible. I know I try to stay positive when writing these, but I feel like I need to be honest. It's complete bullshit. My job is boring as it is, and with the lack of morning motivation, I get more and more on edge every day. That and the fact that Tyler deployed yesterday has left me feeling a mix of emotions. Do I want a cup of coffee, or would I rather be able to afford food? I just want to cry. It's not so much the money. Tyler and I do pretty well financially, but with the economy going the way it is, chances are that he will have to re-enlist if we have any hope of living the dream once he gets out of the Navy. Maybe a couple more years in Boston will be good for us, unless he gets moved somewhere else. I had to move heaven and hell just to get a remote office for Platis set up out here, and the last thing I needed was to relocate. Just the cost of moving all the equipment alone would be astronomical, not to mention the disastrous effect the downtime would have on our mining operation. More than likely, the vast majority of our clients would pull out immediately, causing the company to tank quicker than BitConnect. Fortunately, I highly doubt things will come to that. Typical overanalyzing things again. More than likely, the government will get on course with the rest of the world and make the transition over to crypto, since paper money is going the way of the dinosaurs. More and more businesses are accepting crypto every day, while the only downside being not enough people joined the bandwagon before it shot up in value. So now I can do nothing more than wait it out. Wait for Congress to get its act together and make a push to destroy the dollar so we can move forward into the future. While I'm expressing myself, I need to be honest, which is ugly and hard to verbalize even on paper. If crypto becomes the standard US currency, Platus will indeed become extremely valuable, meaning that I will become very wealthy. No other company provides crypto security, investment, and mining on a scale that we do. Platus will pretty much become the US Mint and Wall Street in one solid sweep. One act of legislation and I can walk away from this and never work another day in my life. Tyler and I could finally spend our time focusing on promoting fairness and equality rather than continually restructuring every facet of our lives every couple of years. Until that day comes, when Congress gets its ass in gear, that is what we will have no choice but to continue to do. I'm lucky to even have a job, so why am I complaining? Traditional employment seems to be fading almost as quickly as our money. Rather than fork out the overhead for a 9-to-5 full-time employee, corporations have shifted over to independent contractors. Good old Walmart recently announced a partnership that will provide flexibility for those who want to be their own boss. A touch of dishonest advertising with a sprinkle of false hope that will encourage Americans to willfully volunteer for less pay and loss of benefits. I have never seen a better example of capitalism at work. Everyone has been looking at things getting more expensive, when the truth is that the US dollar has diminished its purchasing power. Things aren't magically worth more. Money is just losing its value. The worst part of it is being the value of a buck isn't backed by anything. There is no standard in place to grant money a given value, therefore it is very easily manipulated. Outside of work, things haven't been better nor worse. Life has found a way to run on autopilot for the past couple weeks since Ty received his orders. I have had no choice other than to roll through the motions and tune out everything that doesn't matter to me and my family. Jared, my younger brother, volunteered to stay a few weeks with me to help ease the transition of this recent deployment. Seems more like he's doing what everyone else is doing, following the money. He works for Hired, who just so happen to have a very lucrative contracts out here in Boston. Well, technically he works on the platform since he's an independent contractor and not a traditional employee. Once the minimum wage was increased, countless companies sprang up out of nowhere, picking up all the workers they could get since most businesses had to make drastic cuts to maintain overhead low and profit margins high. So yes, Jared is another sucker chasing the American dream, if there ever was one, the easiest way possible. It's taken me a long while to be able to admit this out loud, but I was wrong. We shouldn't have raised the minimum wage. The damn Standard Workplace and Wages Act screwed us all, and we were individually too greedy to see it. Everyone wanted more for themselves without a care of how it would affect the rest of the country. Even people like me were too stupid to realize the truth as we shouted nonsensical catchphrases at protests. I felt privileged in my position, that I needed to be a voice for those without a platform. I was wrong about far more than the money. Chapter 3. Prisoner. 350 days. It's been exactly 350 days since we arrived at Centennial Gardens, and 349 days since I've wanted to go home. Michigan isn't so bad. Can't judge what I haven't seen. Ever since last winter, my family has called this place home, yet I still see it as nothing more than where I would spend my summers growing up. This will go on record as the longest time I have ever stayed here, where it once was about 2 or 3 weeks at the most. Our family's vacation house used to be somewhere that I had fond memories of, but as of late was nothing more than a prison. This cage I am forced to call home sits inside a bigger one, and even that within a larger cage. Centennial Gardens was one small neighborhood walled off next to others, all locked behind high walls and gates in a much larger community, ironically dubbed Esther Escape. Initially, it was designed as a vacation spot for families wealthy enough to afford a plot of land between 2 sets of massive walls, linked through well-cared-for roadsides, carving between several sets of gates dividing each Sun community. That is now a long-forgotten idea, leaving this place silent. No kids playing at any of the many parks, no cars driving by, and not a single person manning the gates. The house was far enough away from Grand Rapids to be considered rural, but close enough to not completely feel like it. Out here, silence was normal, just not the kind where there wasn't anyone else around to make a sound in the first place. Sunlight pierced through the divide in my curtains, landing right on my eyes. Wasn't the best way to wake up in the morning, but I was an early bird anyway, so besides the minor annoyance, it didn't take too long to get out of bed. At some point in the night, I had cocooned myself tight into 3 thick blankets, giving no other option than to kick my legs and roll around a bit to get unwrapped. Winter was soon approaching, and running the generator just for the heater would be a waste of fuel. We did have 2 fireplaces, one downstairs in the family room and the other in the master bedroom, neither of which we used since mid-March and probably wouldn't again until sometime in December. Extra blankets were the only viable option to keep us warm for now. Still, inside the house is a lot warmer than outside, so I guess it could be worse. I didn't skip a beat going from pajamas to clothes. The less time spent naked in the cold, the better. Normally we didn't wear shoes in the house, but it had been months since I stopped caring about that rule. If I'm going to be forced to live here, at the very least I'm going to do so comfortably. I can't remember exactly how many pairs of Jordans I own, just that I was able to bring 2 with me. Back in Vegas, I wouldn't risk wearing any of them, but now I kind of stopped caring. Sure, they could get scuffed or marked, but all that mattered to me was wearing them made me feel whole. Most of my belongings were left back home in Vegas. These shoes were here. They were mine, and wearing them helps me feel like I still have something to call my own. Breakfast was bound to be the same as it had for the previous 3 days. With my birthday having just passed, I spent every meal pestering my parents to let me leave. It wasn't as if I wanted to run away. Living here hadn't become that dreadful. There was a new world beyond those walls, one that I only heard whispers of as I eavesdropped on my parents and their security team. Without access to any form of social media, television, or radio broadcasts, my ear could only rely on the rumors and speculations that were spoken of quietly at a distance from my sister and I. The difference between her and myself was that I was the only one actively listening, hoping to formulate some kind of picture of what was going on outside this makeshift penitentiary. Haley, my older sister, didn't care one way or another at this point. She was far more outspoken about her discontent when we first arrived, constantly complaining about how she could be off doing other things with her life than sitting and waiting for things to get better. Technically, she had every right to pack her bags and walk out the front door without a second look back. Legally, she was well over the age of adulthood, granting her options I would now have to wait another year to have. But we all knew there was no way she would leave alone. She had a desire to escape equal to mine, but not a plan for what to do or where to go once she passed the main gate. Then, without notice, she just stopped complaining. One day, we didn't hear any more conversations based on fantasy adventures with her friends, as if a switch had been flipped, shifting her focus to the here and now. That was the day we lost internet access. Well, what anyone would consider normal internet access at the very least. All of my life, her eyes had been transfixed on the glow of her phone as she snapped countless selfies of the same fake smile as she had strived to achieve the perfect angle that would make her worthy of thousands of hearts with accompanying comments from strangers that she would never meet nor cared to. All she cared about before the reset was clout, which was now worthless thanks to her means of attaining fame, nothing more than a thing of the past. According to my mother, things will get sorted out soon enough, although soon enough has been almost a year now. In the beginning, I took her words as ones meant to comfort Haley and me, but having heard the same rehearsed reassurance reiterated time over time, I've come to the understanding that it has been nothing more than a lie meant to shut us up when questions arise. A year ago, I wanted to know many things. What happened? Why are we here? Is everyone outside the walls okay? When will the riots end? Have they already? Why isn't there any kind of news broadcasting? The list goes on. But I figured out most of it on my own, or at the very least pieced together some kind of theory. Before the reset, things were getting expensive, which led to mass starvation. At some point, people started quitting their jobs if they hadn't already starved to death. Then, 364 days ago, the reset happened. All money lost its value. Soon after that, my family, led by a security detail, arrived here to wait out the winter. Slowly, like the fading flame of a candle, things started to disappear. At first, it was a solid internet connection, then over-the-air television broadcast, which at that point was only news, followed by radio stations becoming static noise. Then one by one, over the preceding months, our security began leaving. 8 scary-looking suits were assigned to protect my mother at all costs, and now there only remains one. Jamming together what little information I have, my theory has little evidence to support its claim, but I haven't thought of a better one. My mother, the state senator, either knows something about everything that has happened out there, or she contributed in causing it. Conspiracy theories can be entertaining, but without evidence, they are nothing more than just that, stories. This one was best kept to myself. Democratic Senator Samantha Gervais of Michigan being connected to what seemed like the end of the world. Sounds insane just thinking about it. My mother established her career by helping people, by giving to people, not engineering ways for them to suffer. I just wish she would take a moment to help me understand, rather than avoid providing me with honest truths she'd rather me not hear. A year from now, I'll be 18, legally an adult. So the whole "you'll understand when you're an adult" excuse will become invalid. As I quickly skipped down the staircase, I ran into Greg at the bottom. Old, bald, and silent, he was the last of the security that was tasked with protecting my mom, but now acted more like a groundskeeper. Honestly, I couldn't imagine that a man of his age was not only a professional bodyguard, but was also the one in charge of all of them. For the past couple months, he was the one making sure the house was in order, from gathering supplies to repairing things that broke down. Most of the time, we hardly noticed he was there, except for me. I actively kept an eye on him, knowing there was a much more important reason for him being there than to make sure my family was comfortably fed. "In a hurry, kid?" He was carrying chopped logs of wood over to the fireplace. "No, sorry, I'm just hungry." He gave a sarcastic chuckle as he looked me up and down. "You haven't lost a pound since you got here." What does that mean? While getting a tighter grip on the wood, he leaned his head closer to mine and lowered his voice. "The definition of hungry has changed, kid." I froze. What did he mean by that? A slow shake of his head, followed by a slump of his shoulders as he let out an audible grump of disdain. "I'm just giving you shit, kid. Lighten up." Greg then walked over to the fireplace, leaving me more suspicious than he intended. It's safe to say he didn't know how close I was paying attention to his daily activities. Once I started going out of my way, it was easy to pick up on things. The only hard part was the lack of context. He would leave the house at the same time once a week with one of his walkie-talkies in a wagon with thick wheels headed east. Between 4 and 6 hours later, he would return with the wagon in tow filled with military rations. Sometimes he would leave with the ATV we kept stored in the shed behind the house, returning with what I assumed were heavier supplies, as it would make sense that he didn't want to waste gas from the generator charging the thing up for a light load. This meant that he knew what to bring ahead of time. All of this sounds crazy when I remember that my mother is a senator and that Greg could be going out to gather supplies she had arranged to be delivered to us. As to why said supplies required Greg to leave the property off into the woods made little sense. Why not just bring it right to our door? Not like there's anyone working at the gates to stop them. That's why I carved context into the things I overheard and observed. Knowing why things were the way they are would relieve me of the headache of figuring out myself. How much longer until we can leave? Like clockwork, I asked my first question of the day from my parents before taking a big spoonful of what looked like rehydrated shredded hash browns out of a bag. "You can keep asking." Dad didn't bother glancing at me as he continued reading his book. "The answer will not change. Once things settle down." It's been a year. Don't you think it's been long enough? "From our understanding..." He gave a tilt of his head over to my mother, who seemed uninterested in participating in the conversation. "Things in some places have improved, but not to a degree that warrants living any place other than here. Consider yourself lucky given the circumstances." Lucky? I feel like a prisoner in my home, yet I'm supposed to be the lucky one? Here I am trying to act as mature as possible for my age, engaging in productive dialogue with my father like a man, and he shoves me more candid responses from his ever-growing list of bullshit. Well, trying to keep my composure, I took a moment to collect myself with a deep breath. Vague. He looked up, his eyes meeting mine with his reading glasses down to the tip of his nose. Excuse me? Vague. It's the nicest word I can use to describe what you just said to me. To be honest with you, I took another deep breath, followed by a sigh. I feel that your constant beating around the bush with me is both unfair and undeserved. You could at least be honest and talk about why we are here in the first place. Dad looked stunned, as if I just insulted him. You believe I am being unfair to you? That even responding to your repetitive questions in a manner most fitting to your comprehension is undeserving? Let me be perfectly clear when I say this. The book was placed on the table, followed by his glasses on top of it. I do not beat around the bush when I speak to you. I give you only what you are old enough to hear, nothing more. As your father, it is my job to protect both you and your sister, a job I feel that has been taken care of rather well when compared to... Just when I felt I was getting somewhere with him, my mother cut him off. When compared to how things could be for us. She handled my father with the same manner of control as she did with her opposition during each election. A soothing voice that accompanied sharp, decisive language picked solely to silence those around her. Andrew, we only want what is best for you to be happy, healthy, successful. In order for us, as your parents, to assist with reaching that state for you, we must do so together as a family. I know you are feeling cooped up here, as I can promise you we feel so as well. We came here because of my work, and I'll be forever remorseful having had no choice other than bringing you all with me. As your father stated, she gave a cold glare in his direction. The rest of the country is still healing from all the chaos that has taken place last year. To make a very long-winded story short, we are safe here. Safer than anywhere beyond these walls. On one hand, she had a point. When things first started going downhill, I was safe with my dad. Not long before the country had shut down, my mother came home from D.C., and my sister arrived back from whatever European hovel she was on vacation with her chosen flavor of the month. After seeing all the riots and looting take place on TV, I never once had to experience it. All the news articles and forums I read focused on nothing more than pure violence. People fighting and killing over scraps of food were the biggest headlines I remember. I was terrified of all of it, not wanting anything else but to be far, far away from anyone outside of my family. But I had a thought that turned into an internal obsession. Where was everyone else? Mom keeps trying to reinforce the idea of family banding together as a sense of security, but will mention no one in our family outside of the four of us. What about my aunts and uncles? What about my cousins and grandparents? If family sticking together was so important, then why were they all not here? As far as the true security went, my parents provided the house, but the actual people protecting us were all gone except for one. The guards that led us here had abandoned us. Where did they go? More importantly, why did they leave? Since I had no choice but to make assumptions myself, the simplistic explanation is likely to be the most accurate. They were all dead. Everyone in my family I had even the slightest fleeting memory of had one way or another died either during the country's spanning riots or soon after. As for the guards, they probably left because of having questions similar to my own and went out searching for answers rather than spending their days here contemplating them. Well, I gave a hard swallow that tightened my throat. If it's so dangerous out there, then why do we have it so easy here? No one had an answer for me. Or perhaps they did, but grew tired of my interrogation. My mother and father ignored me as they continued to eat their breakfast. Haley, who hadn't uttered a word all morning, cracked a thin smile in my direction, showcasing her amusement. The most self-centered person I knew didn't have a single question for my parents, not because she knew the answers, but because she just didn't give a shit about anyone's well-being other than her own. This had been the furthest I had asked anything of my parents, while also being the furthest I would ever get if I tried again. They were both spinning records, not broken, playing the same song on repeat where the beginning and the end sounded so similar, it was as if the song never stopped. I was finished with the song, done with the lies and the misdirection. If I wanted to know what happened to the world, I would have no choice but to see it for myself. Chapter 4. Come As You Are. With breakfast being more of a disaster than usual, I needed to get some air. While my family continued discussing their plans for the upcoming holiday, I tuned myself out from listening to them play pretend, as if this Thanksgiving would be just like all the other ones that came before, except for last year's. I refused to participate in their fantasies with my head in the clouds. To be honest, part of me wished to ignore all the pinging thoughts in my head, urging me to know more of the world outside our safe, walled community. Eating a big dinner with my family, like I had many times in my life, sounded like a little slice of heaven, an in-person flashback to the good old days of my youth. As much as I wanted to escape this grim, uncertain reality with them, I had already seen and heard too much to be swayed away from my hunt for the truth. It was about time I reminded myself. I'm going on a walk. Empty pouches landed in the trash can with a soft thud. Don't leave the gate, my father replied without averting his attention from his book. If you plan on walking around the pond, stay close to the water. Wouldn't want you to get lost in the woods. Oddly enough, he didn't seem to mind the thought of me getting lost by the lack of care in his voice. I'll stay close, not like there's anywhere else for me to go. Mom gave me an uncomfortable smile. Good, you are learning. You are starting to understand. Biting my tongue, I returned a half-hearted smile of my own with a nod of my head as I left the kitchen. There was something threatening about her smile that lingered with me as I made my way to the front door. It wasn't as if she would hurt me physically, but as a career politician, Mom had devised interesting ways of making people's lives miserable if they didn't agree with her. She was a master manipulator that always strived to be the alpha at whatever project presented itself. Was Haley and I another one of her projects to have control over? She loved us, that much I knew to be true, but all the love in the world doesn't excuse her overbearing nature micromanaging our lives. Each day seemed to be colder than the last, with every breath I exhaled turning to faint clouds spinning off in the soft, chilly breeze. A quick zip of my jacket, followed by a secured tug on the furry side flap of my trapper hat, and I was off on my walk around the small cul-de-sac. There were 7 houses inside the gate, each built on large plots of land. Tall, unkempt hedges lined a border between each home, with an even larger brick walls marking the edge of the community. There was so much space between the buildings you could easily double the amount of homes built there, even keep their grand size with room to spare. It seemed like a massive waste to me. Why not just build bigger homes? I figured no one lived here for a large house since Mom and Dad bought a vacation home here for the space, security, and lack of crowding. Much like them, people most likely lived here to be away from everyone else, while not being so far away from civilization to prove an inconvenience. My patrol of the neighborhood started with following the sidewalk towards the house just opposite of ours next to the pond. Between the 2 properties were a couple oak trees, their branches towering high into the sky with leaves of gold, amber, and red occasionally drifting down to the ground. A weather-beaten bench faced the calm waters of the pond in the middle point of the trees. Hours of my imprisonment were spent there either listening to music or reading one of the few high fantasy books I would read as a kid. The master literary work of Joe Abercrombie and R.A. Salvatore helped me make my first few months here bearable, granting a well-crafted escape within my mind. They even inspired me to write something of my own, a story of escape set in a fantasy world. However, that endeavor only lasted a few weeks before I shelved the binder with all my writing, without a second look back since. Most great stories are inspired by a touch of reality, with my dismal amount of life experience and lack of adventures giving me nothing but blank spaces, as they accompanied a severe case of writer's block. It wasn't like there was anyone willing to read my epic tale of escapism and glory anyway. You have to be realistic about these things. Passing the pond, I walked along a picket fence of the home across from ours, the white paint starting to crack with flakes already blown away, showing the ugly gray wooden planks underneath. Without praising my home too much, all the houses shared the clear look of abandonment. All the lawns were overgrown, decaying leaves spun about each driveway, every window caked with a layer of dust that followed a fall of rain. The only real time I spent with my father was keeping the house in pristine condition, running an ancient-looking push mower across the grass, wiping down the windows, and seldom times cleaning out the gutters if his back was aching too much to be bothered going up the ladder. A year ago I was deadly afraid of heights, but now didn't mind the slight rush of possibly slipping off the side of the roof. If it had awarded me anything, Centennial Gardens gave me a hunger for adventure, a taste for adrenaline. Although I knew no one was watching me, I took a quick look around just to be sure one of my family members didn't have their prying eyes on me before heading towards two large doors, mirrored in their image with ornate frosted glass windows. This was the house closest to the gate and furthest from home. I would come here often not only to get away from my family, but to remind myself why I needed to know what happened to the world. A soft squeak of the door hinge sounded a low echo into the dark, empty hallway. Whereas my home had an open layout, showcasing its size with the entrance directed to a large staircase that split in two directions after a few steps, this one was rather maze-like, with the front hall leading towards the living room, with separate paths branching off left and right as I peered down the charcoal-swirled marble tile. Most of the other homes stayed locked tight from every angle, with this one being the rare exception. I clicked the lock closed once I shut the door behind me in my paranoid sense of remaining as silent as possible. The thought of being alone in someone else's home made my heart double its rhythm, pounding warm blood to my face as my breath became shallow with a tightening of my throat. I knew why I was there. No matter how much it pained me to witness again, I needed to see the grim world I was living in firsthand once again. A pungent smell, indescribable and vile, lingered as I made my way closer to the living room. Each step seemed to take an eternity as I forced movement into my legs. One step at a time, against my better judgment, pushed me closer to the smell, closer to the reality my parents desired I avoid. If they knew what horrors lay here, they would never let me leave the house. But little did they care to understand that my youth faded away the moment all the news broadcasts had ended. The moment I coveted to know just how bad things had become outside of our vacation from the end of the world. I spent many weeks avoiding the living room every time I came here. This visit was worse than my last encounter with their corpses, the ebb of time rotting away all the features that made both of them unique. Laid on the couch were what I presumed were the bodies of a mother holding her daughter close to the bitter end. Empty cans of food lay scattered across the floor, a mess that seemed a far cry from what the place used to look like. All the furniture was modern in design to match the sharp architecture that surrounded every room. Once home to a loving family, it was now a memorial to a memory. Perhaps no one would know without looking at the many portraits mounted on the walls. There I was alone, standing in someone else's home that had become their grave. It didn't take long for me to avert my eyes, biting my bottom lip as I covered my nose from the literal smell of death. "That's more than enough," I uttered aloud, turning back down the hall, heading for the stairs. Did they starve of hunger or thirst? Could have been a mix of the two, but it didn't matter either way. They were dead now. That was the reality I saw before me. The important question was, did my parents know? Chances are they didn't care enough to know of their fate, otherwise they would most likely have made arrangements with Greg to hide the bodies, lest I were to discover them. Only the mother and daughter were here, the father nowhere to be found. I had visited every room in the house at least once and never saw his body. I bet he left the community looking for food to feed his family. That's what men do, provide for their family no matter the cost. Why didn't he just come over to our house and ask us for food, for supplies? We have more than enough stockpiled, so why not share the wealth? In all the months we shared living in the same community, I never interacted with them. Occasionally I'd see the parents playing with their daughter during the spring and summer, but once autumn hit, I'd only see the slight flicker of candlelight from one of their windows. Just as they stopped enjoying their time outside, the lights also faded away to nothing. Focusing on the two bodies laid to rest downstairs was depressing. It felt so unfair, undeserved. I wish I could have done something, even if it meant pissing off Mother Dearest, especially if it meant pissing her off. There was one more reminder I wanted to get out of my visit, one far more pleasant, promising a joy I hadn't felt since before the big reset. Fingers closed tight around a pull string, I gave a solid tug to the attic access. Unfolding the stairs, I climbed up, securing them behind me. The attic could have been a full room itself had the exposed studs and plywood floors been covered. As with everything else in this neighborhood, everything was larger than felt necessary or at all practical. Under a small round window to the far side of the attic, facing the backyard of the home, was an old leather suitcase I claimed as my treasure chest. If the original owners couldn't use it, might as well not let it go to waste. Whenever I felt like breaking into one of the abandoned homes on the street, it became a habit of mine to collect anything I felt interested in taking for myself. If things were to get better, I would return everything I found before we left. I doubted that day would come soon. Months of listening to the same few songs saved on my phone made me hate them, making the lack of being able to stream a countless library of music a boring existence. Luckily for me, I found an old handheld compact disc player with a massive collection of CDs. The downside was finding batteries to power it. I had this treasure, a gateway to relaxation in my hands, and no way to use it. Batteries, double A's being specific, were needed to turn it on. How pointless. Why couldn't they just have built in a rechargeable battery to make everyone's life easier? Scavenging for them around the neighborhood yielded zero results, even in my home. Then I had a light bulb moment. Remotes. Not like anyone was using them anymore. So I started taking them out of every remote I can get my hands on, the ones at my house included. I sat down with my back against the wall under a window, one ear cup of the headphones over my right ear with my left one free, loaded in a Nirvana album and pressed play. As the music began playing, I dug for another treasure of mine, a walkie-talkie similar to the one Greg and the other guards used. In fact, it was exactly like theirs. A guard had left it unattended when they left, so I claimed it as another one of my treasures at the beginning of October. At first I thought it was cool to have so I could spy on Greg and the others, but could never time listening in while any of them were using theirs. That was until I was the one that started talking. I tuned the dial to 7 on a high-frequency channel. "Are you still there?" I would repeat myself every few minutes, whenever a track on the CD had finished. "Are you still out there?" It seemed to take half of the album before I finally received a reply. "I'm still here, stalker," came a lovely voice with a tinge of attitude. "Stalker?" My thumb pressed down on the large button near the freakishly thick antenna. "How so?" "Still want to know if I'm here, which I am. Not like there's anywhere else to go." I heard wind rushing in the background with the roar of an engine. "Are you driving?" She took a moment before getting back to me. "Sorry, I was smoking and had the window down." "I didn't know you smoked." I didn't know much about her, not even her name, so any new information was good to me. "When did you pick up that habit?" "No better time to start than the end of the world." From what I knew about her might have been sparse, but she had been roaming around close enough to me for a while now. We spoke like this every few days. Often her reception would be unclear and full of static. I think those things had a range up to 30 miles, give or take, so she had to be close. It had been a little over 3 weeks since we started talking, with most of our conversations trying to learn what we could about the other without giving out too much information. Neither of us had told the other where we lived, nor our names. As exciting as it was to speak with someone new, there was no way to fact-check her Facebook page to see if she was being remotely honest with me. I played it safe while still trying to enjoy our time together. The hardest part was getting her to tell me the stuff my parents wouldn't without looking like a sheltered child. That's one way of looking at it. "Where are you headed?" "Disneyland." Obvious sarcasm. "Where are you?" "Battle Creek." It was the first town that came to mind. "Been here a few days now." "I'm calling bullshit. There's no way I could receive you if you were in BC. Try again, stud." "Stud?" Did she really call me a stud? What? Obvious laughter. Can a girl dream about the guy she's talking to is as manly as can be? 17 has to be a manly age. Well, thank you for pointing out the obvious. Always nice to be reminded. I wasn't muscular by any means, but if that's what she wanted, that is precisely what I would give her. I feel it's safe to say, judging solely by your voice, you are sexy head to toe. Hold on, cowboy. Shit. If you want the goods, you gotta give a girl something. Where are you? Double shit. Her conversations usually lead back to wanting to know where I was located, so it wasn't much of a surprise to hear her ask it yet again. This is the first time there was a mild flirtation between us, so I sure as hell wasn't going to ruin it. You still there, cowboy? ASL? ASL? I did not understand what she was talking about. Seriously? She laughed right into the mic. Might as well have been right in my face. ASL stands for age, sex, location. It's the first thing people would ask on message boards years before social media. How old are you exactly? 17. Almost a whisper, I sheepishly voiced into the mic. Come again? Did I hear that right? 70? 7. Louder, clearer, and filled with far more conviction. Teen. After an uncomfortable silence on her end that lasted long enough to diminish any prideful sense of manhood I built in myself, she replied, Young, but close enough, I guess. Now your childish voice makes sense. Childish? I'm a man, almost 18. Almost, but not quite. It's too bad we can't send each other pictures. Your voice is so cute. I was getting frustrated. I'm not some cute little child. I'm a man. You sure about that? The world has changed this past year. I highly doubt that a child could survive it alone. I bet you are staying somewhere safe and far away from any real danger. With coarse truth, she hit the nail right on the head. However, I couldn't let her know that. Okay then, you apparently know so much about me, so tell me, what am I missing out on if I'm hunkered down? What is so bad about this new world that you can't even take a moment to describe it? I bet you're just going from one place to another, trying to figure everything out, struggling just as much now as you did before everything went to shit. Chances are you wouldn't even know how to react if you saw how successful I've been through all this. Is that man enough for you? I'll wait. For what seemed like an eternity, I sat in complete silence. I left my phone at home, since it functionally was nothing more than a glowing paperweight, and without a watch on my wrist, I had no idea how much time had passed since I snapped back at her. Looking at the sun through the window, I couldn't help either, considering I had no point of reference to tell how long I had been sitting in the cold, unfurnished attic trying to prove something to a stranger. As much as I wanted to say anything to her, I knew it was better that I stood my ground with a firm stance of dominance defending my manhood. My thumb danced on and off the transmission button, the thought of apologizing for my outburst becoming a priority. Did I piss her off by going too far with my assumptions of her failures? I could have left that part out. I should have. Would have, could have, should have. All that mattered now was that I said what I said and there was no backtracking from harsh words spoken by irritated mouths. You still there, cowboy? Finally, her voice came to break the insufferable silence spent rifling through my recent regrets. Of course. I figured I'd pissed you off or something. No, I pulled over since I have no idea where you are. I didn't want a chance losing your signal. You were right, though. Things have been rough for me, but I've managed to get by one way or another. I don't know how to explain everything else to paint a clear enough picture for you. What do you mean? I had completely forgotten my rhetorical questions I asked in my lashing out at her for calling me a kid. Everything is going to complete shit. On one hand, the whole country has become one massive playground, a free-for-all for everyone completely devoid of consequences. On the other, she took an audible drag of whatever she was smoking with an equally loud exhale right into the mic. Well, it's just difficult to talk about as it would be to describe. I'm still breathing, still walking, still alive. That's what counts now. We are alive. The least we could hope for, yet the most we could ask. Her honesty struck a chord in me as it cleverly evaded the direct explanation I was looking for. My name is Drew. She was starting to give me some information, as cloudy as it may be, and if I wanted to get any more, I had to bring forth an olive branch. I had to earn trust by giving some. Jessica, and don't feel bad about being only 17. A soft, adorable chuckle followed. I turned 19 a couple months ago, so we aren't that far apart age-wise. Wow, to be honest, that actually makes me feel better. I'm sorry for, well, I somehow couldn't find the right words to fit into my apology. For getting upset with you. Oh, don't go soft on me now, cowboy. You're a man, remember? Or are you also saying sorry for that? Trust me, I'm man enough. Well, I'd hope so. Jesus, I haven't been touched just right in so long. There was an increase in the pitch of her voice with a softness that made my knees weak, despite not even standing. I would hope that the guy I've been spending my free time talking to is worth the juice I've been spending on this damn thing. Electricity isn't easy to come by nowadays, and I can't charge this radio in the truck. How are you going to make it up to me, cowboy? There was a flurry of fantasies playing out in my head all at once. As much as I had wished her to be here with me, I'm glad she wasn't. The last thing I would want is for her to see the awestruck expression on my face, with my jaw dropped, mouth agape, eyes wide as though I had just seen a woman naked for the first time. How on earth was I supposed to successfully reply to that? I could have just been reading into it, but replaying her voice in my head proved that she was looking for an answer that matched my daydreams. If I were there with you now, I'd show you. Going with my gut, I said the stupidest, most cliched response imaginable. Ah. Her voice returned to normal, as was her level of disinterest in playing out one of my thoughtful depictions of having her close to me. Well, that's unfortunate. Figured you'd want to show me in person. Guess you're too scared of leaving whatever hole you've been hiding in to show me everything I'm missing. The thought of seeing her up close, in the flesh, was tempting, but despite my affection for her voice, she was still a stranger to me. She knew just as much about me as I did her, which wasn't enough to trust her without giving out my location. But if she was being sincere about how grim living had been, then maybe I could help her. Then let's finally meet up, I said with a hopeful enthusiasm. Really? She was shocked. Where are you? Geographically speaking, if you're close, I could see you today. Surprised at her eagerness, I took a step back mentally. There's no way I could have her come here. Mom and Dad would have Greg drive her off the moment the truck was close enough to hear, along with the fact that I didn't know how she would react to my living conditions. Safe to say I'd been riding out the supposed end of the world relatively content compared to her nomadic trip of survival. Could it really be that bad? She was free to go wherever and do anything her mind could imagine. I had been dying for a taste of adventure my entire life, and staying here any longer would make me hungrier. Not here, and not today. There's an old record store in Grand Rapids we can meet up if that's okay with you. Grand Rapids. That works surprisingly well for me. I head out there at least once a month to trade. It would be nice having a big, strong man like yourself there to protect me. I kept my fingers crossed that she wasn't serious about that last part, needing protection. The place is called Vantage Disc off the corner of Fulton and East Beltline Avenue. I can make it there tomorrow afternoon. Does that work for you? Sure, cowboy. She gave another laugh, this one intoxicating. Tomorrow afternoon, at a record store. Interesting pick for a first date. Thankfully, she wasn't there to see my cheeks turning red. I have to go and get ready. See you then. Absolutely, cowboy. Static started building on her end. Wouldn't miss the world. With that farewell, my head began spinning. Was I really going to do this? Leave my home, my family, the safety of the walls? I shrugged off my doubts, knowing that I would return soon enough. If all went well, I could convince my parents to let her stay with us. I refused to imagine her ending up like the mother and daughter downstairs. If anything, I could save her. Every hero going on an adventure needs a quest. Jessica's well-being was mine. I would not only prove to her that I'm a man, but to my family as well. Everyone would see firsthand that I am capable of being an adult and treated like one. Tucking the radio into my jacket's inner pocket, I made for the attic hatch, leaving the portable CD player outside of the suitcase, not minding if I turned it off or not. Throwing the ladder down, I quickly landed on the floor, moving with a haste I had not felt in months. My excitement took over my prior thoughts of paranoia as the attic remained open as I rushed for the stairs. Ignoring every action routinely taken to keep quiet and remain unseen, my feet gave loud thuds to the stairs, skipping every other step. Then, to my horror, the carelessness rapidly caught up with me. Around the corner where the stairwell met the first-floor hallway, there was Greg. I nearly bumped into him as he was walking towards the front door away from the living room. Without a sense of amusement and a very monotone expression, he said, "Well now, funny seeing you here, kid." I was fucked. November 13th, 2020. Every couple of days, either someone quits or just plain doesn't even bother coming into work. What's the point of working 40 hours a week when your take-home pay can barely cover the cost of food, let alone gas or rent or childcare or anything at all? I'm still here because I've got nothing better to do at this point. With Tyler still gone, at least work keeps my mind away from it. Stopped driving the gas guzzler and been borrowing my brother's EV since he moved in about a month ago. Like so many others, he quit his full-time with benefits job and traded it doing contract work. The union man free from his chains. The exchange was that he can live with me until things got sorted out and I can borrow his car. He's also supposed to install solar panels on my house, but that might be a while off since the costs of the panels alone have skyrocketed. Good news is that he met some guys during one of his contracts that might be able to assist with that. With civil unrest in the city, Jared is convinced that there won't be any cops lurking around the docks to stop them. I flat out told him no. It was an extremely idiotic idea. Then came another one of the rolling brownouts. Had the engineers working at the plant also left their jobs? How long could we carry on like this? How long could I? Jared, I cried and cried. Something in me broke. Just do something to make this better. I don't care anymore. He didn't give me anything more than a nod in my direction as he headed out the door. This was obviously the stupidest thing I could have asked him to do, but our daily lives were slowly being stripped away. Since I'm trying to express my feelings honestly here, I feel like quitting too. But not because of the money. Being co-owner of Plautus has its perks. It has become quiet here. Before, this place was lively with water cooler talk and banter about the next big thing in tech. Now there's just a few of us left in silence with the only noise of GPU fans spinning around the clock. There was only one goal at work today: save our asses. I'll be damned if everything I built would go under just because some investors suddenly got cold feet. We held a conference call with our top 16 investors, a few of them over the phone with the rest calling in over Skype. Immediately, I could tell what every one of them wanted: prompt access to all of their cryptocurrency. It would be hell or high water before I would even give a penny back to them, let alone all of it. The largest stockpile of crypto in the country, all cashed out into hot wallets, would have devastated the company. I had little to no choice. I had to keep the money, all of it. We have received a very telling piece of information from a close associate that works as a White House staffer. Now, through the rumor mill, Congress convened recently to talk about the possibility to transfer over the federal currency from USD to crypto. One of the voices from the phone chimed in. And we all knew that deal fell through since there's nothing backing it. I took a pause to collect myself before replying. It fell through because we need a quick method of making this a matter of law as opposed to slow legislation. Another pause, for effect. An executive order will be made publicly within 2 weeks. Give us 2 weeks for this to take place, and I can assure you that the money that you would have taken out today will be worth tenfold as soon as this order is signed. Of course, the guy on the phone had to chime in again, this time with a little cut of static. And what would it be backed by to ensure market fairness? Gold. Jesus Christ. Of all the people to be here, of all the places, at all the times. The National Reserve at Fort Knox holds what crypto will be backed by, a tried and true method for maintaining value that increases every year. Nick, I didn't think you would make it? I honestly had no idea he would even bother coming all this way for anything. Well, D, when the ship sinks, the captain goes down with it, not lie to the passengers. Thankfully, it was a whisper in my ear, not loud enough for everyone to hear. 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, and within that time, one of two things will happen. The government will get their shit together, making us all very wealthy, or we cut our losses and return all your investments, of course with the added interest it has so rightfully earned. Nick was my partner in running the company, but due to his role providing the startup capital, he felt more like my boss than an equal. Plautus would be nothing without him. Although outside of tossing money our way, he always held a very hands-off approach when it came to running things. I didn't understand why he flew all the way here from Colorado. Didn't he have better things to do than suddenly play CEO? Once the shrill investors gave a thumbs up, the call was ended, and Nick leaned back in a chair with his legs kicked up on the conference table. So, you've turned outright lying to them now. Nice. I was waiting for you to finally learn to play the game. What are you doing here, Nick? If you wanted in on the call, I could have added you, rather than have you fly all the way across the country. And how would that help? You clearly don't have things under control, so they needed to know that someone capable is physically here manning the fort. Not to mention the fact that I have more writing on this than most of them. So, that's it? Not even 10 minutes after he showed up, and I was already sick of his tone. You're just gonna swoop in here and cover my ass while taking all the credit? Figures. Actually, he took out some gum, chewed it, and proceeded to twist the foil around his finger. The best lies are born from a kernel of truth. Sure, there aren't any congressional plans to shift over to crypto anytime soon. The issue is our economy being too tied up in USD, which is at its failure point. If we, as a nation, were to successfully make the transition, it would have had to start a couple of years ago at the very least. Your oh-so-beloved Standards Workplace and Wages Act really screwed the pooch on that. The damage has been done, and we shall reap what we sow. And how is any of that supposed to help me see the bright side? There's a contingency plan in place. Well, several, actually. I've spoken with a few like-minded colleagues in Congress, and there is a plan to force crypto as a replacement rather than the long, drawn-out transition process. On one hand, this was very good news. On the other, forcing a change in currency would still have a major negative effect on the economy. What do we have to do? I knew the risks, but at this point I didn't care anymore. Whatever we needed to do to get this done would be worth it. One way or another, the end would completely justify the means. Cryptocurrency is the future. At this point, the only future our economy has. A lot of countries have already made the switch, but for whatever reason we haven't. In our present situation, it seems like a no-brainer. But trying to convince a few fossils in Congress is impossible, as to them it sounds like witchcraft. Chapter 5. Where Everybody Knows Your Name. After about an hour of walking the desolate street that ran along Lake Michigan, we could see the lively hustle of the handle a few blocks ahead. Our backs tired and feet sore, it was high time to unload our trading stock while enjoying one of Themor's many refreshing, although questionably sourced drinks. Will carried a pep in his step that was to be expected since he spent the last day resting in the condo, while John and I did the real work, scouring the city for supplies guarded by men of wishful thinking and low cunning. Nothing sounded better than kicking back, ignoring the passing time with my eyes shut and ears deaf to the rambling of the world needing me to do one thing or another. John was halfway there as is, but that wasn't a condition I envied. A firm hand found its way to my shoulder, nearly knocking me off my stride. Do we have time to get something to eat? Regaining my composure, I signed back. Plenty. Good, I'm starving. You just ate before we left. Starving's a bit of an exaggeration. John gave a tilt of his head with a solid smack to his gut. This is a lot of man to keep moving. Need to keep this body fueled up. What are you two going on about? A shallow pant came from Will, falling several steps behind us. If you're going to be with us, you might as well learn sign language if you want to know. I looked at him, somewhat disgusted with his pacing. He's hungry. Judging by the look of it, you're the one that needs to eat. Will's brow gave a sour scrunch. Last thing I ate was a can of green beans mixed with mayonnaise. Figured I'd make a salad out of whatever we had. That was a mistake. Couldn't have been so bad. At least you're not shitting yourself. Might want to pick the pace up. I know you ain't tired. Me and the big guy haven't even had a proper rest since our last run. Can't say I'm too excited, knowing that I'm going to have to deal with certain people today. Are you seriously still worried about Shaw? Well, that's a given. More concerned with seeing Themor again. A red embarrassment covered Will's face. Holy shit, dude, you need to stop worrying about everything. There was no container for the sudden outburst of laughter that exploded from my mouth. That shit was 2 weeks ago. You know he doesn't hold grudges. Doesn't mean he won't bring it up. I swear, I've never been so stupid while also being that drunk. He was referring to a late-night celebration we had in the bar. The two of us had finished the job for Shaw, receiving a heavier-than-usual payout of 2 gallons of fresh gasoline. With usable gas having become a scarce rarity, the collection was well worth our trip to Orland Park, bringing back some prick that crossed Shaw. That was one hell of a trip back to Shaw's church, with a guy flailing non-stop with his bound legs, attempting to scream with muffled cries through a gagged mouth. It got so bad we had to strap him down to the makeshift cart we assembled to one of the mountain bikes we acquired along the way. Ugly business aside, the guy was a real prick, so it didn't bother me one bit dropping him off and collecting payment. We spent hours telling Themor and a few of his regulars stories of our recent trip. Will spent his gallon of gas on the most expensive bottle of scotch Themor was willing to trade. I gave mine without a fuss, having Themor log a due tab. I trusted him enough to give me whatever I needed when I needed it. Many laughs were shared by candlelight when Will's inebriation hit a tipping point. He vomited directly onto Themor's bar, mid-chuckle. He wasn't the slightest bit amused. Before Themmer could kick him out of his establishment, Will had embarrassingly hightailed it out of there with a haste and stumble. I had never seen him like that, and it would be a long time before anyone stopped giving him shit for the event. You need to grow some thick skin, learn to laugh at yourself a little, because we sure as hell aren't going to stop anytime soon. How did someone as feeble as you make it before the reset? I'm surprised you're even able to make it now. Damn, now that's a good story. I guess I did the same thing as you. Adapt. Voices began filling the air as we entered the handle. Being the busiest part of our side of the divided city, this was a natural occurrence given the unusual times we were living. Of the few shops that were up and running, it did seem much more active than what we typically saw on our mini trips this far north. People carrying heavy bags similar to ours littered the streets, each one looking worse for the wear than the last. New vendors were setting up tables on the Millennium Park sidewalk of South Michigan Avenue between the Chicago Symphony Orchestra and Cultural Center. They looked like they were setting up for something big, and we were none the wiser as to what or why. Hanging weather-beaten and tattered on the side of the Symphony building was a massive red banner of a large silhouette of a man with 2 drumsticks raised high with the word Sapere printed in large, faded gold letters. At the torn bottom of the banner might have once been the date of this grand concert, but the fabric was so torn it was impossible to make it out. The handle was known for having many places that once held cultural significance, but much like the banner, it was hanging together by loose-fitting threads, crumbling with the rest of the city. A heavy feeling of claustrophobia came over me. I wasn't used to having so many people around me. Most of them would seldom scour the streets, but never like this. They were better off cowering in their homes, far away from me. I never did feel well around crowds, which was one of the many advantages of living through the end of the world. People became as rare as an occurrence as any limited resource. For the first time, the southside had appeared as busy as the north, at the very least a small part of it. As we made our approach to Themmer's bar, I stood in awe at the sign hanging above the front door. Themmer's Tavern and Trade was patched together looking like a crappy 80s inspired ransom note. Each T a section of cut-off scavenged neon lights, the vowels letters claimed from large road signs, and the rest of the consonants taken off other building signs near the park. It was a piece of ugly magnificence that ushered in the changing times. Around Triple T's were the ruins of a failed society, while the tavern itself was a hopeful beacon of the apocalypse. I noticed a large semi-truck parked on the other side of the street, with the driver talking to 2 of Shaw's thugs. The conversation didn't seem very pleasant. "These guys giving you a hard time, Stephen?" I called out, a hand cupped to the side of my mouth. His arm hanging on the driver's side door relaxed, with the other holding firm to the steering wheel. Stephen scrunched his eyes and smiled. "Holy shit, you're still alive? Figured these asshats would have had enough of your shit by now and tossed you in the lake." "I'm too valuable to their master, and they know it." The 2 gave an uncomfortable glare in my direction. "If he wants through, he has to pay." The largest took a step in my direction. "Shaw's law, white boy." I tossed my bag to the ground and walked over to them, leaving John and Will to witness the shit show about to go down. "Listen, guys, Stephen's been paying Shaw for months now. Every one of his trips through the north has been fruitful. If you look, you'd notice he doesn't have a trailer attached, which means he has nothing to offer. You're skating thin ice, boy. Just because Shaw says you're one of us doesn't mean you have any authority. You ain't nothing more than a discount-looking Adrian Brody. Well, how about we make a deal? You 2 fuck off, and once I'm done dealing with Themmer, I'll be sure to bring y'all a nice bottle of hooch from the bar." Taking a step so he was inches from my face, 2 bottles of Ciroc. My homie and I are thirsty. Ciroc, 1 bottle, take it or leave it. He gave a disgruntled nod, and the 2 promptly fucked off toward the bench near the park. With his doorway cleared, Stephen rolled up the window, leaving it a crack open, shut the engine off, then hopped out the truck, slamming the door with a firm clank. He looked as much a trucker as anyone would imagine. Dark flannel shirt unbuttoned, showing off a dirty wife beater, and a matching hat with a snake coiled on the top with the embroidered words, "Don't tread on me," stitched in yellow font. His mutton chops met his handlebar mustache. The red hairs faded to gray at the tips. "Scotty, what do I owe you from the packy?" Boston slang flowing through a heavy accent. "Pissy bottle of vodka." I gave Stephen a friendly handshake as I noticed a healthy German shepherd lurking at us from the window of the semi. "Jesus, she's getting big." "All right now, killer." He blew a kiss to the dog, who gave an excited bark. "If anyone comes by and tries fucking with my truck, you make sure to give him an ass whooping." Stephen pulled up on his belt buckle, spit on the asphalt, and sauntered towards a tavern, a slight wobble to his step. To someone unknowing of him, it would have seemed that he was rather drunk by the look of his stride. That was just the way he walked, strutting without a care like he owned the world. His truck matched his swagger. Barbed wire was fixed all along the surface with metal spikes jutting out near the wheels. It was an apocalyptic deathmobile akin to something out of Mad Max. A thing of beauty. It was fucking awesome. Triple T's had a similar aesthetic in mind, with chain link fencing covering the windows with welded rebar laced through the holes. The same design was found on the window of the front door with a tacky opening sign displayed behind the glass. Inside we met one of Themor's bouncers, a large shotgun held steady in his hands prepared for any sign of aggression. With an unflattering recognition of us, he gave a nod and then went back to leaning against the mortared brick wall. It felt like we stepped backwards in time, the lively atmosphere ushering a faint reminder of a world gone away. Deep scratches aged dark-stained hardwood floors throughout the room. The walls were made of old bricks and covered with mounted paintings of fine-touch landscapes from differing areas of artistic expression. Candles arranged in scattered groupings on every available surface, some lit with tiny flickering fires, with the others awaiting a flame. With sunlight giving broken rays of light through the fence-covered windows and the dancing glows of many pinpoint blazes, the mix resembled a calm twilight. The tavern was packed. Every seat at the bar was taken, with a few open ones scattered about each of the tables. I gave a kick to one of the bar stools with a gaunt, scruffy guy sitting on it. Up. He looked back at me confused and a lot irritated. You and your friends, get up now. John noticed this cue to crack his knuckles, signaling to the patrons that their time sitting at the bar had ended. Once they reluctantly scattered away, we took our seats as we placed our bags on the table. Stephen sat next to someone I assumed he knew down at the end of the bar. Themor stood in front of me with his attention gaze on whatever he was writing on his clipboard. We came with some stuff to trade. A nervous quip from Will as he began to unzip his bag. Jonas will be with you shortly. Themor, still focusing on his task, gave a snap of his fingers to a gentleman, then motioned his fingers across the bar top at our supplies. I'm doing inventory. If you need anything from me, it'll have to wait. His reading glasses were almost falling off the tip of his nose. Though he didn't act like it, he sure appeared to be an older man. Looks can be deceiving. Themor was the perfect man to adapt to the changing world, and had become quite successful since society took a complete nosedive to utter destruction. A brilliant mind proved to be a capable weapon in the right hands. Can't share a few friendly words with some of your regulars? I hunched down to the bar, my back killing me. It's been one hell of a walk over here. I'm fucking beat. Could use some of that old Themor charm to brighten the mood. Unamused, Themor looked up, removing the glasses from his face, letting them dangle by the attached string around his neck. A savant, a redneck, and a drug trafficker walk into a bar. What do they all have in common? Clearly talking about John, Will, and myself, I didn't have the foggiest idea where he was going with this. I have no idea. Not my business. I'll be with you once I finish up. Until then, if you're in a chatty mood, talk to the guy sitting next to your trucker friend. He's been a lively one all morning. Themor waved down to John to get his attention, then made a drinking motion with his hand. The usual? I signed to John just to make sure the message would get across, who in turn happily gave the thumbs up. Somehow, John was Themor's favorite customer and would routinely serve him without question or complaint. If only the rest of us were so lucky to partake in such good graces. But the days of the customer first were long behind us. This was Themor's establishment, where we played by his rules, a fact he would often remind us. There, a nice tall beer for the savant. A tall, bell-shaped glass was placed before John with a room-temperature bottle of Blue Moon poured inside, topped with a splash of orange juice from a small box. Out of fresh oranges, my friend. And with that showcase of hospitality, Themor returned his glasses to barely resting on his nose and ignoring us. Jonas, a scrawny, pale, sickly-looking fellow, came over and collected our bags with a struggle, then made his way to the back room. Not long after, he returned and asked us for our orders. Not wanting to risk requesting alcohol, Will went with milk and oatmeal, while I asked for a cup of coffee. Sorry, boss. Been fresh out of grounds for a week now. Same goes for the instant stuff. Well, that sucks. Is the milk shelf-stable or the powdered crap? Jonas laughed. Powdered crap. Good news is we leave the water out all night so it gets nice and cold. Take the comforts where we can find them these days. Ice cold, powdered crap milk it is then. A can of kidney beans with some hot sauce for me. I nudged John already halfway through his beer and signed for what he wanted to eat. And a box of Cheez-Its for the big guy, apparently. Hey, Scotty! Stephen gave a shout louder than necessary over John's shoulder. This is my buddy Connor. He's been making the rounds city to city interviewing people. Figured you and your boys might have a couple of stories for him. Interviewing people? Why the fuck would anybody waste their time doing that? Oh, I'm a journalist. He spoke in a thick, down-by-the-docks British accent, but all I paid attention to was his shiny bald head. It was my profession before the reset. Seems that once everything gets sorted out and the world gets back to normal, people will want to know all about it. Wouldn't they already know if they lived through it? A pound of Stephen's fist knocked at the top of the bar. That's what I've been trying to tell this pecker for months. Seems pointless. Jonas handed us our food and drinks while Connor began justifying his journey. I thought so too at first. I was in Boston when the reset happened. First couple of weeks were a frenzied panic. I hitched a ride with Stephen about a month or so later with some woman. Each of us had a very different perspective on what living through that kind of chaos is like. I reckon that everybody has something to say about it, so I made it my mission to keep doing what I've been doing for years. The more places I visited, the more I realized that certain stories started adding up. There's a lot of cities hanging on by a thread, and many more completely abandoned. Ghost towns. Stephen, you brought this guy along with you? Kinda. He gave a loud belch after chugging some of his beer. As cute as she is, the damn dog can't talk. He was entertaining on the trip. Haven't seen him in months. Connor, the brave man that he is, took off on his own on one of my many stops through Michigan. Gave him my route, letting him know I'd be making most of my runs through Chicago. Thought that was the last I'd see of the guy. Then I walk into this fine place, and there he is pestering this old fuck. A lazy brush of his hand towards Themer, who was still ignoring us. I've seen that in every major city I visited, all have similar difficulties maintaining sense of law and order. Everyone treats a situation like a free-for-all rather than actively trying to build something, which is what piqued my interest when I heard about Chicago. Despite the city being cut in two, both sides have crafted unique identities and new cultures based upon how they run. Someone should do this city a service and burn it to the ground. I almost dropped my food right out of my mouth when I heard Themer's reply. He didn't flinch nor bother to take a gander at our reactions. Even for being the cynic he was, that was dark. Rather, he just kept going over his inventory of assorted whiskeys, vodkas, and rum, taking a moment between accounting for each bottle's current level of liquid to jot down some numbers on his clipboard. After an awkward, silent 20 seconds, which felt like 50, he picked up on the lack of conversation among the rest of us sitting at the bar with stunned, puzzled looks on weary faces. Seriously? Can no one take a joke anymore? He pushed his papers aside, giving a toss of his pen, leaned forward, bracing himself on the bar with each arm stretched wide, his eyes peering over to ours over the top rim of his reading glasses. This town is a clear reflection of the world we once knew. Nothing has changed, other than the fact that we can see the grim reality of humanity's social decline unfiltered. Right up the street is the line that divides the city in two, with both sides being more shitty than the other. On the north end of town, people pretend things will get better, while down here we are struggling to do something productive rather than wait out the storm that is the end of the world. The world, in the state that we knew it, is dead. And coming to grips with that crippling reality is how people like myself can stay profitable. Some of us have adapted to the new order while refusing the tyranny brandished by men that play pretend. When shit hits the fan, the rule of law becomes null and void. Everything is about survival, and survival is predicated upon action. Forgive me for being rather crass, but at least I am honest about it. The world died. Hell, it was bound to because everyone was playing by old rules designed for outdated systems, while intimidation masqueraded as innovation with every media-numbed mind of the countless sheeple on earth were none the wiser and fell in line hungry to fix whatever consumer-based addictions societal norms deemed to have had. After a brief pause, Connor broke the silence with a puzzled look. For one, that was a lot. All at once. But the ending stuck to me. It's like you've had plenty of time to mull this whole end-of-the-world thing over, to have a more logical perspective on it, correct? Don't get him started. I had to chime in before Themer kicked off onto his endless ramblings on one of his crackpot conspiracy theories. He'll either never shut up, or that shit will get in your head so deep you wish it hadn't. Oh, Scotty doesn't want me talking to a reporter. That sounds like censorship, and an outright slight against my rights as an American. His smile couldn't have added a higher level of smugness to his words. I don't give a crap about your rights. I finished my milk with a hard swallow, then gave the glass a firm tap on the bar. The only rights we have now are the ones we claim for ourselves. Your bar, your rules. Themer dropped the smugness, but not the smile. Yes, it is, Crypt Keeper. Yes, it is. Against my baser instincts, I informed his comment and began circling my pointer finger around the rim of the empty glass, the inside still coated with clumps of powdered milk, with Thamor tuning his attention back to Connor and his small recorder ready for whatever insanity came next. Yes, I have had more than enough time to go over the current state of this city and its woeful inhabitants. 24 hours. Nothing more, nothing less. While everyone was panicking, looting, and fighting over resources, I spent the first day of the reset trying to figure out the why to it all. Why everything went downhill so fast doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Rather, how it was designed for everything to lead up to this point that has relevance. The economy hitting the iceberg was the why, but under the surface hides the how. I purchased this bar, and many, many other properties like it in the fall of 2008, right after the housing market crashed. I did so because there is profit to be made in tragedy. With so many places in foreclosure, it was a very easy investment for someone to come in and take the headache away from the banks. And at bargain prices, no less. The same can be said for the whole cryptocurrency scam. Everyone joined in on the bubble with dollar signs in their eyes, except for the good old USA. Politicians told us that the United States dollar is strong, and we will work well against all other nations converting to a digital currency. By the time they realized they were wrong, it was too late. Instead of foregoing the dollar, we held on to it like idiots, while the rest of the world followed with the conversion. What no one understood was the reality that both traditional and cryptocurrency were not backed by anything other than someone's word. Our government says the dollar has value, so we believe it does. Some website says Bitcoin is going up, so we invest more into it. Both were designed to fail. The part that I refuse to believe is that our government was ignorant of this reality. Connor was hanging on every word. You think Congress has something to do with the collapse? I think not only did they know that both currencies would fail, but they were prepared for them to. Conrad, how many cities have you been on this journalistic endeavor of yours? It's Connor, and I've been to 3. Cincinnati, Indianapolis, and here. Let me guess, they operate the same martial law imposed on the few remaining masses, some form of a government entity presiding over with a dismal sense of rule of law is unbroken, and most importantly, a regular stream of supplies coming into the cities while the mission of maintaining critical infrastructure is pushed as the utmost importance? Hell, mostly, yeah. They pretty much all operate the same way or another. Connor leaned back for a moment, a hand covering his agape mouth. To organize something with that scale would take months. Maybe even years to fine-tune it just right. It looked as though Connor was hit with the biggest revelation of his life, as if he had a glimpse at the face of God. There was a humble sincerity to his reaction to Themor's rant, pain knowing that he never looked at society's downfall having been orchestrated by a government we had collectively been indoctrinated to trust. Obviously, I don't have all the answers, but the point of all of this is that by asking the right questions, the truth comes out on its own. Occam's razor working its magic time and time again. If you have time, I'd love to go into detail about what shape is the Earth. I gave Thamor a smile of my own. That's irrelevant to the discussion. What shape is the Earth? There isn't one. Thamor panned his eyes at us slowly across the bar. It's flat. There was a rupture of laughter followed by a firm hand smacking on the counter. Connor's face became radish red as he let out a laugh so deep he started to cough. It took him a while to catch his breath before he could muster the words to properly describe his reaction. You're one of them, aren't you? A conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat wearing, Alex Jones loving flat earther. You had me there for a minute. That was all it took for Connor to throw away any credibility Thamor thought he had gained. Despite the stranger laughing right at him, Thamor seemed unaffected, although the excitement of continuing to explain his theories brought forth disappointment. More of an exaggerated stereotype than a proper description, but yes, I am a supposed conspiracy theorist. At least I'm questioning the world around me rather than blindly listening to the media. What media? Will chimed in, oats sticking to his bottom lip. Mass media is dead. Everything now goes through the rumor mill. Oh, well, hello to you too. A sharp finger pointed at Will's glass of milk. I see you've learned your lesson. No more of the good stuff for you, I take it. Yeah, sorry about that. Embarrassment returned to Will's cheeks. I think I went a bit too far that night. Oh, you don't have to apologize to me. Jonas is the one to clean up the mess. What a waste, though. Top shelf liquor squandered rather than enjoyed. Each sip brings the stuff closer to extinction. Don't think we'll be seeing any more of that brand here anytime soon. Either way, Thenmore gave a shrug and moved his papers and clipboard to a shelf under the bar. Bound to happen eventually. Not like anyone is distributing anymore. Connor's interest was still aimed at more Thenmore's theories. Humor me. Outside of any conspiracies from the old world, do you have any new ones to share? Well, there has been one that has grabbed my attention, but I don't know enough to make an educated rationality for it. Every now and then I'll get someone that wants to trade in cash. People actually offer you cash? It's all worthless now. There are no more banks, no more government. It's just paper and coins. Trash. Exactly. A rush building in Thenmore's eyes. The ones who offer me cash, I show out the door, but the ones that make no sense to me are the ones that want to offer me things in exchange for money. A few people want to give away valuable goods for a dead currency. Not that I carry much of the stuff outside of older coins with high silver content. So was supply. It's baffled me for months, until I heard the radio broadcast. Finishing his drink, Stephen was the only one that knew what Thenmore was talking about. That crazy guy rambling about the return of everything how it was before the reset? Will leaned forward. There's someone operating a pirate radio in Chicago? Nah, everywhere. At least everywhere I've traveled. It's an hour-long rant, played on a loop, relayed from one working tower to another. Shit blasts all over every channel on the CB. Talks about once we find all the missing crypto crap, money will go back to having value. It's all bullshit. I cross my arms across my chest and kick my leg against the side bar, tipping the stool back. When the reset hit, all crypto accounts were set back to zero. Hence why everyone calls it the reset. It ain't coming back. And that's where the conspiracy theory comes into play. Thenmore given a thrilled smile, narrowing his eyebrows in a sinister fashion. According to him, all the cryptocurrency was never reset, it disappeared. Quickly, all at once, all over the world, every piece of Bitcoin, Ethereum, you name it, all vanished from everyone's digital wallet. The numbers weren't reset back to zero. They all simply moved elsewhere. Chapter 6. The Man in Me. When the Standard Workplace and Wages Act was signed into law, people everywhere reveled at the increased pay for menial labor. That is to say, everyone that was struggling to live off minimum wage. A majority blue Congress set forth legislation designed to uplift the most impoverished Americans in an aggressive attempt to move the poverty line. They structured it as a sword that could be stabbed right into the heart of the largest corporations, with an increase of the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, with mandatory benefits to full-time employees. Full medical, including dental, paid vacations, and maternity leave for both fathers and mothers, along with imposed yearly raises for people that stuck with the same employer, to name a few. Sadly, it was a popular disaster not many people understood was a terrible move. Corporations did what they do best. They found loophole after loophole to avoid following the laws they profited from the least. The quickest remedy to the act was to have as few employees as possible. Almost overnight, traditional employment went the way of the dinosaurs, with becoming an independent contractor the new norm. By convincing people that they could be their own boss, set their own schedules, and make more money than the act could ever promise, hundreds of companies saved millions, if not billions of dollars, by outsourcing work on a contract basis. For a flat rate, people would work far more than would be allowed otherwise, not to mention the massive savings on the overhead of payroll. They avoided paying more per hour than they wanted, along with saving quite a bit of cash on taxes, too. Most people just went along with it, myself included. Already being a jack of all trades, the new landscape of employment fit rather well into my skill set and lifestyle. The future looked very promising, and chances are it would have been if not for the conversion. With Bitcoin leading the many cryptocurrencies, switching over to digital money seemed the logical next step to developing the global economy. Every country believes that, except for America. Congress held a firm conviction in the dollar's strength. That faith slowly suffocated us. China was the first to convert, then India, followed by Germany. One by one, the countries of the world were shifting towards a singular global currency, while our government tried their damnedest to dodge it. Over the course of 2 years, the dollar dipped lower and lower in value until it was worth less than the cost of manufacturing. With the United States dollar being the only formally recognized form of currency in America, our only hope to pull ourselves out of the depression they doomed us to relive was to convert. And then the reset happened. On November 23rd, 2020, everyone's crypto, the world over, disappeared, leaving zero balances and all the digital wallets holding the stuff. As if things weren't already bad enough, they immediately shifted to worse, a hellish nightmare of civil unrest and panic completely taking over society. The anniversary's coming up. Scraping the last few beans stuck to the bottom of the can, I changed the unsettling subject of conspiracies. Does that have anything to do with everyone setting up shop outside? More or less. Themmer put his hands behind him, arching his back with a stretch and accompanying yawn. Word has it your buddy Shaw announced a celebration. The anniversary of the reset lands on Thanksgiving. Can't say I'm too fond of the idea. Celebrating the day the world died while giving thanks to navigating your own survival in a city choked with asphyxiation, but it means more business for me, so naturally, I can't complain. So, it was time I took care of some business of my own. Can I talk to you about something? Themmer gave a heavy sigh as if he knew what I was about to ask him. He gave a nod to the back room, and I left the guys at the bar. He closed the door so we could speak in private, which didn't make me feel any less uneasy. I need a day pass. Eyes locked onto his, I tried to come off serious and not desperate. Just the one. Shaw is sending you north? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that why they made day passes to begin with? So Shaw's lackeys couldn't get back there? I'm supposed to go over the details with him today. What I know is that this job will be my ticket out of this shithole. Somehow that makes me like this even less. He shook his head in disbelief. Somehow that makes me like this even less. He shook his head in disbelief. You guys just had 2 gallons of fresh, usable gas. Why not just use that if you wanted to leave so bad? We both know that wouldn't take us very far. Look, for months, I've had your back while working with Shaw, closing a deal or two wherever I could. I haven't asked for shit outside of the occasional hot meal whenever I stopped by the handle. Taking a moment to compose myself, I reassured my tone. You and I have done right by each other, but last I checked, I still have credit on my tab here. 1 pass is all I ask, and we are square. If you didn't work for Shaw, I'd give you one without question. You're a damn hard worker, skilled in many professions while being a master of none. I find that kind of adaptability valuable, priceless, really. You can trust me. I might have fucked over a few guys since everything went to shit, but I've tried none of that shit on you. Be real shitty of me to ask you to do something that might put your operation at risk. Whether or not I trust you isn't the issue. Propped up against a tower of milk crates filled with mason jars of Themmer's fermenting crops was a chalkboard. You see this? I've been working on it for months. Figured during the holiday I'd display it in front of the shop as a reminder to the times we have all survived through with an idea of where we want to go. It was a detailed and numbered list. 1. Collapse. Complete failure of societal systems to include government rule, enforcement of law, economic downfall, and social unrest on an unprecedented scale, resulting in a massive loss of life due to a broken infrastructure. 2. Survival. Following the unrest brought on by the collapse, we ignore the needs of the many for the benefits of the self, accompanied with a complete breakdown of communication and lack of emotional empathy for the well-being of others. 3. Scavenging. Those who have survived thus far seek to hoard the remaining resources that cannot be manufactured or distributed without a larger supporting system. 4. Rebuilding. An era of establishing a new functional enclave with sustainability in mind for the benefit of many to help one another, rather than for a single individual to live day by day. 5. Reclamation. Having rebuilt a budding society in the ashes of the old world, strides are made to utilize what technologies and resources remain in the ruins to develop a sustainable, utilitarian civilization. What am I looking at exactly? I've dubbed this the phases following the apocalypse. Currently we're in the scavenging phase, Shaw and myself. The north side of town has oddly enough stayed in phase 1. My goal is to make it long enough to see phase 5, which is many years away. Shaw doesn't care about building anything lasting. His only desire is power for power's sake. He is the one I don't trust. Hell, from that perspective, the same can be said for the Chicago Police Department. But I know you, Scott. Well enough to know you don't care about any of their drama, any of their wars. Eventually you'll stop being so selfish and realize we can't reclaim what we lost alone. Although I knew his words came from a place of care, I felt an unsettling mix of emotions building in me. You don't know shit about what I lost, and there isn't shit anyone can do to bring it back. Did that help? Themmer pointed to the antique Rolex on my wrist, halfway hidden by the sleeve of my jacket. Or are there more graves to plunder? Themmer was the only person in town that knew why I came to Chicago, making the long, arduous trek from Austin. A secret not even John knew, though he never asked nor seemed to care. Same with Will, who seemed to hide secrets of his own. Themmer knew too much for me to be comfortable discussing the matter any further. Can you give me a pass or not? How long will it take for you to leave town once you're finished? Immediately. Any way I could convince you to stay and work for me once you're done? Not a chance. Fine. 1 pass. Themmer opened the door leading back to the bar. I'll meet you tomorrow morning at the checkpoint on the bridge. I don't want to know what you're doing or why. You take the pass issued and we say goodbye. We both knew Themmer was risking quite a bit by willing to help us. His trading relationship with the CPD hinged on the fact that he kept any connections with Shaw at a safe distance. God forbid things were to go south on my end, it would prove most disastrous for T. Giving him a respectful nod, I quietly made my way back to the chatter at the bar. Buffalo, dead city. Cleveland, ghost town. Milwaukee, more fuck than here. Stephen was loudly naming off cities, counting each one as he spoke with his long, callous fingers. He had listed 7 by the time I made my way back to the bar, half of the patrons paying close attention. Louisville's seen better days, but still kicking. Most of the major cities I've been through either match Chicago's current state or worse. Consider yourselves lucky this place hasn't gotten as bad as Detroit. With a haunting expression, he vigorously downed a shot, following it up with a deep belch. What's wrong with Detroit? Asked a curious voice from a table. Historically or recently? Either way, the answer would be pretty much the same. Stephen gave himself a forced small chuckle that attempted to hide his worried eyes. Shit. Trust me. It's just fucking bad. People are still there, but they lost any sense of humanity in my book. I'm talking about seeing people do such fucked up shit to survive. It makes this shoppecker and his damn thugs look like fucking Care Bears. If you're going to talk about the outside world. I signaled Jonas for more milk as I took back my seat at the bar. Might as well give him the good, the bad, and the ugly. Stephen gave a burp followed by a long blank stare as if he wondered how many bricks the wall across from him was made of. Fuck it. Barkeep, another shot of whatever. He scanned the place and noticing the faces holding their breath for what he had to say. Before everything went to complete shit, I had it in good with a company that handled distribution. Notice the death machine parked out front, Hermes Distro. No matter how bad things got before the collapse, people and places still needed stuff. Hell, even more so when the damn world ended. Rather than walk away from our day jobs like so many people did, a bunch of us old-timers stuck with what we knew and stuck to our day jobs. Paychecks be damned. Good old HD hooked us up with every comfort we could ask for so long as we did our jobs hauling freight from one major city to another. Over time, many of the cities have fallen, with a few like Chicago somehow still functioning. I made 1 pass through Detroit, and that was enough for me to radio into the big bosses to never send me to that shithole ever again. Ain't no easy way of saying it, but those fuckers are eating people. The room became quieter than it already was upon this revelation. Believe me or don't, I saw what I saw, and I'd rather not think of it again. I'm lucky to be alive after rolling through that town. Hell, this ain't even the friendliest place I've rolled through, but at least the gangs here are reasonable. Oh shit, speaking of which, Themor, I need a bottle of your cheapest hooch. You still taking watches? Themor leaned in, eyes lit with excitement. Depends on the watch. Stephen laid 4 watches on the counter. After a short moment of examination, Themor nodded as he slid a mason jar of clear booze over. What is it with you and the watches? A voice piped up from across the bar. Some guy came in the other day with a bag full of them and you wouldn't take a single one. Yet he just gives you 4 and then suddenly they're worth a whole damn bottle of moonshine? Much like people, some watches are better than others. Our good trucker friend here knows precisely what I'm looking for with timepieces. These 4 watches are crafted with automatic movements, whereas the hapless individual with the grocery bag had cheap Chinese-manufactured court movement watches. One is worth far more than the other. And I think that's our cue to leave. Knowing another rant was on its way, I signaled to John and Will for us to get the hell out of there. Shaw's Church was roughly an hour's walk from Triple T's, headed back the way we came. I wasn't much for backtracking, but I couldn't show up without confirmation of getting a day pass. We had wasted enough time in the tavern and had no choice but to hustle down there if we wanted to make it down there before the sun set, allowing the already frigid air to grow even colder. Thankfully, we dropped off all the extra baggage at the bar, one less thing to slow us down. Everything we needed for the trip was in Will's messenger bag, although traveling this light wasn't the norm for us. We learned to always have some gear on us in case of an emergency, but whatever we would need for the upcoming job, Shaw would most likely provide. Being the fact I was heading north, that meant nothing, as anything I carried to the checkpoint would be held until I returned. That made me wonder, what the hell was I going to do with my gun? After an hour and a half of walking, I noticed Will being quiet. I didn't mind the silence, but it seemed like something was on his mind. You're being awful quiet. Usually when we leave Thamwars, you've got something to say about all the rumors we pick up. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it is all. Will gazed up at the sky, the clouds turning from the faded gray to a light pink. To think things could get so bad that people become so desperate they lose any rational thinking. Thankfully, we'll be long gone before that happens here. I tried my best to reassure him we wouldn't be killed and eaten. Desperate people do desperate things to stay alive. It's the sad state of the world. At least we're not headed anywhere near Detroit. What? He looked confused for a moment. Oh, right. That whole cannibalism thing. Yeah, that's some dark shit. I returned a look of confusion myself. What the hell were you talking about if not that? This whole thing about people still trying to use money? Currency, as of now, is dead. We are on track towards tribalism. This city's a prime example of it. Yet there remain people that actually think things will go back the way they used to be. Isn't that the dream? To have everything fixed so we can go back to how it was before? Sure, for some. Like those people up north, living as if nothing's changed. But most of us still prefer the change. I slowed my pace to walk closer to Will, trying to piece together his madness. You're telling me you would rather shit stay like this? You enjoy living like this? Hell no. In fact, I hate every moment of it. Compared to how my life was before this major downgrade. I used to have a big office, people beneath me to take care of matters I'd rather not, and a shitload of money to spend how I please. My whole life was everything so many people envied. But then I see how the reset has affected everyone else. Yeah, it's a daily struggle now, but many people are better off than they were before. Hell, look at you, Scott. You seem to have adjusted pretty well. Easy for you to say. I became bitter having briefly heard of his lavish lifestyle. I didn't have a choice. I wasn't a doctor. Will gave a hearty laugh. Neither was I. If it wasn't for the time crunch we were facing, I would have stopped dead in my tracks. Will wasn't a doctor? If he wasn't, then how the hell did he get a badge for the hospital up north? How was he working there while John and I were up there? How did he know so much about the different pills we scavenged? There's a lot to unpack with that statement. Continuing his laughter. Trust me, the more you know, the messier the details. Try me. What do you want to know? If you're not a medical professional, which may I remind you we all thought you were, how the hell did you have a job working at the hospital? That's where the details get complicated. I'm a lobbyist. John signed over to me. What is he going on about? I returned. He's talking about his real job. Turns out he's not a doctor. What is he then? I thought of the proper phrase to sign back. A political con artist. John gave a smirk. Sounds about right for him. Any other surprises I should know about? I turned back to Will, who looked pleased with my reaction. Or are they messy too? What can I say? I'm a surprising guy. But not really. Nothing of importance, at least. To make a long story short, my role up north was to facilitate things to keep the hospital afloat. Stephen's deliveries being one of them. So why did you leave after meeting us? Timing. We all wanted out of there for our own reasons when the time came, which was right when you two showed up. Good way of avoiding the question. Thanks. I'm glad someone's picked up on that talent of mine. Although he was renowned for running his mouth, Will was tight-lipped about any specific details regarding his life. Somehow the idea of people still hanging on to a faded lifestyle encouraged him to open up, if only for a moment. For the first time, I found myself interested in something he had to say. Up to this point, I had spent months working alongside him, hell, even living with him, but would tune him out regularly. He fit in with us well as far as surviving was concerned. He had a talent for going on runs. If we came across someone desperate enough to challenge us, Will would use that vexatious charisma of his to either talk them down or provide a distraction long enough for one of us to get in a couple hits on him. He wasn't much for physical altercations, so I never gave him much weight in a fight. We each had our skills tailored for the ever-changing environment of Chicago. Wheels were best suited for the challenges presented in the north. Seriously. The tower of the church came into focus a few blocks ahead of us as the sun began to set. If you lived so well before, why not just stay up north? Aside from the whole martial law thing, it seems to be the best fit for someone like you. I'm nothing like the people up there. I only came to Chicago to do a job, not ride out the apocalypse in comfort. The more I came to know about my role out here, the less I believed any of it would work. Eventually, everything would fail. Once I put all the pieces together, the moment I realized all the bullshit, I figured I'd head west. I had more questions about his line of work, but I figured I'd save them for later. What the hell was a lobbyist doing in Chicago? Let alone the fact I hadn't the foggiest idea of what they did outside of bribe politicians. It wasn't the strangest thing I'd seen. Stephen was still working for a company making deliveries, meaning that somewhere had to be infrastructure set up to accommodate employees. The North did away with money, having moved over to a state-run voucher system designed to ration resources out to people depending on their jobs, which were also assigned by the powers that be. As impossible as it might seem to me, parts of the old world changed their operations to fit into a world where money was a worthless thing of the past. A low rumble of voices rose as we approached the church, a group of people filing inside through the massive hand-carved doors. The building was a Gothic aesthetic, straight lines ended in sharp points, dark stained glass windows, and many stone arches that went up 3 stories. The place was a medieval fortress that dominated the surrounding area, presenting a sense of unease to everyone that drew near. If not from the church itself, then those living out of it. Everyone carried a weapon, from baseball bats to hunting rifles and AR-15s. Shaw's gang was well equipped, and damn near every one of them enjoyed flaunting off their firearms. We ignored the faces Mad Dog and the 3 of us as we filed into the church. Safe to say, except for John, Will and I were fish out of water. Out of our element only based on the light pigmentation of our skin. Like it or not, this was our group as a whole. A motley crew of unsavory characters that matched the unsettling stereotype of your typical urban gangbanger. I just saw them as a bunch of assholes. The pews that once lined neat rows in the main sanctuary had been pushed and stacked along the west wall, leaving the room wide open for the crowd, slowly filling every available space. Each wall was composed of several arches leading from the entrance towards the stage. The fading twilight of the setting sun shone through the windows within each towering stone arch, a colorful drama depicting an epic scene from the Bible. Eve's temptations, Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt, Noah braving the storm, and David conquering Goliath, to name a few. It was more than enough to inspire faith in the hopeless and fear in the hearts of the devoted. As we navigated our way closer to the stage, I noticed the largest window had been altered. It depicted the final moments of Christ, dying for our sins as he was nailed to a crucifix. However, someone had tagged America in bright red spray paint across the width of the scene. I found it somewhere between artistic expression and defiant disrespect. Bright lights were turned on, lighting up the stage, accompanied with the steady pound of bass coming from the speakers, haphazardly placed at either end. A great way for Shaw to enter was showcasing his acquired power, literally. Most of the people that surrounded me hadn't showered in months, let alone had access to electricity. Thumping bass grew louder as the kick and snare were tossed in. Every one of Shaw's meetings had a larger-than-life feeling to him, a formality he commanded disguised as a concert. His audience reveled in the song as the intro faded to the first verse of digitized drums and strings. There was a loud cheer clamoring for his presence on stage. Will and I looked at each other, both rolling our eyes at the theatrics. I noticed John was nodding his head to the time of the beat, his eyes squinting from the lights. He couldn't hear a damn thing, so it must have been an interesting coincidence. A quick dart of my attention went back to the stage as the crowd's cheers became screams of admiration. A tall, well-dressed black man took his spot on the stage. Red and white retro Jordans fit comfortable to his feet, designer dark blue jeans tight to his legs with stylized holes circled with white threads of fabric held on by a belt with a bright gold buckle, large jewel rings adorned several fingers, and a black blazer layered on top of a bright blue hoodie. Style and comfort were both second to his appearance of lavish taste. He embodied excessive wealth in an almost gaudy fashion. Long dreadlocks were tied in a tight ponytail, with few strands let loose on the left side of his face, each side of his face shaved in a well-groomed fade. In all his horrific glory, this was none other than Shaw Davis. "How's everyone enjoying themselves?" Shaw gave a smile, his teeth pristine and white, as he gave a clap. The crowd cheered again and then slowly lowered their voices as the music faded. If you ask me, I think we've been doing pretty well. Chicago, our home, is now our playground. If we want it, we take it. Honestly, it's been a long, hard year. We've lost a lot of good people because of the pigs on the other side of that wall. On the same note, they've also pushed new members in our direction. As we all know, the anniversary of the big old reset is coming up. Everyone has been hard at work celebrating how far we've come while remembering everything that we have lost. So we will party tonight where they can see us. They will know that we are not afraid as we get lit as fuck in the handle. So the booth being set up across from Triple T's was Shaw's idea. No way he would put himself that close without a plan other than a party. I've been working hard too, thinking about what was. Sean turned to the graffiti on the window behind him. America. Land of the free? Home of the brave? Fuck that. America is dead, and all the false promises with it. Generations have been placed under heel by people no better than any of us. The only freedom they have allowed us was to fill the pockets of those who wish to take advantage of us. Not a single accolade of accomplishment has ever been granted for our endeavors. Not until now. Now we have truly been given a second chance to etch our destinies into the corpse of America. It is time we buried the old world. That includes everyone on the other side of that wall hiding behind the blue, thinking they're above the laws meant to protect us. Shaw pointed a sharp finger north as the crowd reveled in a growing uproar. Before the reset, Uncle Sam turned a blind eye to the millions of us being born to nothing, passed on for every basic opportunity, and granted lower than bare fucking minimum. The country that ignored its own is now dead, along with all its laws. All that remains of the broken society we struggled in are the pretenders on the other side of the barricade. As we fight for our lives down here, they live guarded from the new world. I plan to bring them to heel under the new order. The uninitiated would think Shaw's speech as a tyrannical rambling with a large severity of racial undertones, when in actuality it was tyrannical. Racial tension was a weapon to Shaw, not the core issue. Shaw was a defender of any marginalized group of minorities, and it just so happened that most of his followers were black men from broken homes. The kind of men that learn more from the streets than a book, all due to the unfortunate circumstances they were born into. Men of rightful anger, at least in their eyes, and a desire to place reparations of vengeance upon anyone better off and stationed than they were. Here I was, a tall, skinny white boy from Texas, standing quiet next to the rallied cries of guys that were once seen as nothing more than eligible voters for hypocritical politics that lied about having their best interests at heart. It didn't matter how long I spent working alongside this group. Their misdirected hatred terrified me more than enough to get the hell out of town. To them, I could be seen as an enemy in Shaw's declaration. "Where's my runners at?" Shaw's name for those of us who went on supply runs for him. As he looked over the crowd, his eyes met mine. "There's my favorite ginger. You and your boys, get the hell up here." He opened his arms wide across the stage. "Welcome, my guests of honor." Reluctantly, John, Will, and myself made our way onto the stage, following a few of the other runners. Though there were only 7 steps, each one felt worse than the last. I didn't mind meeting Shaw. Rather, I had a literal case of stage fright. A single gangbanger didn't bother me. Didn't matter if he was a leader or not. There was a weight to having all those eyes peering on me up from the crowd. Almost 100 people, very few of which being women, looking up and expecting something out of me. I didn't want to give them a damn thing, especially not in any sense of agreement with Shaw's plans, whatever they may be. Each of us walked over to Shaw, who stood ethereal in the rays of the fading sunlight beaming down onto him from the stained glass. What I saw was nothing more than another survivor the crowd rallied as something so much more. The stage, the light, the show he put on for everyone enhanced his charisma. As he criticized others for living in a ruined fantasy land, he embraced the same notion, leveling himself to match the very people his words pledged vengeance upon. Knowing this mattered little, since his very presence also affected me. If I didn't remind myself of how dangerous he was, I too could be persuaded to drink the tainted Kool-Aid. My boys. A sincere joy emanated as he gave each of us a firm grasp of our hands, pulled to his chest with a quick pat on our back. My brothers. Each of your efforts is why all of this. I stood next in line for his grace, eyes locked onto mine with his finger pointing up, circling the room. Is possible. I held out my hand and was returned with a quick shake, a nod of approval, then a release as he moved on to the next runner. John received an enthusiastic handshake, and Will was given nothing more than a small chuckle as Shaw turned back to the audience. There were 13 of us standing behind Shaw, 2 of which were the pricks that gave Stephen a hard time back outside the tavern. Although I was standing with the rest of them, I didn't feel part of the group. I knew my place among them, a token, the key to the north side, much like they were all my ticket out of here. The gears are in motion. Soon this city will be ours. But now, more than ever, we need to prepare for the coming fires of our ambitions. My runners will set the stage for what comes next. For now, rest while you can, because on the 23rd of November, we celebrate not only the anniversary of the reset, but the dawn of a new age. In 2 short days, the sins of those who wronged countless generations will come to pass. Soon they should wear our chains as we take everything they built for ourselves. Eye for a motherfucking eye. The uproar increased with fists and guns pointed high in the air. Given no specifics, Shaw flawlessly fueled the rage of the crowd just by using the right words, much like a tactful politician. With his speech, however, he turned to us and motioned us all toward the back of the church. I followed everyone through the offices and outside to a large garage. 2 of Shaw's larger thugs stood guard in front of the door. One stepped aside while the other opened the door. We filed in one by one to see a cluttered workshop. Every surface was covered in circuit boards, wires, and a random assortment of electrical equipment. The most notable thing here was a dirty, withered man hunched over a desk littered with documents. "Come say hello to our friend, Scott." Shaw walked over to the hollow shell of a man. "He's been hard at work for us ever since you dropped him off. Best damn thing you ever gave me." There was a chain latched to his right ankle that led up a long metal arm attached to the motor of a ceiling fan. This allowed for him to move around the room without being able to leave. God knows the hell this man had been through, and it was one I personally delivered him to. After all the shit I had done to survive after the reset, witnessing this made me sick to my stomach more than anything. Guilt hit me like a ton of bricks, but I refused to show the slightest shred of it. "I'm glad he's proved useful." Words I choked on internally, yet flowed like smooth butter from my lips. Sure was a pain in the ass getting back down here. Just as much a pain to get him to accept his fate here. Shaw gave the guy a quick rub on his shoulders, making him recoil closer to the desk. But if he does his part for us, he knows he'll be free to go. I looked at John and Will for any kind of reaction from them. Will kept his eyes to the ground, avoiding any kind of reality to sink in. John didn't seem too bothered by everything, but that could be since I had signed nothing to him in a while, so I knew he was ignorant of the whole thing. That and the fact that he never accompanied us bringing him in to begin with. John had no idea who this guy was. As Shaw walked away, the man turned his head towards the rest of us. Asian, my age, matted hair, thin facial hair, large uncomfortable bags under his eyes. The guy looked like shit. He gave a dip of his brow as he saw me, angry for what I did to him. Kim didn't deserve this, but I wanted to leave this dumpster fire of a city enough to trade his life for my escape. Everyone was an asset, a resource to be used one way or another. I didn't care about kidnapping 100 guys like Kim so long as it continued to improve my standing with Shaw, which would lead me closer to getting what I needed from him. Once I had everything lined up, I would flip this city to the bird, never to return, as I rode off into the sunset. I regret every decision I have made up to this point, having known the fate of one of the many men I have brought to Shaw against their will. Standing here merely 10 feet away from Kim made it all so real. The consequences of my actions manifested to reality, awakened deep from their hiding place in my subconscious. I couldn't ignore him standing before me, but I could shrug off the feeling that surfaced from his presence. "So what's the point of all this?" Will chimed in with a dash of irritation in his voice as he was visibly upset after seeing Kim's current condition. "Did you bring us back here to show us how you abuse your new pet, or is there something relevant for us to see?" Without flinching at Will's blatant disrespect, Shaw turned to one of his goons that initially led us in the garage and gave a tilt of his head towards Will. Before he could realize what happened, Will fell down to his knees with one hand held close to his stomach. He had just been slammed hard in the belly with the stock of a shotgun. There was a repeated gasp for air as his back arched, his lungs struggling to catch his breath. After a few attempts of shallow choking, Will took a large swallow of air, following several deep, dry coughs. "I'm sorry." Shaw knelt down before him, roughly grabbed his hair, pulling his head up to meet his breathless gaze. "I couldn't make out the bullshit with all that wheezing. Want to try again?" Without hesitation, Will weakly shook his head no, his hair still caught firmly in Shaw's grasp. "This one talks too much." Shaw stood up, bringing Will along to his knees, still struggling to breathe. "But he's right to question why I brought you all here." He let go of Will's hair, giving a gentle pat on his head. "I've got plans, right? So what are those plans and how do you all factor into it? Let me break it down first. Dish out the cliff notes. Kim here was offered to join our operation months ago. We needed him for that big Asian brain of his. Master of electrical engineering, right up our fucking alley. We've been without power and communication since shortly after the reset. I wanted to use him for every talent he had, but he declined my offer of a partnership and ran his scared yellow ass across the barricade. While little Kim was off helping the opposition, we stayed the course, making shit work when it shouldn't have. My plan for the city is to get everyone on an even playing field. Everyone that has struggled on the south side is just as deserving of the opportunity to share in the same comforts as those in the north." Shaw began to raise his voice as he paced about the room. "Yet they hide behind a wall, keeping us out from a greater chance at life, reduced to living day by fucking day, scratching out a hollow existence rather than partaking in the joys of living. The days of us being knocked down, spat on, and taken advantage of are over." Who exactly is us? Rather than silently pondering the question to myself, I prated my query aloud, causing a disturbed look from Shaw. "If you don't mind me asking, our side of town has become rather diverse in the past year. Just looking to ensure that we're all fighting for each other when the time comes." Shaw looked over to Will, who had just regained the strength to stand. "Take notes, Doc. At least when the hillbilly interrupts me, he does so with an ounce of tact." He placed a heavy arm across my back, pulled me in close by my shoulder. "I like you, Scott. Do you know why?" "Because I take action before asking unusual questions?" "That's true, yes. I like you because no matter how much you might want to leave Chicago, you've been here long enough to give a fuck about it." Shaw let go of the smile, laughing at me for reasons I didn't care to understand. "The us I speak of is everyone that has been trampled on by the establishment. The rules and order of the old world. This nation died of a sickness. A cancer introduced at the highest levels of government designed to choke the underprivileged masses. Scott, you've seen it too, in your own way. You've witnessed firsthand the failing of a corrupt system. I know that because if you had not then, you wouldn't be here now. You'd either be dead or still up north. The people living up there are part of the disease, while you are the cure." Shaw definitely had a way with words. It wasn't too hard to tell that before the collapse I didn't live the smoothest life. Made the transition to my current station easy. Somehow I felt he was trying to say that I was like him. Looking back over to Kim reminded me I wasn't. "The cure, huh?" I gave Shaw a chuckle of sarcasm. "You're a goddamn poet." With a quick lick of his lips, Shaw clapped his hands. "Fuck yeah! We are the cure, boys!" A cheer of approval came from everyone except Will, John, and myself, and, of course, Kim. "So what is your plan to level the playing field?" Shaw motioned to everyone to quiet down, his ego still enlarged from the positive reception. "That depends on you. Did you get the day pass?" November 16th, 2020. 2 weeks. Nick gave me 2 weeks to sort everything out and keep our top investors on board. His friends in high places were members of an economic subcommittee in Congress, an official federal team assembled to get our money issues back on track. After our meeting, the two of us left on Nick's chartered jet to Washington, D.C. to meet with them in person. I didn't want to leave Boston, but I had little choice in the matter. This needed to be resolved, not just for me, but for everyone. As with everything in life, there was a catch. The proposal set before us was to willingly grant control of Plata's and all of its property over to the government. The idea was to do what we initially planned, turn it into the new digital U.S. Mint. What rubbed me the wrong way was the urgency of the whole thing. I felt pressured to sign my baby away. This company started from a single GPU in my bedroom while I was still in high school, back when cryptocurrency was nothing more than obscurity on the internet. Eventually, Nick came into play and helped it grow to the size it is now, but even without his money, I was the one that did all the legwork. There was no way in hell I would throw away all the sacrifices, the long hours, the trying times, the ebbs and flows of the market. Every fiber of my being wanted to tell them no outright. The nerve of them to take my hard work away from me under the guise of the greater good. I played coy, took the high road, and told them I needed time to decide. Nick pressed me on the issue, but I reminded him that he gave me 2 weeks. We agreed to return to Boston so long as I gave them an answer after a week. Before we left, some senator from Michigan made an unsettling remark about Tyler. She had made a mention of him being deployed, and she could arrange for him to come home early, or paperwork could get lost, resulting in him being away for longer. It was a scare tactic. It worked. I was definitely scared of not being able to see my husband. What the bitch didn't know was that Tyler knew how much Plattus meant to me, and that if he were here now, he would urge me not to sign anything. All across the country, there are millions of people counting on their government to fix everything. Unaware, that means taking away something that belongs to me. People are dying of starvation, and I can only focus on what matters to me. I used to care about the lives of strangers. For all my life, I wanted more for those not as privileged as myself, and I still want that. But not this way. Not by having my pride and joy ripped away from me. Maybe I'm just being selfish, and should just sign the damn papers. Trust is holding me back more so than fear. For over a year, I've been gearing up a partnership to integrate Plattus with the Federal Reserve. Why would Congress refuse a thoroughly thought-out partnership? Because it's obvious they want full control over all of our operations. That's what makes me uneasy. The unknown of how they will ruin a good thing. We're on our way back now. Nick is enjoying the luxuries provided in the private jet while I sit writing. Seeing him enjoy himself makes me loathe him even more. By agreeing to take his money to grow my company, I sold my soul to the devil. It's time I took it back. Chapter 7. Run to the Hills. Breathless, motionless, my nerves became frozen as fear took a paralyzing hold over me. Greg had placed his hand on my shoulder in his attempt to stop me from crashing into him. How the hell was I going to talk myself out of this? Jesus, kid. He looked me up and down with a disgusted frown. You look like you've seen a ghost. I didn't know what to say, but glanced down the hall to the living room. Greg followed my gaze, raising an eyebrow as he turned to look the same way. With a soft chuckle coupled with a heavy sigh, he let go of my shoulder. Well, that answers that. He patted me on the back, nearly knocking me down as my legs were still locked, frozen in terror. Let's get you home. What are you doing here? I should ask you the same thing. Notice how I haven't? The warmth of blood flow returned to my veins, releasing me from my stillness. Well, I expected a more hostile, commanding reaction. He didn't seem to care about me being in the house. Your business is your own. I don't care where you go, because you're not my responsibility. He took a moment to direct me to the now open front door. Your parents are looking for you. Now, before it gets any colder, let's get you back home. We made our way towards the pond at the far side of the cul-de-sac. As we made our way towards the pond at the far side of the cul-de-sac, I noticed the sun was setting, the clouds bleeding a faint pink across the sky. I had lost track of time talking to Jessica. Our conversation might not have been extensive, but the wait between transmissions must have been a lot longer than I had realized. There was no doubt my parents would lecture me the moment I walked in the door. I always made sure to be back long before the sun started going down. This would absolutely complicate my plan to leave. The father came asking for food a few months ago. Greg tilted his head back at the house. Your mother told him no. When he persisted to plead for aid, she ought to drive him out of the community. She wanted him to no longer be a nuisance. I was stunned by Greg yet again. So it's your fault they are dead? Not one bit. We drove the guy to a shopping center just outside of Battle Creek, hot-wired a car for him, and wished him the best of luck. The idea was that he would get what he needed and bring it back to his wife and daughter. For whatever reason, the guy never came back. Even when we go against her wishes, Gervais always seems to get what she wants, one way or another. Why didn't you and the other guards go check on them when he never returned? First off, kid, I'm not a rent-a-cop pulling a detail down at the mall. Guarding is what I do, but not my actual job. I've been assigned to protecting your mother for longer than you've been alive. I figured she would have schooled you on agent being the proper term. But I'm not one for formalities where there doesn't have to be, which is why I've always been on a first-name basis with your sister and you. He was just as focused as always, not a single sign of irritation. As for them back there, they're not our responsibility. They had a man at the house, someone meant to protect and provide for him. We gave him a hand up when he expected a hand out. He failed them, not us. I don't lose sleep over it. That's cold. He raised an eyebrow. If what you saw back there bothers you, then consider yourself lucky to be living behind these walls. There's some shit out there that will haunt you for the rest of your days. As we approached the door, a light flurry of snow started coming down. Hardly noticeable, tiny flakes drifted in the wind, hitting the final rays of the day's sun as they made their way to the ground where they melted on impact. Greg gave a look of disapproval, then turned to me. Don't say a word. Let me do the talking. As soon as we were inside, footsteps hit the wooden floor with a rush, an urgency to reprimand my tardiness. What do you have to say for yourself? You know better than to stay out this late. Senator Gervais, if I may. Mom's irritation grew, a flush of red rising in her cheeks. Quickly. I found Andrew here in one of the houses nearby. Turns out he found someone's personal stash. He then pulled out an old magazine out of his coat and handed it over. Must have lost track of time while looking at the pictures. Greg handed my mother, a United States Senator, an old, tattered Playboy magazine. Her irritation quickly turned to embarrassment as she gave it back to him as soon as she realized what she was holding. Needless to say, I shared the feeling of humiliation as I swiftly looked at the floor to break any chance of eye contact. Well, that is to say, Greg. Her words were all over the place, her usual perfect composure broken. Please address this for his father and I. This is unsettling. And with that, she was gone. It struck me with a heavy confusion. What just happened? You owe me, kid. Greg gave the slightest sign of a smile, a dash of humanity in that old, grizzled soul. Like I said, I've been around your mother long enough to know how to handle her. I don't want to know how you know my mother doesn't like porn. Are you honestly that dense? Your mother is as left-wing as they come, but her roots are in family values. Do you have any idea how many times she's advocated for bills that target the adult film industry? Hell, have you ever seen her after speaking at a gay pride rally? Sexuality is a weapon. It's a kryptonite. As progressive as she may be, Senator Gervais is still traditional. To her, sex should be had but not spoken about. That actually makes sense. I recalled that neither of my parents gave me the birds and the bees conversation. Rather, they had the family physician give me the long-winded medical explanation. Greg simply shook his head, told me good night, and left. That's when I realized just how lucky I was. No one would bother me for the rest of the night. Maybe not even all day tomorrow. It would be a while before Mom and Dad would talk to me now that they thought I was some sex-crazed hormonal pervert. If there ever was a perfect time to leave undetected, it was now. Chapter 8. The Unforgiven. There wasn't a moment to lose as my phone vibrated, rattling the nightstand as the alarm went off. I got a few hours of sleep before enacting my escape plan. The trip to Grand Rapids wouldn't be an easy one on foot, so some rest was better than none. Being as efficient as possible, I went to bed fully clothed, with my bag packed and ready to go. Once my parents went to sleep, I raided the kitchen, grabbing 3 MREs and 2 liters of bottled water, stuffing them in an old backpack. If I moved fast enough, it would be more than enough to last me the trip there and back. Jessica had a truck, so chances are the return trip would only take about 30 minutes. As far as mapping out the trip, I was at a loss. Without cell service, there was no way I could look up directions. At least I had a digital download of the area in my Maps app. It may not give me turn-by-turn directions, but at the very least I could figure it out on my own. The best route I could find that coupled the shortest distance with easy terrain was to head south, crossing the river into Lowell, through the town and crossing another river, following the road until I reached Highway Route 96, then following that west until I reached the city. Seems straightforward, but to play it safe, I would have to be off the pavement and far enough away to not be seen by anyone driving down it, while being close enough to not be trudging through rough ground that would slow me down. All that was left for me to do was to keep an eye on Greg. Thanks to last night's snowfall, I didn't want to leave any footsteps for him to notice as he made his early morning trip to wherever he goes before the sun rises. Forcing myself to be patient, I kept a vigilant lookout through my bedroom window, waiting for him to leave. The sun had just started to rise, so I don't think I would have seen him if he left at all. With a sliver of sunlight shining across the horizon, an orange hue painted the sky, lighting up the white earth around the house. That's when I noticed Greg's footsteps leading away into the woods. How long ago did he leave? How long had I been wasting my time in that room when I could have been making real progress? Every movement was a chore. I had to be quieter than I ever attempted. Slowly, methodically, I snuck across the hall, down the stairs, down to the front door. Carefully and quietly, I slid my arms through my jacket, not bothering to make a noise trying to button it up in the dark. A soft turn of the door handle with quick, sharp breaths as I momentarily fought back cold feet, and I was free. With the door closed without a sound behind me, the easiest part of my journey was now complete. The first challenge I faced was figuring out how to leave the community. I could have made my way through the gate and tried to meander my way through the twists and curves of the road, but more likely than not, I would have just confused myself. With so much attention being paid to the great stretch of my trip, I completely ignored the layout of Esther's escape. To make matters worse, I left my phone upstairs with only the notes and a poorly drawn paper map I made by candlelight. If I couldn't go through the community, I could always go around it. Esther's escape was walled tight with one exception: Centennial Gardens. Our small housing community bordered the Lowell State game area, whatever that is. Although there were no walls between us and the greater community of Esther, any home sharing a backyard with the game area didn't have a large stone wall as a dividing line. The lot at the end of the cul-de-sac with 2 trees and a bench along the pond were technically in the game area land. All I had to do was enter the game area and follow the houses until I reached the front gate. There was a downside. Doing so would lead me in the same direction that Greg went, footsteps in the snow and all. Being that I didn't have any other options, the most logical yet senseless move for me to make was to follow Greg, matching my footsteps and his until I came to a spot with little to no snow so I could deviate back on track. Eventually, my escape was bound to be discovered by someone. I was just trying to put as much distance between myself and my family until that happened. Having already decided to leave in the first place, there was no sense of backing down now. I made my way with eyes to the ground ever so carefully to place my feet into his steps. Trying to keep a good pace was difficult at first, but after about 5 or 10 minutes of doing so, I could match his stride almost effortlessly, with only 1 or 2 slightly off steps here and there. It became a cakewalk, but I couldn't let minor victories go to my head just yet. One noticeably bad step would stick out like a sore thumb, making all of this effort pointless. As I neared the tree line, I had hoped that his steps would have faded into the snowless dirt beneath the branches of the evergreens near the pond. Rather, they had headed south where the mass of trees was thinner, with many of the towering oaks having lost almost all of their leaves. This will be a long morning. I cursed every step as I followed through with my idiotic decision. By the time I reached a spot where Greg's footsteps had finally faded, with the forest becoming thicker with vegetation, I was so far away from Centennial Gardens I couldn't see a single house. The good news was that I could move freely without the risk of leaving footsteps behind. The bad news was that now I had no idea which way Greg went. Running into him would shut down my whole stealth operation, but it was a risk I had no choice but to take. Lowell was south, so to stay on track I had to keep the rising sun to my left. Also, I didn't have to keep my eyes to the ground anymore, which meant that I could keep a lookout for any sign of him approaching from the direction I was headed. For the first time the whole morning, I could breathe a breath of relief instead of the anxiety I had been. That too was short-lived as a rumble came from the sky. A growing hum turned to a rattling grumble of an engine. I looked above me to see an airplane headed the same way I intended to travel. I couldn't make it out enough to catch anything specific on its appearance due to the crowd of trees obscuring my view. It was gray, almost blending into the slight overcast sky. Then something dropped out the back of it as it flew far. Away from me, with a large orange parachute slowing its descent. As the item made its descent, I noticed it was a wooden box. Could this be one of the supply crates that had been keeping us fed for the past year? Whatever was falling was making its way close enough for me to look. Curiosity got the better of me as I instinctually made my way to the landing site. My speedy walk turned to a hastened jog, and before I knew it, my legs were sprinting through the forest, dodging trees to my left and right. At that moment, all thoughts of seeing Jessica disappeared, and were replaced with the nagging questions that had been my obsession since my arrival to Michigan. I saw this as another piece of the puzzle that was my imprisonment, disguised as my protection from the hostile outside world. Here I was, freely running towards my first face-to-face contact with another person, a new face in the form of a box falling from the sky. Perhaps not a single concern would be addressed once I got close enough, but something was better than nothing. I craved information, regardless of whether I understood it. Upon reaching a faded line of trees, I forced myself to a sudden halt before entering a clearing. Two things became clear. I was safer among the balding trees, and I wasn't alone. Hidden as best I could behind a thick oak, I looked across an open field. A clearing wide and open with a large crate tipped on its side with the bright orange fabric of its parachute flapping steadily in the breeze. There was someone else running towards the box from the other end of the clearing. Was this special delivery meant for him and not my family? Were there more people hiding away out here, like us, only leaving the safety of their home for a drop of supplies? Whomever was out there ran with a fury, not wanting to be out in the open for too long. Another realization came to mind, as sharp as a knife, gliding across my skin. This stranger wasn't the only one out here. Greg's footsteps may have faded, but he was still roaming around somewhere unseen. Neither could foresee the horror to come next. Merely steps away from reaching his goal, the stranger was struck down with an arrow to the chest. He fell to his knees, tumbled down to his side, tossing up small flakes of white powder as he rolled painfully in the snow. A gurgling moan of agony echoed across the clearing as I shoved my hands to hush any noise to emanate from my lips. At that moment, I didn't know who was more shocked, the stranger or myself. Was this the horror I was urged not to witness? The terror they held me in safety from? Seeing the mother and daughter dead reminded me that there was so much my mother indoctrinated me to ignore, the chaos taking place just outside my home. Seeing someone dying before my very eyes had me regretting ever wanting to know anything. In that moment, I prayed for the bliss of ignorance. That was until I saw him stepping through the clearing, crossbow in hand, towing a steady stride I would recognize anywhere, especially after walking those same steps all morning. My heart became still for a moment, hushing along with my breath. Striking me to the core, my thoughts became paralyzed. Greg had just delivered a killing blow to someone, with me bearing witness. I felt numbness creep into my bones, freezing me motionless behind the tree, although not allowing my eyes to turn away. As he made his approach, I remained transfixed to the mortally wounded man upon the massacre in the white frosted field of the glade. Greg looked no larger than the size of my thumb. He was a good distance away, but I could still make out his motions. Upon reaching the man on the ground, Greg gave him a firm kick, rolling him from his side to his back. Placing a foot on his chest, Greg reached down and retrieved his bolt. With the bolt's removal, blood began to leak out of the entry wound, covering the disturbed snowfall, turning it to a glossed bright red. He flicked the bolt a few times, splattering blood onto the ground, and then took a cloth out of his pocket and wiped it down. He locked the bolt back into its firing position in the crossbow, and then leaned on the side of the box. The glade filled with the creaking echo of snapping wood as Greg began opening the crate. Once the lid popped off, he crouched down, pulling out two small camouflage bags that looked to be an envelope. Opening a letter, he stood silently over a fresh corpse, as if it wasn't even there. After a moment, he lowered the letter still in his hand and erupted in a roar. "Seriously?" He gave several kicks to the now empty box. Whatever was written in that letter really sent him off. It was then that I finally felt my breath return along with the hastened rhythm of my heartbeat. Seeing the event before me still made me more than uneasy, but my prying questions returned to the forefront of my mind. What was written in that letter? Greg always acted with the utmost professionalism, so much so that it made him seem robotic. Seeing him lash out like that gave him a dash of humanity to his already stern persona. Regaining his composure, he grabbed the bags and tucked the letter into his pocket. I noticed something he missed that piqued my attention. When he pulled his hand out of his pocket, the letter fell to the ground. It must have been the thickness of his gloves preventing his fingers from feeling the slip. Slinging the crossbow over his shoulder, he walked back the way he came, leaving me in a very precarious situation. Should I go for the letter or not? Let alone me not feeling comfortable returning home after seeing Greg kill someone, all I could think of was whether that note held any information of value. I needed to stay the course, stick to the plan. Jessica would be waiting for me, and I couldn't risk anything that would keep me from getting to her. But the letter was only a few yards away. Greg had taken off already, so the risk would be minimal. I sat there debating with myself for a while, risk over reward, but it didn't matter as I knew I would go after the letter no matter what, the risk be damned. Once enough time since Greg's departure had elapsed, I forced myself off the ground, my legs still struck cold with nerves. Taking in rapid breaths to psych myself up, I gave a few arm pumps to get myself ready for the same fatal sprint the stranger took. Ignoring the negative thoughts of a bolt to my back, I took off towards the crate. Each step kicked up flakes of snow as I dashed into the glade. Adrenaline began hitting my veins, making my heart pump fire into my limbs. Was it because of my fears, or did I relish the feeling? As soon as the box was only a few feet away, I dropped, sliding into the side of it with a solid thump. I had made it this far and still in one piece, but I didn't want to waste time checking myself for any unnoticed injuries. The letter had landed next to the head of the man Greg had shot. With no time for hesitation, I grabbed the letter and pushed myself back to my feet. My lungs began to burn as I took in quick, shallow breaths. There wasn't any time for me to breathe. I had to run fast, back to the safety of the trees, lest I become another body added to the clearing. The sprint seemed pointless once I stopped running. Having ran deep back into the woods, I was spent. My limbs became jelly as my knees buckled, begging me to rest. Finding a large mass of decaying vegetation and branches, I took a seat on the dirt. That would prove as great a hiding place as any, letting me take the time I needed for my breath to catch up. The letter held tight in my hand. I opened it as deep exhales of exhaustion bellowed clouds of frost from my mouth. Might as well read this thing I worked so hard to get. Agent Stranding. Communications have been compromised. Be advised NW Zone has fallen. Executing safeguard operations. Prepare to escort Senator Gervais to the Windfall Zone, Denver, Colorado. Family is not mandatory. Final drop in 1 week. Weather conditions pending. Drop will be the last. There was no signature or note of who wrote it at the bottom. According to the letter, this has been how we've been getting supplies for the last year, and that in 1 week we would receive our last shipment. Worse was that they had ordered Greg to escort my mother to Denver. Colorado was a world away. What business could she have there? Family not mandatory? Was that code for kill everyone in the house besides my mother? Obviously, my imagination was getting carried away, having just seen Greg kill a man. As I began to wonder why the guy was going after the box, the question answered itself. Just like I saw the plane, so did the stranger. Chances are he was hoping there would be something useful in the box. Instead, he walked right into a trap. As for Greg, I think he was more concerned with protecting it from getting in the wrong hands than losing out on a few supplies. Over the past year, we had enough to last for a while. But would we even use it? Was Greg going to take us with Mom or leave us behind? Maybe I could convince him to take all of us. After taking another look at the note, something unsettling came to light. It wasn't addressed to Greg. Stranding. He had been another one of our guards, the last to leave and never return. If Greg was the only one left with us, then why would this supply drop be marked for someone else? Before I allowed my imagination to run rampant, it made more sense than I was digging into. They both worked together to protect my mother, so any outside connections could apply to both of them. Jessica returned to mind. What about Jessica? I couldn't leave her alone out there, knowing I had an escape plan. I still had time on my side. Stay the course. Stick to the plan. If all went well, I could bring her home with me, prove to everyone I can handle myself, and that should be more than enough to convince Greg to take all of us to Colorado. This would work because it had to. I folded the letter and placed it in my shoe properly and securely, so I wouldn't risk losing it like Greg had. Legs still sore from the sprint, I pushed on as I stood up and made my way south to Lowell. November 21st, 2020. Jared has been gone for days. I haven't heard from him since I returned from D.C. He sent me the text, "Be home late," and not a word since. Boston is becoming unstable. Looting, riots, it's like the sky is falling. I've resorted to sleeping at the office in one of the mining rooms. The fans are loud, but since we have turned to using our backup generators to provide power, it's the warmest place to lay my head at night. I'm lost in my own head. Jared is missing, and not a word from Tyler, all while on the brink of losing everything I have built to further fill the pockets of greedy people. Nick is still here. He already gave the okay to the committee signing over his half of the company. All that remains is my signature, and he doesn't need to be around for that. So why is he still here? Unless he is planning the same thing I am. And just like me, he's waiting for a moment alone to do the deed. Thanksgiving is next week, and the committee needs my answer this Friday, along with our investors. Between now and then, I'll try to get a hold of the boys, let them know what happened and what is about to happen, and above all that I love them both so much. I have no idea how I will pull this off. Mark my words, Plautus is mine, now and always. Chapter 9. Sympathy for the Devil. I watched the sun rise slowly over Lake Michigan while standing in line on the bridge connecting the northern and southern halves of Chicago, our makeshift demilitarized zone. The barricade before me struck a sense of awe. A rusted sheet metal gate covered the roadway with razor wire laced over the top. At each pole attached to the gate were watchtowers made from shipping containers. Unlike the parts of barricades set up along the Chicago River, the entrance to the north was designed in such a way that the setup looked intentional. Cops were posted with rifles, scanning over the growing crowd near the checkpoint. There was a point in my life where the very sight of such a thing would frighten me, but I had since grown accustomed to the new normal. Just another day in Chicago with someone new behind the trigger. Nothing new to me anymore. An officer fiddled with a microphone on the watchtower closest to the lake. If you do not have the proper paperwork, disperse from the checkpoint. Entry to Chicago is reserved only for those who have been approved with official business. Any attempts to cross the border will be met with immediate force. He took a heavy sigh and shook his head. Come on, people. We go through this every week. I don't want to deal with this today. You know if you don't belong here. Save me the headache and just leave now. Please. It took me a moment to recognize the guy thanks to the microphone slightly distorting his voice. Officer Matthews. The guy was all business. Press uniform, buzz cut, freshly shaved. Strictly by his appearance, anyone could tell that he was a by-the-book kind of guy. Smelled like trouble to me. The line started moving, and I began to worry that Themmer would be a no-show. With a quick step aside, I tried to light a smoke as I leaned over the side of the bridge. Sadly, my lighter was out of fuel. Thinking over the next 24 hours rattled my brain. Each of us were given specific instructions. Will and myself were the only runners entering the city. The others were to pass along information to Shaw's people on the inside, slipping notes through the unmanned parts of the barricade. Another group was sent to meet us on the western outskirts of the city once we got what we came for, a cargo shipment held at the airport. I had no clue how we were supposed to get into the heaviest guarded part of the city, but that was where the turncoats inside the north came into play. Once I made it past the gate, I was supposed to meet up with a girl, Camry, about 10 blocks north at the abandoned grocery store. Same went for Will, with the difference the two of us being not to be seen together. In order to not raise suspicions, we had to keep a distance until our rendezvous with the chick. She would help me get to the airport while Will made his way onto the roof of the hospital to terminate power to the radio tower. As for the other cell and radio towers, I guess that's where the other people would be doing. It had to be calculated, all at once. As soon as we were to make our move on the cargo, Camry would send out a signal to have all communications cut. This might work for some radios and cell phones, but not all of them. The cops most likely had their own tower, and CB radios to talk to other officers and squad cars. I kept my fingers crossed that he had some deal with that, or else the rest of it would have been pointless. Shaw was tight-lipped about what the cargo was, just that we would know by the symbol on the crates, a flower with 5 petals. He said there could just be as little as 1 box or several. Not even Shaw knew the volume of what he had sent us to smuggle, just the contents. Someone on the inside had informed him that the shipment had come in mixed with other supplies and resources. Over the past month, he had sorted through each delivery to collect each crate of interest and place them in the back of a military truck. Not only did we have to sneak around the cops, but the military as well. The National Guard had been tasked with quelling Chicago's civil unrest back when shit hit the fan. Since then, they had only been tasked with taking control of O'Hare International, as if this job wasn't already difficult enough. Sorry I'm late. Themor leaned next to me, a decorative Zippo lighter lit with a flame. Had to help set up one last fishing trip before it gets too cold. Jonas is a decent worker, but the guy has a brain like a box of nails. It's all good. I took a drag, lighting my cig, then exhaled smoke that drifted to Themor, who fanned it away. My bad. This smoke is fine. I've just never been a menthol man myself. Hell, I'll take what I can get. Speaking of which, as promised, Themor pulled out an envelope from his back pocket. 1 day pass and your credit at the bar has been reduced to 0. Well, if this all goes well, then I won't be seeing you again. A flick of my wrist sent the cigarette butt over the railing, down to the cold water below. Kinda bittersweet. Figured we had a good run, you know. I guess you could say that. You have fun with your further incrimination. Think I could bother you to borrow your lighter? He placed the Zippo in my hand. When you're done with your crime spree, drop it off. Themor began to walk away when I called back after him. That's it? Yes, pretty much. You know where to find me once everything goes to hell. Oh yeah, and what would I owe you if that time comes? We both already know what that is. And he was gone, headed back to the bar. I rubbed my watch, saying to myself, over my dead body. With the pass in hand, I made my way to the gate. Thankfully, the line had nearly disappeared between the mass of people that were turned away and the few that were actually granted passage. I walked to a dimly lit shipping container with the gates closing behind me. In front was a desk with 2 cops, one of whom was Officer Matthews. The other ordered me to present my pass and empty my pockets. Shit. I had forgotten to leave my handgun with John. I slowly placed it next to my leather wallet and a pack of smokes. Traveling light. Care to explain this? Matthews picked up my piece, giving it a thorough examination. The Second Amendment still applies, does it not? It was the only thing I could think to say. Not anymore. Not here. Then consider it a gift. I'm just here to work. He tossed it in a plastic tub on the table behind him. There's not even any bullets in it. How have you lasted this long out there? Luck, I suppose. He's one of Themor's. The other officer chimed in. Should be good, right? Matthews yanked the pass out of his hands, almost ripping it apart. After reading over it several times, he matched it with a copy he had in a binder. He then checked my driver's license in my wallet to further verify that everything was in order. Texas, huh? You're a long way from home, Mr. Irvine. God, I hated that name. Yet another reminder of my old man. Yeah, I suppose so. How long would it take for him to just let me through? We don't come across many licenses anymore. Hell, most people just threw their wallets away. The people from your side of town, at least. Tell me, Scott, what kind of car do you drive? Excuse me? Everything's bigger in Texas, right? You drove a big truck, right? Just a Ranger, nothing special. He lost interest in the small talk. You're good to go. Without the gun, of course. I'm setting you up to work with our HVAC technician. He's going to need some help fixing some commercial chillers, and that seems right up your alley of experience according to Themor's notes on your pass. He stamped the day pass and handed it back to me. Keep it on you at all times. Jeremy works nights, so you'll have until 6 p.m. to do as you please. He'll verify your pass and contact our office to confirm that you've shown up for work. Workers for your shift will meet up at Stewart Park off North Orleans and West Division Street. I gave a nod of approval, collected my things, and made my way to the other end of the container. As I stepped outside, I witnessed a sight I hadn't seen in months, the north side of Chicago. Sure, the world had ended, but it didn't look like it from here at first glance. Unlike the southside, people were walking the streets as if nothing had ever changed. Instead of cowering in the safety of shelter, everyone was going about their business blissfully unaware of the state of things beyond the wall. Aside from the occasional Crown Victoria, the streets were barren from functional vehicles. The roads were littered with abandoned cars all over the South, while here the curbs were clean and open. Long stretches of the barricade were built by stacking any car or truck that wasn't deemed worthy of expending the ever-dwindling supply of gas hoarded by the CPD. Will, having already made his way through, was about a block ahead of me, chatting with an officer. Good chance he was asking for directions, a moment to establish an appearance, an alibi should he need one. I passed him on the opposite side of the street as I made my way down to the store. The feeling of walking past people was odd. Normally, if anyone saw me approaching, they would quickly make themselves scarce, but up here they walked right past me. A woman wearing a fine fur coat brushed up against my arm, as did those following her. Why not just walk in the street? Crowds never sat well with me before the reset. The open spaces down south must have spoiled me. I lived in a desolate ruin devoid of the masses. This side of Chicago was a sanctuary, a living testament to a faded world, with everyone within it enjoying their lives with a few inconveniences. Voices sent chatters into the wind, shoes pounded the concrete, and miscellaneous sounds rumbled into my ears. Not even 10 minutes spent in the city and I already missed the silence of the South. Here I was just another guy. My relationship working with Shaw meant nothing, just another face in the crowd. All the mistakes I made to get where I am became nothing more than whispers in my head. The anonymity was peaceful. Rather than look at me in fear, I only received parting glances of disgust with a dash of pity. Although I wore fresh clothes, one glimpse at my face could see the weight living in the South carried. The sliding doors of the grocery store were shut. Good news was that someone had already busted the glass, giving me an opening. I carefully hunched down and made my way through the bottom part of the door, making sure not to get caught in a lingering shard of glass. That's when it hit me, the smell. After a couple coughs, I took off my beanie covering my nose and mouth. Almost a year had passed since the place had been raided, yet all the perishable food that had been left behind had all that time to rot. A bright light hit me coming from the other side of the store. I raised my hand to cover it from hitting my eyes, and that's when I saw her. She motioned me to follow her, hopefully to a place where I could breathe freely. We made our way to the back room near a loading dock. The door opened to a semi-truck trailer outside. Wish you would have just come to the back. She turned off the flashlight and put it in her jacket pocket. Smells like death in there. No shit. I put my beanie back on to save my ears from the bitter air. You Camry? She sat down on a box near the trailer, resting her head on the wall behind her. Hair meticulously curled with a full face of makeup, she looked more ready for a photo shoot than a heist. Which one are you? The smuggler or the doctor? Smuggler? I gave a chuckle. My breath frosted in the air. Not a doctor. Guess that makes me the smuggler. I'm Camilla, or Camry. Either or, it doesn't matter to me. Scott. I took a second look at her. I know you. From before. I've seen you before. With a look of disgust that surpassed the one I received on the walk over, she replied, You've probably just seen my tits, pervert. Wait, what? No, I mean I recognize you. Most people do. That's what makes living here so easy for me. Before the reset, I was the talk of the town in most places. You got a smoke? I lit 2 cigs and gave her one. So what's the game plan? Let's wait until everyone is here. With a small inhale, she turned the small cherry long, burning a bright yellow. I really don't want to repeat myself. Didn't really seem like engaging in small talk, so I walked over to the doorway and looked out to the sky growing gray with thick clouds over the lake. Hopefully Will would show up so we could get this over with. Less time spent waiting around and more time for establishing our plan of attack. As I stood there going over the details Shaw gave the night before, I heard someone walking over. Figuring it was Will, I jumped down from the trailer and made my way to the side of the building. That's when I saw Officer Matthews turn the corner with a gun in hand, resting at his side. What the fuck, dude? I raised my hands up, my cig still snug between my pointer and middle fingers. Upon hearing me, Camry jumped down. Relax. He's with us. Shaw had a cop under his belt on the inside? The man famous for being a cop killer had a man in blue on his side? As if shit couldn't get any weirder. Matthews pointed the gun at my chest as I was walking backwards. "What kind of car do you drive?" That's when I realized he was handing it to me, not pointing it at me. Figured that would have been a good way of letting you know we were on the same side. I lowered my hands, keeping eye contact with him just in case this was some kind of setup. That's when I had another revelation. Camry. Things started to click into place as I retrieved my piece from him. Useless as it may be without any bullets, this bad boy has helped me more times than I can count. I had no idea Shaw had friends in such high places. I tucked my gun back into its resting place behind my back. And I thought if he was ever going to send a crew over, it would be his best. Instead, I get you and that guy that wouldn't shut up. He approached Camry by the trailer. "You're in for a treat. Think you can handle working with this one tonight?" "I'll manage." He handed her a set of keys and an envelope that matched my day pass. "All gassed up?" "No, just a quarter of a tank. You two are leaving in a cargo truck from the airport. Stuff is already loaded. You just need to get there." "What is going on exactly?" "Holy shit!" A shout came from inside the store. Will stumbled his way outside to the trailer, hacking and coughing all the way. Who decides a meeting place as gross as this? After clearing his mouth of spit to the ground, he turned white as he noticed Matthews. "Long story short, he's with us." I gave him a hand off the loading dock and then turned to Camry. "I reckon that makes all of us. Care to let us in on the plan now?" She shook her head at Will's poor constitution, finished smoking, then began breaking things down for us. "Getting into the airport isn't an issue. You have your day pass, which Matthews used to assign you to work there. I'll be the one driving us there. We have a truck that needs to be loaded with all the equipment you need for the job." "I thought we were just stealing some cargo. What do we need the equipment for?" Matthews joined the conversation with a tone as bitter as a cool morning. "Security is high over there, so until it's time you need to be working. Jeremy will be going with you, so just follow his lead and do what you can. When it's time, she'll let you know." "The HVAC guy is in on this too?" "No." Camry shook her head. "He just so happens to be our ticket in, nothing more. Once everyone is in position, I'll give the signal and everyone will cut power to all communication towers in the city. That will only give us a small window to act. Matthews will take care of the rest of the cops." "And how do you plan to do that exactly?" "I'm going to cause an explosion and report mass casualties." He didn't look too pleased to say it. "No one will be hurt. It's just for show. Should be enough to pull the cops to the blast zone. As for the National Guard, well, we really don't have a solution for distracting them. Chances are they will be so caught up in the confusion of everything that they won't notice you two taking off. Once we get in the truck, we head west and link up with Shaw's guys and make our way back to the church. Simple enough? If needed, I hope you can improvise." Everything sounded clear-cut. "If needed, sure, I can adjust. There are just a couple questions I have about all this, Matthews." He crossed his arms as I voiced my curiosities. "Why are you helping Shaw?" "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Roman, our chief of police, has been running things into the ground up here for months. His version of law and order has become tyrannical ever since the workers up and left. First the flu outbreak, then the riots, and finally all the deaths. It just became too much for some people. We didn't hear much about the goings-on in the north outside of the occasional rumor, but everyone knew about infighting. The whole city could hear the gunfire echo through the streets, blasts of fired bullets ringing down every building across the furthest reach of Chicago city limits. Shortly after the massacre, refugees from the north came looking to join Shaw in his cause. In many ways, they were just like me, looking to survive the best they could given the circumstances. Roman had denied the citizens of that. The state controlled everything, meaning Roman controlled everything. Glad I got out when I did. John, Will, and I were the lucky ones. We missed the strict rationing of needed medications when the sickness rolled through. We were absent for the rain of gunfire, and we didn't have to make the exodus fleeing for our lives. Down in the south, working for Shaw, we took what we needed where we could find it. We were the men behind the trigger. People ran from us. Those living and working up here are feeling less secure as time goes on. Between the strict curfews, constant unwarranted searches and seizures, people are losing faith. You think? It was obvious the North had issues of its own. Everything went to shit, yet for whatever reason y'all tried to batten down the hatches while pretending shit was A-OK. Can't say I'm surprised some jackass took advantage of that shitstorm and called himself king. Playing with his thumbs while staring at the ground, Will gave a soft comment as if not even intending it to come out. All of it. A total waste of time. Matthews pointed to Will. That why you ditched us? Think keeping the city afloat was just bullshit? Yes and no? Will wasn't prepared to answer, evident by the stunned, somewhat confused expression. As always, he fell right into evasive remarks rather than give any tangible, worthwhile information. Where I once felt content with his hushed words, curiosity got the better of me lately. What was his deal exactly? Matthews gave a scoff. Of everyone assigned here, they just had to send someone they hold tight to their pockets. Excuse me, who the hell is they? With my curiosity meeting a tinge of irritation, it was time I was filled in on the inner workings of everything going on behind the scenes. For months I thought Will was a doctor. I've seen him treat people with my own eyes. Hell, he's bilingual in the terminology so everyone thinks he is. Then out of nowhere last night he tells me he's a damn lobbyist. Now I have you saying he was sent here to help the city? What the fuck is going on? Suppose there isn't any harm in letting you know. Matthews leaned on the brick wall of the store, his arms still sternly crossed. There was a congressional contingency for when shit inevitably hit the fan. Many people were tasked in the maintenance of emergency services, utilities, and infrastructure. Once the reset happened, that plan was forced into motion. Guys like your friend here being sent all over the country to oversee operations in one industry or another. Below him were those working in the private sector with companies still in motion, mainly distribution. What made Chicago work was keeping supplies coming in, since we have a means of production to make things the citizens might need. We have been stockpiling everything we can get our hands on for almost a year, now rationing out what we can to keep things moving. You know, I didn't spend much time here, but from what I saw, some people were given more than others. Recalling my brief sojourn when I first arrived brought my blood to a boil. Giving preferential treatment to one person over another doesn't sound like a very good idea when you're trying to keep the peace. It was only a matter of time before y'all drove them to revolt, find their way to Shaw. Cut the crap. Set your bleeding heart aside and face the facts. We gave everyone exactly what they were worth. Some people had more important jobs than others, ones that actually helped get this city what it needed. Others had families that required more. First, we provided what was needed, then gave what was earned. If you gave a damn about the people in need up here, then why didn't you stay, if that means so much to you? Well, for one, I shook my head in disagreement. I don't care about anyone in this city, north or south. It's all the same at the end of the day. Only upside of being on the other side of that wall is freedom. I ditched this garbage fire of a city so I wouldn't have to be here when all hell unleashed. From recent events, I made the right call. Before Matthews could make a rebuttal, Camry gave a shout. Could both of you stop bitching? What does any of this have to do with the job at hand? Figured I'd have to save my curiosity for later. We all needed to be on the same page. Wouldn't be any use fighting over irrelevant shit. Taking a moment to cool down, we four stood in silence. After a few deep breaths, Matthews jumped right back into it. The military had sent a shipment of drones out here a while back, but they don't have anyone that knows how to operate them. These are weekend warriors we're talking about, not the most regularly trained. I made arrangements to make sure the drones would be on that truck. There always had to be a catch to these things. God knows what we were going after to begin with. Now adding military drones to the mix, and I would be handing over quite the gift. Roman could fuck himself for all I cared, along with everyone that lived up here in comfort. As for the people struggling down south, they could do without the added stress of conflict. They had Shaw to deal with as is. You're giving drones to Shaw? How is that going to help things up here? Roman's planning to assault the south with them. It would be a total bloodbath. Once any threats down there are eliminated, he's going to use them against the survivors up here as a fear tactic to enforce his dominance. I don't want any of that to happen, so they're better off away from here. Why not just destroy them instead of handing them over? They may come in handy once Roman is out of power. Shaw's gang will have no practical use for them. The drones are small, meant for reconnaissance with light infantry and scouts, equipped with cameras but no active weapon systems. Not like anyone could figure out how to use the damn things. More likely than not, he'll waste a few days trying to figure them out just as quickly as forget about them. Little did he know Shaw had Kim. The guy had spent months working on all kinds of things in that garage. I had no doubts he could figure out how to get one of those things up and running. Might even get the weapons online too. I pondered the ramifications of handing the drones over to Shaw. But maybe, just maybe, I could kill two birds with one stone. Thoughts? I snapped a finger to grab Will's attention. You and John are headed south. I'm planning on making my way west. All that matters is finishing this job so we can get what we need and get the hell out of Dodge. He had a point. As much as I thought this whole thing was becoming more and more of a bad idea, once the job was finished, so would be our time in Chicago. What did it matter worrying about the aftermath? Everything be damned. I still had a conscience, and the unknowing would eat at me for the rest of my days. True. New plan. We do everything we've planned out so far, but once we make the drop-off, we get Kim and take him with us. Kim? Matthews asked, slowly unfolding his arms. We kidnapped him a while back. Long story. Jesus Christ, I'm starting to regret this. I'd rather not know. Will interjected Matthews before he become any more uneasy with the situation. I'm meeting up with John at Triple T's, remember? He's going to be the one helping me get across the barricade. If you want to have Kim tag along in a little road trip, then the only time you can grab him is when you make the drop. Fuck. Will was right. Timing was really going to eat into making any move against Shaw's original plan. Okay, in that case, when I make the drop and I get our reward, if there's a window, we'll grab Kim. I looked over to Camry, who instantly put her hands up and shook her head. Ain't no way in hell am I going to get mixed into whatever you're planning. You guys might be leaving, but some of us are still going to be around once you do. I won't say anything, but I'm not going to do anything to piss off the big man. If there's a window, I'll grab Kim myself. And so it was set. The details were laid out. Everyone knew where we needed to be and what we needed to do. All that was left was to relax until the sun went down, and it was time for us to get to work. Thankfully, Will asked Camry a burning question I had completely forgotten to ask. Once I'm ready to terminate the radio tower on the roof of the hospital, what signal am I looking for? Keep your eyes north of the airport. When you see the fireworks go off, that'll be your cue. Chapter 10. Bad Company. With the details of our operation laid out, the four of us took a moment to reflect on the long night to come. It would have been wise for me to get some rest, given the fact I volunteered an additional step once we smuggled the truck down south. A scramble of nervousness set my mind racing, not from worry, but anticipation. Although I loathed working for Shaw, detesting the man I have become since the reset, there was a rush that accompanied the ugly business, an excitement born from the lawless taboo of defiance. It may not have felt right, but it was the work I discovered I was damn good at, and the self-acknowledgement was more than enough to justify my actions. I was so adapted to the world being against me that when society collapsed, I saw it as a calling, a second chance. Never again would I settle being without. To kill time, I decided to get to know Matthews and Camry the best I could. Turns out good old by-the-book Officer Matthews grew up on the southside. He's the poster child for anyone who grew up in a bad neighborhood to get out and make something of themselves. I also found out that he and Shaw had an extensive history. Before all the media frenzy with allegations of cop killings, Matthews checked in on his family regularly. According to him, Shaw was special. Matthews must have seen a bit of himself in Shaw, along with a great deal of potential. Shaw only had his mother and older brother, but thanks to the estranged father figure keeping a close eye on him, Shaw kept his nose clean through most of the years in school. Once his brother died, killed in a well-publicized police shooting, Shaw threw away all opportunities to work so hard to start a gang of his own. Rather than being just like all the others, Shaw's group chose to attack his opposition with philosophic words and well-organized protests. Once the radicals joined, the violence began, and so did the rumors. As for Camry, I figured out where I knew her from. Everywhere. I didn't spend much time on social media, but she was an influencer. Using her good looks as a self-proclaimed model, she made a very good living posting pictures on Instagram from one brand or another. That shit made no sense to me. What does having a nice ass have to do with promoting a toothbrush? A while back, she was part of a false advertising controversy with a bunch of other influencers. Interestingly enough, shortly after being exposed for partaking in bad business practices, a bunch of illicit nude photos of her were leaked. I may not be one for conspiracy theories, but I always saw it as damage control rather than a nameless hacker. Her lack of further commentary on the matter strengthened that thought. Unlike Matthews, she wasn't local. Much like them were, she was in town for business at the time of the reset. Wrong place at the wrong time. She was stuck here like so many of us. Matthews received a call on his radio and didn't seem very pleased having to leave. While the sun was up, he was usually off. However, no one was truly off the clock in a city run by the state. Yet another perk of being down south that made me thankful for not staying in the north. Before he left, Matthews gave me a single 9mm bullet for my gun. He repeated several times that it was for an emergency only, not to get trigger happy at the first sign of trouble. I knew I'd handle myself and told him I didn't need a lecture on gun safety, but thanks for the lead nonetheless. Looking at my watch, it was 30 past noon, still plenty of time left in the day. Cam was the next to depart as she still had to get the truck ready and sign for the equipment Jeremy and I would need for the legitimate part of the job. That left me alone with Will, resting on the back dock, sprawled out in the concrete like a starfish. I gave him an hour to himself as the sky grew gray with overcast. The silence proved too much for me. All I could think about was this job and what would come after. Why did I care? Once it was done, I wouldn't think of Chicago ever again. So why did I care so much? My moral compass had an interesting way of finding north, and it was beginning to irritate me. With a quick shake of his shoulder, Will sprang up. Jesus, it's cold. He gave a wide-eyed yawn with a stretch of his arms and a twist of his neck. How late is it? About 1:30. I lit a smoke as I bid farewell to the fading silence that pinged at my thoughts. Quite a colorful bunch, eh? Cop with a shady history and a chick to match. Seems like our kind of people. Yeah, you wouldn't know the half of it. Dealing with shady people is my specialty. These two seem easy enough to handle. Never thought I'd see Camilla like this. She's changed quite a bit. I lifted a brow. You knew her before? As much as anyone else that followed her online. She used to be so happy, so bubbly, so fake. It's kind of nice seeing her outside the light of a screen. Seeing her for who she really is in the flesh, rather than only the parts of her she would show off to the world. When this is all over with, you might want to stay and roll the dice with her. Never know, maybe you two could hit it off just right. Will shook his head, a curl of laughter under his breath. Not my type. What about you? Why not her if she wants to tag along as we ride off into the sunset? I never would have a chance with a girl like that before. Now? Hell, now I'm just not interested in that type of girl. Think once I'm back in Texas, I'll find myself someone that can hold their own rather than rely on their looks to get by. Girls had been the furthest thing from my mind for a long time. The thought was nice all the same, though I'd rather focus on getting myself settled before indulging into a fantasy. Figuring it was time to get moving, Will and I gave each other a firm handshake, wishing the other luck. He headed off to the hospital as I made my way to Seward Park. The anticipation was mounting. I was ready to get this over with. November 22nd, 2020. I have thought long and hard about my next move. No matter how I look at the aftermath, I know I can't stay in Boston. Things have gone from bad to worse. Riots were one thing, but at least the police managed them. That wasn't until they announced that there would be an immediate government shutdown last night. Senator Gervais, the bitch from the subcommittee, gave her 2 cents on the matter during a press conference given by the president. According to her, there are plans to, quote, bring things back to economic balance. Obviously, she was slyly speaking of my signature, which she will never get. But why shut down the government now? This should have been done months ago when inflation tipped over 20%. Of course, we leave something so delicate as the economy in the hands of people more capable of spending money rather than making any. The more I dwell on it, the more I resent myself. To think the Standard Workplace and Wages Act could have made things for this country better was so stupid of me. Sure, it would have been wildly successful had Congress made the shift from USD to crypto like the rest of the world. Well, now it's too late for even that. The damage is pretty much irreversible at this point. The country is teetering on the brink of collapse because our government couldn't put aside their self-interest aside to do what is best for the nation. If they want Plattus, they can damn well take it by whatever bullshit legal domain they deem fitting. I'll never sign away my life's work, which is why I'm leaving Boston and taking it all with me. They might take my company, but I'll be long gone with its true value by the time the suits come knocking. After hours of setup, my wallet is ready, and so am I. Soon, I will withdraw all the cryptocurrency saved for holding on our servers and disappear. The blockchain is strong. You can never break the chain. Chapter 11. Hunger Strike. Lowell was a bust. Had I known things would have turned so sour, I would have convinced myself it was a better idea to head home. The town was empty. Not another soul walked those barren streets as I trudged wearily across the cracked pavement. The walk was far further in person than it looked on paper. Without my phone on me, I had no way of knowing what time it was, and with the sun obscured by clouds, there was no way of formulating a somewhat educated guess. I suppose an hour had passed since I had made my way from the clearing, but there was no way to know for certain. Navigating my way out of the forest and back onto what was once civilization took a while, the trek sending aches to my heels. I just needed to make my way to the highway, and then it would be a straight shot to Grand Rapids. Having not seen any sign of activity from another person eased my nerves, although it made me wonder, what happened here? The last time I came through that small town was a year ago when we made our arrival to Esther Escape. Back then it was still quiet, but at least there were people to be seen walking the sidewalks and cars driving on the street. A few people seemed to have a welcome sense of liveliness when compared to the silence. I felt completely alone. It wasn't saddening, just different. There was never a time I felt so far away from another person. No matter what, there was always someone there, someone close by, whether or not I needed them. After a while, I began to welcome the loneliness. It wasn't so bad. Here I was all to myself, with no one close enough to disturb me, no one to periodically check in on me. Amongst the quiet town carved into the woods, I was on my own, and it was liberating as it was uncomfortable. As I walked the lonesome, cold street, I began to think of Jessica. What was she like? The real her, the body hidden behind the sultry voice. Until the day before, she was nothing but a voice. Words spoken over the radio, unowned by a name. Once she revealed her name, a body was given to the voice, a weight added to her words. She was real, living and suffering in a world I desperately hungered to see. Having seen it firsthand, my desire to linger in it had begun to fade. It was too quiet, too solemn. I reached in my bag and grabbed the radio. A quick check of the battery percentage showed it only had 20% of its capacity left. Yet another blunder on my part. I was so excited to leave that I hadn't charged it the night before, although it wouldn't have been an easy feat anyway. The only time anyone at home could hope to charge any device was when the generator was running, which it never did at night. Aside from that, the only option was to siphon a trickle of electricity from my mother's laptop. There was an open window for me to do so while everyone slept, but I completely spaced the notion. After fumbling with the radio in hand, I eventually stowed it back in the bag, leaving it on just in case Jessica wanted to reach out. During my travels through Lowell, I would occasionally look at the percentage just to make sure it wasn't draining itself too much being on standby. 20%, 19%, 18%. By the time I noticed the highway signs on the side of the road, it had drained down to 16% and making it eat up 4 in total since I began checking on it 30 minutes prior. This wouldn't work, and the battery wouldn't last. Approaching the on-ramp to Route 96, I pressed firmly on the call button. Jessica, do you read me? More silence. Can you hear me? It's Andrew. Any hope for a reply seemed as dismal as my journey through Lowell. Trying intermittently for about 5 minutes had yielded the same results. Nothing. Not a word, not a giggle, only the low hum of static. I promised myself I would turn it off once I reached the highway, and that was a couple 100 feet away. Leaving Esther Escape through the woods and down through Lowell had been the hardest stretch of my trip, with the highway being the straight shot to our meeting spot, although it long. It was the last chance to convince myself to either turn around or stay on track. I just needed her voice to help me decide the difficult decisions. What was easiest over what I wanted. Slowing my pace to a crawl, I noticed something bellowing in the distance. Another plane? There was no rumble like before, just what sounded like a steadily growing breeze. Before long, the breeze turned into a growl headed towards me. It was a car. Down the road past the highway on-ramp was a small green car growing in size as the sound grew in volume. Without fully processing everything, I darted to the side of the road to hide myself. On one hand, it was nice to know that people were still around, while on the other, the last thing I wanted was to end up like the man back in the clearing. Crouched down in a duvet on the side of the road, my breath hushed much like my last encounter outside the community. I just needed to stay hidden enough for whoever was driving down the road to pass. My hiding spot was the best I could hope for given the circumstance. I was far enough from Lowell for the possible protection of its few buildings to be far away from any help. The sound of tires rolling over the pavement grew as I tempered my twitching nerves in a vain attempt at remaining motionless. Was it excitement or terror that crept through me? Perhaps somewhere in between. That feeling was new, invigorating. Somehow, I enjoyed the unease of my panic, and that scared me the most. Shortly after I hid myself from the road, the car screeched to a halt, its tires giving off the harsh scent of burnt rubber wafting into the air. When I heard the door slam shut, I lowered my head. If I couldn't see them, maybe they couldn't see me. "Hey," a voice bellowed me from the road. I just need to stay still. Very, very still. You do realize I'm looking right at you, guy. The man took a couple steps forward as I looked up, somewhat embarrassed at my poor sneaking skills. Let me give you a hand out of there. He was dirty, with shaggy matted hair and a scraggly beard. Slowly, I pushed myself off the ground and reached up to his outstretched hand as he bent over to assist me up the road. Seeing a new face was unnerving, although his demeanor set me at ease for the time being. With a sturdy pull onto the asphalt, he helped me brush off the dust and grass on my clothes. I ain't gonna hurt ya. His smile was as putrid as his hair. Nice seeing another person out here. Figured you might know something about what was going on up the road. Up the road? I asked, confused. What do you mean? The man gave a frown. You saw it, right? The airplane that flew over a couple hours ago. It dropped something up this way. Big orange parachute. You had to have seen it. Or heard it. Looking over to the car, I saw another man looking as worse for the wear as the first. Loud as hell. And if we heard it down in Alton, I'm sure you heard it up here. The plane? You two drove up here for the plane? Yes. The man from the car walked over to me. Out with it then. What did it drop? I'm not sure. I didn't know how to respond to the strangers, as their urge for answers brought back my fear. He's got a bag, Finn. He must have loaded it from the drop. Easy, Jack. The one that helped me out the ditch looked back to his friend. We don't operate that way. Not no more. As I started to back up, the man placed a hand on my shoulder. Now where are you going? We don't mean you no harm. But if need be, things could get real ugly. Now, son, what do you know of the plane? Having all I gained from the drop being the letter, I had to find another way for them to let me go. It was either the food in my bag or the hidden letter in my shoe. There was no way I was giving them a reason to head towards home. Here, slipping my arms out from the straps of my backpack, I handed it over. It's all I managed to grab before some guy came out of the woods shooting. You got lucky, didn't ya? Finn unzipped my bag and smiled at the MREs. And so did we. What did he nab, Finn? Jack shuffled over to Finn in the bag, pushing me out of the way. Anything good? Food, Jack. More than we've seen in days. Should hold us over a while longer. His smile disappeared as he looked over to me. What will you take for it? I'm sorry, please, I just want to go. Fear gripped me hard. Just take it and promise not to hurt me. Hurt you? We're not the type, son. At least not anymore. I want to offer you a trade. Something of ours for something of yours. Wouldn't feel right stealing from you, being young and all. One thing is certain. We'll be taking this food. Might as well get something for it. The two hadn't eaten in days by the looks of it. Having had it so easy the past year, the least I could do was let them part with the food. My gift to the less fortunate. It's yours. Don't think you'll have anything I would need anyway. Bingo, Finn. He doesn't want anything for it. Let's get out of here. Not now, Jack. Did you not listen to the kid? He just said there was someone shooting out this way. I told you that everyone in this area would race after whatever fell out of that plane. Jack. Finn gave Jack a stern look, his brow pushed down low. It wouldn't have been right to leave him with nothing. A soft sound of static came from the ditch. Drew, can you read me? The two looked over to see what was making the sound, but I knew what it was exactly. I must have dropped the radio when I tried to hide and left it there as Finn pulled me up. As the two guys exchanged puzzled looks, I went down to retrieve it. Not wanting to give away too much information, I turned the radio off as I returned to the road. Who's that? Just a friend, I replied, hoping to keep things vague. I'm actually on my way to see her. The plane was a detour that brought me this direction. Ah, fair enough, I suppose. Were you headed south? Finn lowered his tone with dread in his eyes. Or were you going east? West. We are meeting up in Grand Rapids. Really? There's not much left out that way. Not like everyone knows that. Well, since you're not going east towards Detroit, how about we give you a lift? Furthest we can take you is just past the airport. Finn! Jack looked displeased. We need to make the most of the gas we have. We also need food. Equal exchange. A ride for a meal. Sounds fair to me. Jack gave a frown, followed by a disgruntled nod in agreement. What do you say, son? Although getting in the car with two strangers was iffy, I would have much rather risked it than staying out in the open road. For all I knew, these two were the only people that wouldn't kill me for my bag, much like Greg had killed someone for the drop. I gave a nod and said, "Sure thing. Sounds good to me, too. If I could just get a moment of privacy and we can head out." "By all means. I'm Finnegan, Finn for short, and that there's Jack. Might be a real prick, but trust me, he don't bite. I'll get her warmed up for you." When the two climbed into the car and shut their doors, I turned the radio back on. Hopefully she would answer this time. "Jessica, I read you. I'm here." Without hesitation, she replied, "Finally? I thought you were going to reply for a minute. Nice to know you aren't leaving me high and dry. Speaking of which, I'm on my way. How far away are you from the meeting spot?" "I'm here already." She gave a giggle that made my knees weak. "And dying to get my hands on you." Wow, that was quick. Would have been quicker if you chose somewhere closer than wherever you are. Having a vehicle is handy after all. "Are you sure you're okay walking?" For a second I thought about telling her everything. I could have just cut out the trip there altogether and had her drive out to Lowell and be done with it. Before I could confess anything to her, I saw Finn and Jack in the car, both with wide smiles as they ate. When I first met them just a few minutes earlier, I saw desperation in their eyes. Having a hot meal in their hands gave a sense of warmth to their smiles. I needed this trip for more than a chance to get lucky with a girl with a sensual voice. This journey was as much for me as it was for my rage of hormones. I needed to experience and understand the world around me. "Yeah, I'm good to walk. I've got to save some power on this, so I'm going to cut it off until I get close, okay?" "All right, cowboy. Don't keep a girl waiting too long." I turned off the radio and made my way to the back seat. Jack gave a slurp of his food as he shoved it in his mouth, with Finn setting his next to me in the back seat. "Like I said, I'll take you as far as I can until the traffic blocks us from getting any closer. You'll have to walk to wherever you're headed." "Traffic?" Finn laughed. "Not traffic like before the crash, more like a junkyard sitting on the highway. When the reset happened, I guess the city must have closed off the highway. Both directions. There's about 2 miles of the road blocked off with abandoned cars. Went that way a while back for gas, but most of it's old jelly now. Ain't worthless sucking out the tanks." Finn pressed his foot to the gas and turned the car around. What I thought would end with my death turned out to be a blessing in disguise. For my first time being robbed, it was a surprisingly pleasant experience. Thanks to these two, I would cut off 4 to 5 hours off my trip. The drive itself only taking about 20 minutes. That meant I had 20 minutes to get all the information I could out of these two while not exposing any information about my family nor where we lived. The first question on my mind was, why did Finn seem so uncomfortable about heading towards Detroit? Chapter 12. Land of Confusion. Finn kept his thoughts on Detroit tight-lipped, not saying anything outside of it best being avoided. Rather than press the matter, I spent the drive trying to better understand everything I had missed out on. They didn't seem bothered by my questions at all. In fact, they seemed to really enjoy speaking to someone new. The two had been together for months, just barely making it. According to them, it was best to stay away from the big cities and stick to small towns off the back roads away from the highway. Now and then the two would make a trip out to Grand Rapids looking for food and gas. Food, although sparse, was easier to come by than unusable fuel for their car. They had to keep their trips to a minimum to preserve what little they had in the tank. Glancing at the dashboard, I saw that they had half a tank of gas, which to me was more than enough to drive for a while. For them, half a tank wouldn't get them as far as they wanted to. Their plan was to have enough gas to push them as far south as possible. The only reason they stayed in the area was that there was no guarantee of finding gas along their trip. From what they had seen, there were a few other groups in the area, none of which were friendly. Lucky me to be approached by the only two guys that had some decency rather than anyone else. As nice as they might have seemed, I still didn't know them well enough to trust them outside of their offer for a ride. The trip would burn up roughly 2 gallons of gas, which seemed like a fair trade for what was in my bag. Having been 3 days since they had anything to eat, the trade was well worth it for them. As I listened to their plight, I never felt that they were complaining. They were clearly struggling, yet it didn't appear as if their world had ended, as if they were used to it. A day without food had become normal for them. Instead of succumbing to their hunger with emotional grumbles, they took action which explained why they headed to Lowell after seeing the plane make its drop. Their positive outlook made me feel worse. I had spent the past year in comfort while others were dying of starvation. The whole time I looked at my time held in Esther escape as an imprisonment, when it was really salvation. There I was, headed to Grand Rapids in a car with two strangers to meet another, all to prove something to my family. I wanted to experience the world in some fashion, get a taste of what my parents refused to tell me, the hard truths. Seeing Finn and Jack made me miss home. For the first time in my life, I felt grateful. I built my gratitude upon the guilt of being better off than others. It felt wrong to compare my station to someone else's. I wasn't responsible for their situation, but I hadn't earned mine. I was given the world without having to lift a finger. Maybe I needed this experience, not to prove anything to anyone other than myself. I needed to bear witness to the real world to humble myself. "All right, son," Finn said as he began to slow the car down. "Here's your stop. Just keep on the highway for about 2 miles and you'll hit an oil checkpoint. Right past that, the road will be clear." Looking out down the road was as much how they described it to be. An endless line of cars, trucks, and vans blocked off any forward movement. I would still have a long way to go navigating through all the abandoned cars, but thankfully the drive alone kept me on schedule. As with every other time I was presented with answers, life gave me more and more questions. How did Jessica get her truck through all this? Or did she have another way of getting into the city? Finn gave me back my newly emptied bag. I placed the radio in it after turning the power on. "Thanks again for the food. And you for the ride. We square?" he asked with a hand out. "Absolutely," I replied, giving him a firm handshake and a smile. "Are you two going to be okay out here? Figure we've made it this far this long. I'm sure we'll be all right." "Might as well get to digging since we're here." Jack wobbled his way out of the car and pointed to the eastbound side of the highway. "Good line of cars we haven't picked through. Might find some goodies. Might be worth the trip out. Good luck finding your friend." Finn gave a laugh to his friend, then looked back at me and lowered his voice to a whisper. "You be careful out here, son. Not everyone is as mild as we are. You're green, I can tell." "Green?" "A rookie. You're new to all this. I don't know how nor why, but I can see it on you. Just promise me you'll keep your wits about you." "Sure." Was it really that easy to tell that I was completely out of my element? Was it my age that made it so obvious? I once had a boy, before all this. A sadness grew whelps in Finn's eyes. "He might have been your age about now. We all start somewhere. Ain't a thing wrong with that. Some folks might take advantage of it. Stay away from them if you can, but if not, stand your ground. Fight to the bitter end to preserve what you got now. Don't let this world take you if you can manage it." He patted me on the shoulder and followed Jack across the highway. Without a second look back to the two of them, I started continuing my walk through the maze of vehicles, reflecting on Finn's words as I entered a mental land of confusion. A fish out of water, I was navigating more than the cars. I was trying to come to grips with how I fit into the new landscape before me. The walk was 3 hours away from meeting up with Jessica. Better to move quickly than to make sense of things I barely understood about myself. Carefully making my way through the endless line of abandoned cars, I felt as though I'd never see an end to it. They seemed to stretch on for miles and miles. Every lane of the highway was crowded bumper to bumper with vehicles caked with dirt spots from what seemed to be a year spent motionless out in the elements. After what seemed to be an eternity, I finally came across the roadblock Jack and Finn were talking about. Concrete road barriers were staggered along the lanes, forcing only one car at a time to zigzag through several tight turns to what used to be a set of metal arms set up as a gateway. Chain-link fencing laced with sharp wires extended out far beyond the roadway off the dirt to the grass and the border of the surrounding trees. Something bad went down here. I could feel it as I laid witness to the ruins that remained. The arms were bent and twisted off their posts. The nearby fencing matched the mangled mess. Close to the checkpoint, there was an obvious culprit of disaster, a faded maroon pickup truck that had crashed into a stack of concrete barriers, one of them landing hard into the cab. It was safe to assume there were no survivors of the incident. I pieced together what I could on my own, but was still left asking myself, what happened here? Just as my curiosity started to slow me down, a voice came from my walkie-talkie. "How much longer, cowboy?" I fumbled in my bag with haste to send a reply. "Hey, I think about 2 hours, maybe?" "You don't sound so sure of yourself." Jessica gave an innocent, seductive laugh. The anticipation of finally seeing you is killing me. Also, I'm kind of bored here. This store is filled with records, tapes, and CDs, but there's no way to play anything. What do you mean? What the hell do you mean, what do you mean? She became irritated. There's no power here, so that should explain itself. Somehow, I had completely ignored the idea that there would be no power. I already had a hard time enough making sense of everything I had experienced since leaving home. Of course there wouldn't be any power, since there wouldn't be anyone working the machines to generate electricity. The rest of the world wasn't set up with generators like my family. Yet another reason I was ignorant to the new world before me. Oh, right. I tried to play off my oversight. Well, just sit tight. I'll be there in no time. More like 2 hours. And before I could think of a clever thing to reply with, the battery died. There wasn't time to lament over how stupid it was not to fully charge the thing. I had to get to Vintage Disc as quickly as my legs could carry me. My pace quickened thanks to being out of the maze of traffic. The sooner I could meet her, the sooner we could head back to Esther. But on the off chance there was something suspicious, I could slip away and make the long trek back myself. The overcast sky began to let down a small fury of snow as I approached the parking lot. Having already forced myself to acclimate to the cold, I would now have to contend with adjusting my comforts to tiny puffs of ice covering the urban landscape. Legs weak, lungs tired, my body nearly drained from the journey. The Vintage Disc Shop sign was hanging up in front of me. I made it. Peering through the window, I saw a figure with long, curly black hair near the back of the store, examining records, then carelessly tossing them over a shoulder. Jessica. My daydreams turned to reality. I was finally about the meeting I had fawned over the past couple weeks. A creak sounded from the door as I made my way through the threshold. I was at a total loss for words as I inched my way down the aisles closer to her. Glad you finally made it, cowboy. Her voice was deeper, harsher than on the radio. Jessica? Still making my way towards her, my movements slowed down as I tried to understand the oddity. Don't take this the wrong way, but you sound a lot different over the air. She paused the tossing of records. Oh. She changed the pitch of her voice, sounding much more like before. You must mean I sounded like this. Cute, feisty, your dream girl. I froze as she turned around, revealing herself to be much older than I was led to believe. The image of bouncy black curls of hair atop a slim, hourglass figure, but before me was the unsavory sight of a nappy, matted locks belonging to an overweight, beastly-looking woman almost old enough to be my mother. What was going on? Sorry to break this to you, Andrew. The harshness returned, sounding as aged as she truly was. But you shouldn't have come here. There was no chance for me to respond, no moment to give a confused reaction. One moment I was there staring a liar in the eyes, the next, nothing. I felt a hard strike to the side of my head, followed by the floor, and then nothing but quiet blackness. November 23rd, 2020. Nick, he did something. I'm not exactly sure what he did, but he's definitely up to something. When I went back to check some things on my computer, he was in my office using it. He left shortly after I saw him without a word. Just a smile. Creepy. When I checked the recent transactions, there was one posted about 20 minutes ago from my computer. He sent out 33 Bitcoin to an endless list of recipients. Nearly $1 million in cryptocurrency was sent to... I don't know how to say it. It was as if he randomly sent out crypto to any wallet that ever used Platus as a payment intermediary. Each transaction itself was worthless, about 16 cents per transaction. Normally I would red flag something like this, shut the building down, call security, and launch a full investigation. What's the point in doing that now? Our security contract's held up, but most of our staff is gone. Anyone we employed outside of contract work quit weeks ago. The dollar is failing, and we can't pay everyone in crypto. I don't know what he did, but regardless, I need to move fast. It's now or never. Chapter 13. Riders on the Storm. Damn, I was getting hungry. Having spent the rest of the afternoon relaxing under a tree in the park, I began to regret not packing at least a couple snacks to hold me over for the time being. The locals were given ration vouchers, whereas all day pass workers weren't given a damn thing until their work had been completed. Slotted for the night shift, I was expected to work from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m., and then promptly head back to the southern gate near the handle. Before crossing, I would be given a box with my payment, a day's worth of food, nothing more. Thankfully, I had a better prize awaiting me, so long as everything went to plan. One by one, familiar faces began filling the crowd. A few I've seen in Triple T's, a couple I've crossed in narrow alleys. One John and I gave a beating to for stealing one of our bikes not too long ago. All of them were attracted to the north for food, hoping to have a day's worth last longer than intended. Just like in the south, food was strictly rationed up here, with the exception being the tight control on it. Cops had long since scoured every store in the city, confiscating anything non-perishable. It was only considered looting if a civilian took something that they didn't own. Those working for the state considered this redistribution, but I saw it as another level of control. Down south, it was every man for themselves, a place where anyone could take what they needed if they can get away with it. We weren't tied down to the rule of law, being bound to follow the command of others. We were free. In the north, the state was God, and no one made that more abundantly clear than Roman. The park was filled with warm, weary bodies as the cops began lining up on one of the basketball courts. The shift change was upon us, and I made my way over with everyone else, leaving my comfort and the thoughts of hunger under the tree. It was time to work. Time for me to gather all the focus I could that would last the long night ahead. Standing in the middle of the court was Chicago's chief of police, Roman. His position was very similar to Shaw's back at the church, standing with goons of his own dressed in blue, hands resting on their utility belts. Be it protocol or an intimidation tactic, the line of cops looked eerily similar to the gaggle of gang members I was accustomed to being around. Sometimes people try so hard to distance themselves from one thing they find themselves being more or less a mirror of what they loathe. Roman was sharply dressed to match his subordinates, the only difference being the thickness of his mustache. He looked like he belonged in an 80s porno more than a uniform. He kept his hands on his hips as he looked over the crowd. A frown on his face told me that he didn't seem very pleased with what he was looking at. Moments later, he finished sizing up the workers in the park, gave a heavy sigh, and forced his frown to a more neutral expression. On behalf of the great city of Chicago, I want to thank every one of you for doing your part to keep things in this city running smoothly. Roman announced to the sparse crowd standing on the grass, each person looking worse than the last. Provided that you all pull your weight tonight, we can streamline the working process and grant each of you easier access to return. For those of you just coming off your shifts, please follow Officer Bradley to the gate to receive your payment. Don't you have anywhere for us to stay tonight? Asked a scrawny, pale man as he took a step forward. These passes say we're allowed to be here for 24 hours. Whispers of agreement began filling the park. Many of the workers wanted to stay in the north as long as possible, to live in the fantasy of civilization as long as they could. You are correct. The passes are good for a full day. However, that means a full day of work. Once your shift is over and your presence is no longer needed, you will be asked to leave the city. As much as the Chicago Police Department, as well as its citizens, appreciate your efforts, we currently cannot afford the added living capacity for anyone to stay for an extended period. That's fucking bullshit, and you know it, the guy shouted, a finger pointed at Roman. You know we came up here for more than food. Some of us would like a warm bed to sleep in for once. Sir, I think you've mistaken this arrangement as a form of charity rather than what it really is. The work passes are an opportunity for people living outside the city to contribute, but I understand that you would rather be handed everything than work for it. Officers Bradley and Reese, please remove this man from causing a further scene. Without haste, the two officers approached the guy, moving to grab his arms as quickly as possible. He gave a struggle, but it was short-lived as the tips of a taser bit into his side, causing his body to convulse with a jittery and stiffness, then fall limp. The cops picked him up and dragged him away, leaving all of us in a state of unsettling awe. Roman barked an order to the officers. Once you take him through the gate, make sure to blacklist him from returning. Also, due to his outburst disturbing the peace, he's forfeited his payment for the day. Bringing his attention back to the crowd, he lost the forced look of proper professionalism on his face and allowed his honest animosity to show. Here's the deal, everyone. I don't know what goes on beyond these walls, nor do I give a damn. The bottom line is that up here, we do what we have to do while obeying the rule of law. You try and bend those rules, you go against our standards and cause a scene like that, you'll find yourself on a one-way ticket out of here. We are all here to help one another, but the moment any of you give us attitude or want to voice your disagreements with how we run things, you will find yourself in a world of hurt. There is an endless line of people that will kill to partake in an opportunity like this. Be grateful, stay in line, and do the job you are assigned. We don't ask for much, but we carry high expectations. So long as you all understand that, there won't be any issues. Roman was then handed a binder containing the copy to each of our day passes by one of the other officers. The two fumbled through the pages while slowly speaking to each other. Roman gave a twitch of the corner of his mouth, followed by a quick nod. Now that unpleasantness is out of the way, and provided there won't be any more disturbances, I'll now take attendance. When you hear your name called, you will go to the officer I designate to escort you to your place of duty for the night. Some of you have been assigned to work deeper into the city, in which case you will be driven out to and from that location. Don't take it as a courtesy to your feet. We don't waste gas where we don't have to, but with time being minimal and an effort to maintain efficiency, we have arranged adequate transportation. If you do not hear your name called, you shouldn't be here to begin with. He gave a heavy sigh, which we will deal with if it comes to that. I didn't find Roman to be tyrannical, although I thought he was a dick. Some guy voices his opinion, and the next thing you know, he gets tased, kicked out of town, and all he worked for gets ripped away from him. 3 punishments for asking one question. I found that to be tyrannical. Roman and the other cops didn't need to go that far. It was as if they were using him to send a message to the rest of us. The guy got off lucky. I had seen far worse from the other side of that bridge. Public executions were a grim sign of the times, but those were a message meant only for Shaw. So long as I stuck to the plan and didn't stick out, my relationship with him would go unnoticed. No rope would find its way around my neck. The only message for Shaw being an intact payload of whatever it was he wanted smuggled out of the city brought to his doorstep. Irvine Scott. I cringed at the sound of that last name when Roman called me. Skilled labor at O'Hare. Jeremy should be here any minute to take you over there. Just hang out until he shows up. One by one, names were called, sending them one place or another. Some to the power plant, a few to the buildings near the entrance, and some sad souls to assist with sewage. They would be lowered down the manholes and spend all night digging through piss and shit to keep the sewers clear. Late through the night and into the morning, they would spend hours sending buckets of crap above to be discarded far outside the city limits. It didn't matter who did what job, they all sucked. All the while, the locals would rest easy in their warm beds with full bellies, uncaring for the toil the workers went through to provide them their comforts. All because they arranged the deliveries, managed communication towers, kissed the right asses. It gave me joy to be closer to finally leaving the city for good. As everyone started leaving to attend their labors, a pickup truck rolled into the parking lot next to the squad cars. Camry stepped out of the driver's side with a large, bald, bushy-bearded man looking out the passenger window. She waved me over to her as she walked over to Roman. The back of the truck was loaded with copper pipes, a vacuum pump, a refrigerant reclaiming pump, and several tanks with a bunch of other stuff hardly worth paying attention to. I just needed to work long enough for her to light off the signal. Here's the paperwork for the truck. Camry handed Roman an envelope that Matthews gave her. Are we good to go? If you wanted a truck, you could have always just shown us the girls. Roman gave a sickened smile that made Cam roll her eyes. That's an easy pass for a girl as talented as yourself. I'd give you every damn truck we have for a peek. You're gross. She crossed her arms over her breast. You have your papers all signed. We just need an escort. Take it easy. Roman's smile went from presenting perversion to hiding embarrassment as he opened the letter. Not like most of the force hasn't seen them already. Hell, half the damn world, really. At least what's left of it. Camry looked over to me and mouthed something along the lines of, fuck this guy. So are you just going to sit in the truck while these two do the real work out there? Pretty much. Can't say that's good use of manpower, but then again, it's not like you have much use outside of looking good. Guess you have to do something while you're here. Too bad you can't make a living showing off everything anymore. Could always try hooking on the other side of the wall. At least then you'll be good for something. That's harsh. I interrupted Roman from insulting her anymore. I think if you really believe that, then she wouldn't be up here to begin with. If she's so worthless, why have her up here at all? Roman gave me a look of disgust, spit on the ground, and replied, She knows the right people. Not everyone is trusted to make deliveries to and from the airport. I would have had my guys take care of it, but I can't afford to stretch them so thin right now. He scrunched up his lips, causing his mustache to curl. Scott, right? Themore only sends up his best, so keep in mind I have high expectations of you tonight. Pull this job off and there will be more for you. Not often we have skilled and educated workers make their way up here. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to earn an honest meal. A thickness grew in my throat as my pandering increased my disdain for Roman's demeanor. Roman gave a smirk and pointed at me while addressing Cam. That's what we're looking for. You might want to take notes. He then cranked his neck, sighed a breath of heavy frost while hiking up his utility belt. I'll have Officer Harris escort the three of you out there. Jeremy will catch you up to speed on what needs to be done. I followed Cam to the truck as Roman went to his cruiser. As far as first impressions go, I never wanted to speak to that man again. Be it ego or power, something had gone to his head so bad that every word that spilled from his mouth made me want to punch him. Cam might have had a provocative history, but we all do to some extent. The reset was an opportunity for us to all have a second chance, not to suffer daily survival while being berated of our publicized indiscretions. He was a man without honor, living by a code that only strived to fill his self-admiration. Cam started the truck once I closed the backseat passenger door. In the fading light of the setting sun, a hand reached out to me from the front of the truck. Scott, right? I'm Jeremy, but I'm sure you've been told that already. I reached over and shook his hand, noting the largeness of his calloused fingers. Yeah, that's me. I take it we'll have a long night ahead of us. More or less. There's 24 refrigerated containers out there that need to be serviced. I've started on a few of them already, but the problematic ones I'll be addressing tonight. I need you to diagnose what's wrong with the rest of them. How much experience do you have in HVAC? I've done residential and some light commercial units. The fundamentals are pretty much the same across the board. I'm comfortable with servicing and general maintenance. Good. I'll take any experience I can get at this point. Just roll through each of them, taking pressure readings with the gauges, amp draws on the motors, and check the condition of the capacitors. Make notes of it all, and if anything needs to be fixed or replaced, we'll address it the next time we come out. He paused for a moment. If there is a next time, that is. Pull your weight tonight and I'll put in a good word for you. What are you going to be working on while I do that? I asked, trying to hide my lack of interest. A few of the damn units have bad leaks. I set up pressure tests a couple days ago on a few of them. Once I figure out where the leaks are coming from, I could fix them and braze the lines back together. Then the wonderful process of vacuuming out all the nitrogen and filling them back up with R600A. Boring stuff, really. Honestly, I'd rather deal with tracing an electrical short than screwing around in the dark looking for a leak. Maybe just mix some petroleum jelly and some soapy water, I said, looking back on a job I had done in the past. If you have a UV flashlight, it'll glow when you shine on it. Make it easier to see in the dark. Jeremy gave a laugh. Already off to a good start, Scott. Haven't seen you touch a unit, and you're already 10 times better than the last few helpers I've been tossed. Camry joined in the laughter. The last guy they sent out ended up losing a couple fingers. He screamed the whole way to the hospital. Jesus Christ, what the hell happened? Jeremy tried to hold back his laughter due to the mention of the unfortunate event, but could hardly contain himself. Dude was helping me take pressure readings. His damn gauges got locked up when he tried to pull them off, but the gas just blasted his hands. I told him to pull it out quickly or get out of the way, but he just kept pulling through the pain. Eventually he got it off, but man, his hands were messed up. Completely frostbitten. Why on earth would anyone sit through that? Camry looked at me in the rearview mirror, her smile fading. He wanted a place to stay. People with long-term skilled work assignments eventually get powered apartments rather than ones without. Well, that's news to me. A bitterness sank in as I recalled my short stay in the north. One of Roman's incentives that came after the day passes were initiated. A lot of skilled workers left after the riots. Well, they either left or were caught in the crossfire of the cops putting it to an end. His main push was to keep the city moving forward, and that requires skilled labor. He might be an asshole, but the guy had a plan. Tyrannical? Maybe. But Roman had a clear blueprint for keeping Chicago afloat. Keep the valuable people happy. It didn't take long to see the similarities his methods matched Shaw's. Both of them wanted Chicago to thrive while only doing so under their own direction. Roman believed a firm hand under the rule of law was the only way to move forward, while Shaw reveled in the social Darwinism brought forth by total anarchy. They both ruled their halves of the city thanks to keeping a select few people happy, with a share of authority and personal comforts. I wasn't one of Shaw's lieutenants, so I never commanded authority, but as a runner I enjoyed the comforts he could spare while many others around me were left searching for scraps. The cops shared power through laws and bullets. The gangs demanded submission by guns and intimidation. I always found myself in the middle. The more I thought about it, the less and less I cared for any of it. All of it was so absurdly pointless to me. Two opposing groups vying for control over a city slowly asphyxiating itself to ruin. The trip to O'Hare International took far longer than it should have. Following the cop car ahead of us, we kept to a very specific route through the city. The further we drove away from Lake Michigan, the more the city faded away. A towering mass of desolate buildings took its place. Gone was the lived-in feeling as we drove through what resembled a decaying corpse of metal and concrete. It looked less like the false utopia of the north and more like the skeletal remains of the south. As the daylight turned to twilight, the final rays of the sunshine broke through the horizon just under the overcast, turning the clouds a fiery gradient of red to orange to pink, like licks of flames kissing the sky. Every couple of miles we stopped at a checkpoint to show our passes. The cops stationed away from the city proper were much more relaxed, as though seeing a new face was a welcome reprieve from watching guard over a graveyard. As we presented our papers, we were given polite nods, with wishes of health and safety in return. These men were doing their jobs as if the world hadn't changed, rather than pricks trying to prove something to themselves. We finally pulled up to the service entrance to the airport. The place was completely dark. Rather than wasting much-needed resources powering all the lights at night, the airport mainly operated during the day. This meant that nighttime was the best time to work on maintaining the facility, although a pain in the ass for those having to fumble around in darkness. Fortunately for us, power was directed to the area we would be working at. A few hangars were designated to act as warehouses for hoarding supplies, with refrigerated shipping containers close by, better known as Chicago's deep freeze storage, or DFS for short. Why not just wait until the end of winter to work on them? It would save a ton of electricity just to let anything that needed refrigeration just sit out in the cold. A lanky man in an unkempt service uniform met us at the gate, hardly glanced at our paperwork, then directioned us down to the hangars. Officer Harris parked next to the gate, waving us down the runway. Jeremy and Cam both had decent enough rapport with the police department not to be babysat all night, which made me far more comfortable about this job than I had been all day. So far, things were going smoothly. While the two of us worked, Camry would make sure to get eyes on the cargo and ready to signal. The rest of the National Guard stationed up here were as nonchalant as the guy at the gate. This should be a cakewalk. Chapter 14. Sweet dreams are made of this. As Jeremy and I started unloading the truck, Camry took a stroll around the area. It would be a while before she would be ready to give the signal, so I had no other choice than to get right to work. I slung a tool bag over my shoulder with a loop of hoses connected to the set of pressure gauges with Jeremy, taking a smaller bag and 2 notebooks. We made our way behind the refrigeration containers that were dimly lit by a couple of lamp posts and set up near the brightest spot we could find. Jeremy handed me a notebook and a pen. He would start at one end taking electrical measurements while I would focus on jotting down high and low pressure readings. The units on my end started down with 1, and they would each be numbered down to his end being marked 24. Once we finished, we would compare notes to find the most problematic ones to work on together, while simple fixes we could knock out on our own. Although it felt nice to have structure to my work, it was a task I had grown out of accustomed to, with my primary aim being anything but honest labor. I had no choice but to play the game until it was time to set the rest of the night's events into motion. Hook up the gauges and temperature clamp, read the numbers, and then move on to the next one. Once I had moved far enough out of a light source, I would turn on my headlamp. By the time I had finished the 5th unit, I noticed Jeremy had just finished his 2nd. Was this guy slow or just thorough? Having never worked in these types of units before, I had no idea just how much there was to check on his end, so I wasn't too quick to judge. After a few hours of working, we met in the middle. "Seems like a good place to take a break," Jeremy said as he took the notebook from me. "I'll consolidate the notes for both of us. Go grab a smoke if you like." "Appreciate it," I replied. As I walked away headed back to the truck, he called back to me. "Hey, Scott." I turned with an eyebrow raised. "Good hustle so far. Nice to be working with someone competent for a change." I waved a hand in good favor. "All the same here." And then I returned to my walk to the truck in hopes to see what Cam was up to. A small red dot glowed in the darkness. Cam had liberated one of my cigarettes I left in the truck and sat in the tailgate, her legs crossed and dangling. For no apparent reason, I felt attracted to the sight of her relaxed. Since our first interaction, she had a heavy case of resting bitch face that made her seem too stern for attraction. Perhaps it was Roman's offhanded remarks, or the adorable way she rested on the back of the truck, but there was something serene, something calming about her in that moment that reminded me she was no less human than I. In that moment, she was divine, although something was off. "How goes it?" I asked, taking a seat next to her as I picked up my pack of smokes off the tailgate. We're kind of fucked, just taking a moment to accept that. Before the flame touched the cig, my heart sank. Don't tell me the cargo isn't there. Oh, it's there all right. She took a heavy drag. Right where it's supposed to be. The problem we are having tonight is that. She pointed to the airport's command tower that looked out over the runways. What do you mean? Are we expecting a flight to come in soon? We thought we had it all figured out, but it turns out we didn't do enough research before setting everything up. No flights come in at night. It's too risky, which is why we planned everything to take place at night. What I didn't realize is that just because flights aren't coming in doesn't mean that there aren't people working there. There's a graveyard shift operating as air traffic controllers, now listening to all broadcasts. Let me guess, Shaw's people up north didn't take that into account when staging the communication shut-off part of the operation. Bingo. Fucking bingo. Good news is that so long as everything else goes according to plan, we should still be able to get the hell out of here. Bad news is that if they have any way of contacting the CPD's personal radios, then they will be on us a lot sooner than expected. Which is why Shaw sent a crew to meet up with us once we got out of here. I slowly rested a hand on her shoulder. We can still do this. You worked so hard in setting this up. Now's not the time for second-guessing things. Cam tilted her head onto my shoulder. Thank you for the encouragement. I'm just worried about the aftermath. If the cops are too quick, they'll trace everything back to Shaw and his gang. By the time the sun rises, they'll swarm the southside. I saw what they did up here with their own people. God. She took a deep breath with a quiver. Just imagine what they will do to a group of people they despise, let alone everyone living down there. Fuck it. I finished and flicked my smoke. My offer stands if it comes to that. I'll get you out of here. She raised her head, patted my thigh, and got off the truck. Thanks, but I'm not sure you understand. Well, enlighten me. I don't want anyone to die. I arranged most of this, and if anyone gets hurt, their blood is on my hands. Well, we'll just have to do our part and hope it doesn't come to that. Okay, well. She crossed her arms like the first time I met her, turning back to business. Get ready. I'll give you 10 minutes to take care of Jeremy, and then meet me at the 4th hangar down the right side of the runway. I aimed 2 fingers at my head with my thumb pulled back like a gun. Take care of Jeremy? Cam wasn't amused as she narrowed her brows with a frown. Right. No bloodshed, gotcha. It's a shame, though. Seems like a cool dude. Don't hurt him, but we can't risk him running off and exposing any information that might lead them back to us. I'll figure it out. See you soon. We went our separate ways, her to ready the signal and myself to put Jeremy out of commission. Killing him wasn't an option, nor was it one that I would entertain seriously. I hardly knew the guy, but one thing set him apart from the assholes I was used to dealing with. He was just a normal, hard-working guy, trying to navigate his way day by day like so many of us. He played by the rules set before him, contributing his skill set to assist the community he was a part of. Truth be told, I felt bad for what was about to happen next. Not sure if it was more for him or for myself. God knew I gathered enough guilt. As I turned the corner to the back of the reefers, I saw him knelt down with his multimeter in hand. He continued working as I slowly made my way over to him, my hand slowly moving across my hip back to my belt line. Jeremy gave a nod to himself, setting the multimeter down to write the readings in his notebook. I slid my thumb down my spine, pressing a firm grip to the handle of my Springfield 9mm. He glanced over to me as I approached, giving a nod to welcome me back to work. A fury took hold of my arm as I whipped it out from behind my back. Jeremy dropped both his jaw and the pen in his hand. He looked dumbfounded, not expecting the sudden betrayal. What are you doing, Scott? Do as you say, and I promise I won't hurt you. Now you wait just a damn minute. Jeremy began to stand up. With the fury still strong in my arm, I pushed it down to the grip of the pistol, landing hard on his cheekbone. No sudden movements and keep your voice down. Fuck you. he replied as he held a hand to the side of his face. I moved behind him with the barrel pressed to the back of his head, grabbed the back of his jacket and pulled him to his feet. Take me to a container that isn't running. The two of us stumbled in front of the containers. As we started to pass the halfway point, Jeremy pointed to a container number 15. I kept my gun pointed at him as he opened it. Inside were many paintings with delicately crafted wooden frames, a few small stone sculptures, and just enough room for Jeremy to make himself comfortable. Get inside. I took a step forward as he inched his way back into the unit. I had you all wrong, Scott. Figured you were one of the good guys looking for honest work. Turns out you're nothing more than a thug to take whatever you can get your hands on. Taking what others have worked so hard for. Trust me, even now you're wrong. You don't fucking know me. You're from the South. That pretty much should have told me everything. But I gave you a chance when I heard you were skilled. You made a damn good first impression. Now look at you. I was wrong to trust you. Wrong to think anything decent can come out of that shithole. So yes, you are a thug. I placed both hands on the gun, trying not to pull the trigger while increasing my sense of intimidation. You don't know shit, I growled through gritted teeth. I could put you down right now if I wanted, but you haven't given me the cause. Now I'm going to leave you here, and by morning someone will come looking. Just wait out the night. If you're not who I think you are, then answer me this. Why are you doing this? Matter of fact, what's the reason behind this whole song and dance coming all the way out here? For what? I took a sharp breath. So I can leave this shithole city. A loud clang rang as I slammed the door. Jeremy gave some resistance pushing back against me, but I managed to set the latch in place, locking him up. It was enough for me to take a pause and catch my breath. Between the physical struggle of pushing him against the door and the mental anguish of what I had just done, I was spent. Who the hell was he to judge me? Sure, pulling a gun out on him was reason enough to make me look like an asshole, but I refused to be compared to one of Shaw's lackeys. One of them would have shot first without ever thinking of granting him the courtesy of walking away from all this. Being locked in the container was cruel, but at least it meant he would live to see another day. As I tried to remind myself that the end would justify the means, it felt more so I was convincing myself that it warranted my behavior. As I sat with my back against the door to the unit, I could feel Jeremy pounding against the metal as he screamed muffled cries for escape. Then a brilliant red flash glowed bright across the runway, illuminating the entire area for a brief, spectacular moment. Along with the light came a crackling thunder booming loud into the frigid air. A sound of thunder that could be heard across the city, from the makeshift city center in the north to the Port Authority in the south. Camry had lit the signal, a series of fireworks high into the night sky, echoing for us to set our plan into motion. This was the moment everyone was waiting for, which meant I needed to get off my ass and book it down at the hangar so we can get the hell out of Dodge. Any moral dilemmas I was facing would have to be dealt with when everything was over. I already made my choice having crossed into the north, so no going back now. Pistol still in hand, I sprinted down the pavement. As it drew close to the hangar, more explosions filled the sky with an array of colors. Blue, green, violet, a blinding white. Cam's signal was a grand finale she made sure no one would miss. My blood pumped with excitement. The whole ordeal might have been messy business, but it would be an event to remember. With the fourth hangar in sight, I saw Camry run into it before me. Tailing right behind her, I finally slowed down once we were inside. That's it? I asked with a shallow breath, pointing at the truck. Yeah. Cam seemed equally exhausted. Fully loaded and ready to go. We'll take off once Matthews blows the building. If we don't hear the blast, at least we'll hear the sirens. Not much for subtlety. Jesus Christ, Cam. What makes you think those sirens won't be headed our way after a show like this? As if we have to worry about the damn guys in the traffic tower. This is gonna bring everyone in the city right to us. Fireworks were still going off. Fuck you. Those things came in a kit. A big box that you detonate. When it's done, it's done. Should have plenty of time before anyone makes it out this far. One would have been fine, but what about all the people stationed out here? You can be sure as shit they're headed over here right now. We're wasting time debating this. We need to leave now. No. Cam stomped a foot and made a fist. We stick to the plan. We have to draw all attention to the city. Then why the fuck isn't Matthews the one who sent the signal and not us? You ever think of that in your master plan? Fuck you. Like you have any idea what it's been like trying to get all this shit together up here while you've been fucking off down there. Fuck this. Fuck all of this. We're leaving right the fuck now. You ain't going anywhere. A voice came out from behind me as something heavy slammed to the back of my head. I was down on the ground before I knew what was happening. My vision blurred as I saw a figure pointed at Cam. The voice screamed for her to get against the side of the truck. It was Officer Harris. He must have known we were up to something the moment the fireworks started going off. I laid on the ground, my head pounding as a trickle of blood rivered down my forehead. Harris began to restrain Camry. She resisted, causing him to strike her across the face. The force knocked her down to the ground. He pulled her back on her feet and struck her again. I felt young again. I've seen my own father beat my mother. The suppressed memory awakened a violent rage that brought me up standing. I wasn't a thug. I refused to be one of them. I knew who I was, and it was better than men hiding their violence behind a badge. I carried mine out in the open proudly. At least my violence had a code. Let her go. Anger came forth with my words as I pointed my gun at Harris. He turned stunned to see me standing. He pulled her, a girl no taller than 5'4", weighing maybe 100 pounds soaking wet, right in front of him as a human shield. This guy wasn't a man. He was a punk fit to serve Shaw, fit to serve Roman. He raised a weapon of his own to her neck, a coward hiding behind a defenseless woman. In that moment, Harris ceased to exist in my eyes. I only saw my father, and the years of abuse he scarred into my mind. Tears began to whelp in her eyes as the last fireworks showed their final lights of the night. She begged for help as Harris yelled something at me, but I couldn't understand either of them. I was stuck in my head, the trigger my escape. Matthews had given me a single round to be used for an emergency only. I don't think he ever intended for me to use it, least of all on one of his own. No women. I said to myself as my rage squeezed hard to the trigger of my pistol. Following the last bang in the sky was the pop of the expelled round ejecting from the bullet at the barrel. It found a home in Harris's skull. Blood spattered across Camry's face. Harris fell motionless to the ground, a pool of blood growing from the large hole in the back of his head. I ran over to Cam as quickly as I could, holding her close to my chest. She was breathless, unsure of how to respond to what just happened. After a moment, she looked up to me, her eye bruised with cheeks and hair stained with blood. "We have to leave now," I said as calm yet stern as I could to get the point across. She nodded. "Yes, thank you, Scott. Let's get the hell out of here." I couldn't tell if she returned the hug because she was thankful I saved her or to acknowledge I was right in our argument. But it didn't matter. She hugged me nonetheless. I had not had human contact like that since long before the reset. Maybe Themor and Will were right. Maybe I needed to get away from trying to survive and find somewhere to take root. For that small amount of intimacy with another person, for the first time in over a year, I felt human again. And that I could chase once I finished this job. Chapter 15. Short Change Hero. A click of sliding metal sounded as I released the upper receiver on the pistol. I might have used the only bullet I had, but thanks to Harris's untimely interruption, I now had 30 more rounds to add to my collection. The only problem was that the magazines from his Glock were not compatible with my Springfield. It wouldn't have been an issue if I could find his gun, but with the fireworks no longer illuminating the night, I couldn't see shit. With time working against us, I took his mags, and if need be, would fill mine as necessary. Camry started the truck, a loud rumble echoing the hangar. It was a tan, up-armored LMTV with large desert camouflage canvas covering the bed of the truck. Sure was a hell of a lot of metal for such a small girl. Rather than ask if she could handle it, I opted to give her more faith than I had up to this point. I noticed Harris's squad car is still running. Lucky for us, he never went full lights and sirens. Not so lucky for him in the end. "Hold up!" I yelled over to Cam as I ran over to the cop car. "What the hell?" she yelled back, annoyed. "What happened to you saying we have to leave now?" She structured the entire operation to buy as much time as possible, so that was exactly what I was doing. I hopped into the car and drove it into the hangar, out of sight for the time being. As I was about to get out, I heard a familiar voice over the radio. "Dispatch, this is Matthews." Officer Matthews' voice sung clear. "Could I get a second set of eyes over at 82nd and Park West? There are some suspicious lights coming from the building around the corner. Requesting additional backup to check it out." Without waiting to hear any more of the conversation, I ran over to Harris, laying right where we left him. My fingers fought against the cold as they carefully untangled the hand radio hooked onto his belt, a thick cord running up his shoulder connecting to the mic. Once it was free, I made a mad dash for the passenger side of the truck. With the heavy door slamming shut, Cam gave me an unamused side look. "Finished?" "Just buying us time." I turned up the volume on the radio as I sat in the seat between us. "Now drive." The sudden force of the truck moving forward threw me back into my seat quicker than I could react. After she turned out of the hangar, we were speeding down the runway, a mess of chatter clogging up the radio. I took the moment to move rounds from one useless mag into mine. Matthews kept to his word and reported an explosion from the building requesting immediate assistance. It was hard to keep a steady hand loading the magazine as we drove. Never have I rode in a vehicle as large as this one, so it was no wonder I wasn't used to the vibrations and stuttering as we made sharp turns. Looking at the passenger side mirror, I could see the taillights of other trucks headed the opposite way from us. For a moment, it seemed that Cam had worried for no reason at all. "Looks like this might be our lucky night," I said with a smile, hoping our good fortune would hold. "It's not over yet," she replied, her voice cold. "Provided we can get out of the airport in one piece, we still have to get through the unguarded part of the north side. And that's why Shaw sent a team to clear the way and escort us back. I understand you're worried about everything. Trust me, of all people, I want this to go over smoothly just as much as you. Face it, Cam." She turned slightly to give me another side look, this one with the faintest of smiles. "You did it. Parts of it might have gone to hell, but I'll be damned, your plan worked." I spoke too soon. Just as we rounded the corner headed towards the western gate, we were faced with blinding lights. The same bright lights I saw when I first approached Chicago so many months ago. And with the lights came a barrage of gunfire, pinging bullets to the thick steel of the truck. "I'm ramming through the gate," Cam shouted as her foot pushed the gas pedal all the way to the floor. "Hold on to something." I hunkered down with my arms pushed firm to the dashboard. I thought we had plenty of time before anyone thought of stopping us. Why did they not at the very least signal for us to stop the truck? The guards at the gate should have followed some protocol, but instead they opened fire the moment we turned the corner. Why? "Harris isn't responding." I could hear Matthews over the radio as I hunched down. A screech of metal scraping metal rang the cab of the truck as Cam busted through the gate. Razor wire ripped around violently as it swung around, getting caught in the canvas covering the bed. The impact sent us upwards in our seat, quickly slamming back down with a thud. Against all odds, we hadn't tipped over. The wheels still steady on the ground as we headed deep into the abandoned frontier of the city. Bringing the radio close to my ear, I prayed Matthews wasn't selling us out. "Officer Harris, this is dispatch." A woman's voice. "Do you copy?" Part of me wanted to respond, pretend to be him, buy us some more time, but the damage was already done. "Dispatch, disregard." "Dispatch, disregard." Roman came on the line, his voice calm, calculating, threatening. "If you two are listening, which I'm sure you are, I highly suggest you pull that truck over immediately. That truck and anything you may have loaded into is the property of the city of Chicago, which means it's mine, and I don't appreciate being ripped off after so graciously allowing you to contribute to this community." I looked over to Cameron, who shared my sense of shock. Two things were clear. For one, he didn't know what was in the truck, which meant that Matthews hadn't betrayed us. Harris must have radioed in once the fireworks went off. Roman must have figured that when he didn't check back in, we had something to do with his absence. Scott, right? Tell you what, I'll sweeten the pot and make you a deal. You stop the truck and hand over Perky Tits and I'll let you walk. Hell, I might even throw in a milk crate of grub for you while I'm at it. As far as I'm concerned, she put you up to this. I know a lot of guys who do a lot less for a good piece of ass like that, so I can't blame you. So what's it gonna be, Scott? Cam began to shake her head in protest to the very notion of me going against her. "Scott, please don't. He won't keep to his end of the deal. Trust me." "You think I was born yesterday?" I asked with a scoff. "I knew this guy was crooked the moment I met him. No way in hell would I risk losing you over some bogus deal with him." Cam returned a smile, but only for a moment as she digested what I said. "I mean, we are a team. You and I, the rest of us out here trying to escape the city right now. We're all in this together. We get this truck to Shaw and we all win. Roman loses with the rest of the pigs." My clarification seemed to comfort her as she replied. "For a second I thought you were coming on to me." I kept my eyes to the side mirror. "Tell you what, we get through this alive and I'll take you to Triple T's and hit on you all night. Give me a second to tell this asshat to fuck off." Radio in hand, I took a deep breath before opening the channel. "Yeah, Roman, is it? I think we're gonna have to take a rain check on your deal. You see, I'm from Texas, and in Texas, we don't take too kindly to misogynistic pricks cutting bullshit deals. In other words, go fuck yourself." Silence, and then a reply. "Quite a shame. That bitch is leading you to your grave." "Oh, I found my grave already." A smile grew on my face as I looked at my watch. Now it's time for me to get out of this shithole. As I released the talk button on the mic, another voice picked up right away. "This is Special Affair calling from Hangar 4 of O'Hare International. There is an officer down. I repeat, there is a CPD officer in Hangar 4. We need immediate..." The voice trailed off as my heart sank, a lump growing in my throat. "Get them." Roman sounded off calmly before returning with a shout that spiked static in the radio. "Get every single officer after them now. I want every damn Crown Vic with a full tank after these bastards right the fuck now. Cover the whole city in lights and sirens. Ready up the SWAT teams. Break down that fucking wall. He took several heavy breaths into the mic. We are coming for you, and we will fuck you both up so bad you'll beg us to kill you. I'll see this city burn to the ground before I let you get away. Good luck. The only words I could think to say before I tossed the radio to the floor. Most of the ride was silent, save for the roaring engine. What could either of us say at this point? Cam was right. We were fucked. Of everything she set up for that night, she had forgotten to take the National Guard into account. Most likely it was them that tipped off CPD and had close communications with the cops that we completely overlooked. One thing was for sure, we didn't save any time. Matthew's distraction, Will cutting the communications tower at the hospital, everyone else to do the same was all for nothing. Our citywide communications blackout was all for naught because the curiosity that led Harris right for us. Looking back, the plan was shit overall when you broke it down. Couldn't say I could have made a better one given the circumstances, so I made no mention of it to Cameron. All that mattered was that we were on our way to the rendezvous point with the cargo. Cargo that held God knows what and a bunch of drones, all while the city was in an uproar being sacked by men who falsely proclaimed to protect it. The sun began to crest over the horizon as we pulled the truck over. A glance at my watch showed it close to 6 in the morning, the time I would have left the north anyway. Cam and I jumped out of the truck to see one of Shaw's top lieutenants, Rook, armed with an AK-47 tight in his grasp. The dude was as large as John and twice as muscular. Y'all really shit the bed on this one, he said, shaking his head. Boss ain't too happy about all the blue flooding in. Do you have a radio? As I stepped forward, Rook raised his weapon at me. Please, just let me talk to him. I can explain why shit went so bad. Rook made a motion to the rest of his boys to check out the back of the truck. Did you two at least manage to get most of the shipment? Yeah, I replied, my hands held up. Shaw's boxes with the flour on them and some extras. Yo, dog, one of the lackeys called over to Rook from behind the truck. Come check this shit out. Motherfucker is wild on this shit, son. Rook gave me a look that told me not to go anywhere as he walked over to see what his boys were so excited for. All it took was one look at the boxed up drones that put a smile on Rook's face. Y'all motherfuckers fucked up. Like really, really fucked up. But this shit here, I can't speak for him, but I'm sure the man will understand. And with that, Rook motioned for me to get into one of the cars while he rode with Camry back to the church. I didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone, but a smile and a nod of approval from her as I was sitting in the back seat, listening to shitty gangster rap for the next 30 minutes. Yet again, I was sharing the company of men I neither understood nor cared for. Both the driver and passenger wore flashy, loud colors as thick golden chains dangled around their necks, as though the more ghetto they looked somehow raised their social status. The type of guys quick to aim a shaking gun sideways rather than take time to hold it steady as they properly sized up their target. These were examples of the people we were headed to, Shaw's people. The only difference between them and the rest of the church was that they were runners, a label given to anyone Shaw thought was skilled enough to complete his jobs, yet unessential enough to lose. Like it or not, I was one of them. Hopefully, God willing, not for much longer. As we drove along the outskirts of the city, I played the night's events over and over in my head, skyscrapers towering in the distance silhouetted by the rising sun. Jeremy came to mind, causing my heart to skip a beat. I wondered how he was doing locked in that container. Perhaps they found him, granting him a release from the prison I forced him into. Most likely, no one came for him just yet due to Roman setting off every capable officer in the city after Cam and I. Remorse grew a lump in my throat. I had to let someone know. A quick pat on my body had me realize I left the radio in the truck with Cam. There was nothing I could do. Nothing I could say to anyone to help Jeremy now. I just had hope that he would make it out of this one way or another. What stuck with me the most about him was his loyalty to the North. Had John and I stayed there longer, maybe we too would have adapted to their ways, drank their Kool-Aid, become contributors to society rather than whatever we are now. That lingering thought brought me back to John and Will. What were they doing now? The plan was for them to head straight for Triple T's once Will made it back to the south side. With Roman calling for a siege to the city, the Handle would be the first place to hit. Unless they sent units out following us on the outskirts, in which case they would circle the whole city, blocking off all escape as they slowly closed in on me. A searing pain throbbed my skull. Overthinking every detail became too much to handle at once. Mind if I light a smoke? I asked the driver. If you could square a spare, knock yourself out, he replied, looking at me in the rearview mirror earnestly. With only 3 cigs left, I lit 2 and passed one to him. Cracking the window to let out the smoke, whistled in a cool chill of the morning air the passenger didn't appreciate. He turned back to me in disgust as if I just fucked his sister. I returned a rise of an eyebrow following a puff of smoke that whizzed out of the crack. My reply saying, deal with it, as I wasn't in the mood to cater to riding in a hot box. Before long, we arrived at the back of the church. The building was abuzz with people running around with weapons, more so than usual. Shaw was well aware of just how far south things had turned, and now we had to explain ourselves. Morning was upon us while sirens echoed in the distance. The stage was set, the cards against us. How could I talk my way out of this? The truck backed up to the garage they held Kim in, the door raised up, with Shaw awaiting us inside. They escorted Cam and me inside, Shaw shaking his head with each step we took. What happened? Shaw asked, one arm crossed over his chest while the other rubbed 2 fingers on his stubble. The cop said I began, but Shaw cut me off. This ain't on you, Scott. He pointed a sharp finger at me, then raised it up and down. Not all of it. We all know how you fucked up last night. I don't know if I should praise you for gunning down a cop or turn you in myself. We'll cross that bridge in a moment. Camry, what happened? This was supposed to be a silent job. In and out. Yet, all the way down here, I can see fucking fireworks going off from the airport. Like you put up a massive sign saying, look what we're doing over here, we stealing shit. Care to explain that? Well, tears started developing in her eyes. I needed a way for everyone to know it was time to do their part. Okay. Shaw looked dumbfounded. So why not use watches? Like Mission Impossible or some shit, have everyone synced up. I had to make sure the cargo was unguarded and all accounted for. If anything was off on our end, it would have messed up the rest of the timing. The tears became so large a few rolled down her cheeks as her breath became short. It was stupid, but I didn't see any other way. We could have used hand radios, but since they monitor the channels, that wasn't a viable option. My second pick was cell phones, but working cell phones are extremely scarce up there. Oh, cell phones would have been great. Hell, you could have contacted me weeks ago and we could have had them sent up for you. What the fuck do you think I have this chink locked up here for? My amusement? This smart-ass motherfucker works wonders on anything I lay before him. Shaw took a step back and waved over to the others surrounding him. Shit. I should have just had Kim go up there instead of Dumber and Dumber here. Guy would have pulled some ninja shit out of his ass. The lackeys all gave a chuckle. You shit the bed, Cam. Really fucking bad. But, Shaw turned to me, that's not why we're all gearing up for war at the ass crack of dawn. So, Scott, enlighten me. Tell me why the best runner I have, a man that has done many jobs crossing into the north, completely fucking unseen in the past, has now brought this chaos flooding in from the north. This cop, struggling to maintain eye contact, I tried my best to keep my composure. Harris, he held Cam at gunpoint, so I killed him. Long story short. Shaw laughed. Long story short, eh? Yeah, long story short. Shaw scratched the side of his neck as a sinister smile came over him. So you're a hero. The big bad Scott thinks he's a hero, saving the poor defenseless woman from harm. Guess what, Scott? Chicago ain't no fucking place for a hero. This job wasn't about being a better man. This was about bringing back shit over I had smuggled in through the air. If some bitch dies because she can't plan for shit, then so fucking be it. But instead, I now have to deal with you two and all the bullshit that comes with it. Shaw pulled out a large pistol from behind his back, aiming it right at my forehead. Give me one reason why I shouldn't put a fucking bullet in you right now. I took a deep breath, afraid of the aftermath to come next. Because we brought back more than whatever you had smuggled in. We took something from them they have no way of using against you. As Shaw lowered his gun, he looked to Rook for confirmation. Rook gave a nod of approval, then motioned to the back of the truck. Some crates with the flower stamp were already unloaded when Shaw peered into the large protected boxes in the back half. There must have been almost 25 drones stacked like a Tetris board. A sight for Shaw that saved us as much as doomed the city. Tell the boys at the stadium to get over here. Shaw's drop as he gave the command, his eyes never leaving the back of the truck. Right the fuck now. Rook gave a nod, then promptly made his way over to the closest radio sitting on the table next to Kim. The last time I saw Kim, his condition was already bad, but this time things were different. Before, he carried rage on his face with resentment in his eyes. A man forced into chains meant to break him. Now there was a visible fear layered heavy on the quiver of his bottom lip, the flicker of disbelief in his eyelids. Chicago needed Kim far away from Shaw and the drones. I needed Kim safe to remove my guilt on multiple fronts. You've earned it. All of it. Take the Durango, the shit in it, whatever the fuck else you want. Shaw turned to me with a smile wide across his face as he quickly paced over to me, grabbing my head in his hands. I once heard gingers didn't have souls. Guess what, Scotty? You earned your motherfucking wings today. You're a goddamn angel. Nice surprise, huh? I nervously returned a smile as he lowered his hands. Getting in good with Matthews paid off. Smart. You have no idea how much this changes things. His joy from seeing drones eclipsed the echoes of sirens in the distance. Dude said he had something special in mind, but this shit trumps anything I could ever ask for. You're damn right keeping that pig close paid off. Fuck, I guess he actually did give a shit all those years. Just out of curiosity, I licked my lips as I raised the nerves to ask. What's in the other boxes? The ones you originally sent us to smuggle back? Shaw gave a laugh and took a briefcase out of one of the open crates filled with dried flowers and packets of seeds. Resting on the table, he unlatched it and pulled out a vial with fine powder. Tapping the glass with a fingernail, Shaw marveled at the possibilities now within his grasp. This shit here is called scopolamine, devil's breath. Your boy the doctor would know all about this shit. Drugs? We did all that shit for drugs? The whole night suddenly seemed pointless. What did he need more drugs for? Oh, this ain't cocaine if that's what you're thinking. Shaw glanced over to Kim. Let me show you what this shit does. Kim rattled his chains as he looked for some kind of escape. Please, no! Hold him down. Shaw began twisting the cap of the glass tube. Fuck you, you worthless piece of shit! Kim began to scream as two thugs pinned him against the table. That's right, I'm a worthless motherfucker. Nice to know how you really feel about my hospitality. Now you ain't gonna feel shit no more. Shaw tapped some powder onto the palm of his hand. The fine dust made a tiny mound, one that frightened Kim to his core as he flailed around in vain. Shaw bent towards Kim, took a large inhale of air, then blew the drug right into Kim's face. There was coughing, spitting, hacking coming from Kim as he yelled something towards me. His eyes had become bloodshot as they hopelessly begged me for help. In that moment of confusion, I felt as hopeless as he, while I stood frozen in a misunderstood terror. What the fuck was happening? After a minute or so, Kim's struggle faded away, turning to small, involuntary jerks of his arms and legs to minor twitches. Shaw nodded to his thugs who released him. Kim fell to his knees, drawing heavy breaths. Another nod from Shaw, and Kim's chains were released. On your feet, Kim. Kim stood up lazily, grabbed the knife from the table. Kim shuffled over to a knife, stabbed into the wood, and retrieved it. Put it to my neck, but be sure not to cut me. Kim dragged his feet as he raised the knife, the blade pressed tight to Shaw's neck. Now take the tip of the knife and poke the side of your neck with it. Just the tip. Without hesitation or change of expression, Kim removed the blade from Shaw's neck and did as commanded. The tip dug into the muscle on his neck, a small drop of blood turning to a stream. Shaw looked over to me and smiled. That is motherfucking devil's breath. You just handed me the city, Scott. Shaw reached in his pocket, pulling out a set of keys, tossing them over to me. Like I said, you earned it. Gave me more in one job than I could ever pay back. I couldn't do it anymore. There was no way I could justify what I just saw him do to Kim, what he planned to do to everyone else in the city. It was time for me to kill the facade I had been playing. Surviving was one thing, but this had nothing to do with that. Shaw wanted to put everyone in chains, to have everyone from the survivors in the South to the pretenders in the North fall to his bidding. He hoped to enslave thousands in the name of freedom under his regime. I had accumulated enough blood and tears on his behalf. Camry had shared my feelings as tears began to stream down her beautiful cheeks. We knew this was morally repugnant on a fundamental level. I could feel it in my gut just how fucked up this was. I had always known Shaw to be an extremist when it came to imposing his will, but slavery of the mind was a new, horrifying level. It would turn willpower to servitude, survival to obedience, live in a hollowed existence under the thumb of a madman. As I placed my last cigarette between my lips, I contemplated what was to come next. This wasn't up for debate. Not a single conversation needed to be had as I tucked my hand slowly into my jacket pocket. Shaw told me I was the cure for this city, that working for him was to cure the disease that had turned Chicago blue from a slow, suffocating asphyxiation that held it crippled since the collapse. In that moment, I found new meaning to that notion. I indeed was the cure, the one to combat his tyranny to spread, granting death to the growth of its illogical ideology. My grasp was firm on Themer's decorative Zippo as I revealed it from my pocket. A click came with the clacking sound of striking it to light a flame. I inhaled deeply as the cherry was born at the tip of my cigarette. Remembering that I left my gun along with the radio in the truck, there only remained one option to settle things before they got any worse. There was only one thing I could do in that moment that would give a reprieve to the decaying ghost town I reluctantly called home. Chicago was bleeding from the inside out. Cold, weary, hungry souls laid their claim here, hoping the world would one day go back to how it was before the reset. So blind were they to not see it was their own selfishness killing the city. I among them. One slow breath at a time, everyone was taking for themselves without ever thinking for tomorrow. That's what Thermore was trying to tell me back at the bar. A lesson I needed to hear but refused to listen to with rational ears. I was only thinking my own situation as selfishly as all the rest. Shaw, Roman, and every self-interested crook in between tearing Chicago apart could go to hell. As I noticed faint dots of white fall from the sky, I gave a flick of my wrist. Thermer's Zippo still aflame. Another inhale of smoke coating my lungs while the flame tumbled towards its resting place. Fuck the gangs with their demands, and fuck the law who misinterpret our rights. As the Zippo landed in the open crate of dried flowers, a great flame violently erupted. It might as well cost me my life, but it was the only way to save the people of Chicago. November 23rd, 2020. Dear God, what have I done? Thank you so much for listening to Shelter Part 1. As I thank you for your time, I would like to ask for any feedback, positive, negative, constructive criticism down in the comments down below. It is the best way that I grow as an author, as a writer, as a content creator. Free time does seem to be my mortal enemy, but thankfully I have structured things pretty well enough to be able to provide weekly content on this channel. So if you haven't yet, I would highly encourage you to subscribe to see what is coming down the turnpikes. As far as long-length audiobooks, it's probably going to be a while before another one comes out. I do have 2 already, which is now this one, Shelter Part 1, and it's the accompanying novel, The Reset. Of course, a link to that audiobook will, of course, be down below. And if you haven't listened to it yet, I definitely encourage you to. It expands greatly on the world of Shelter. So once again, thank you so much for your time, your likes, comments, and subscription. I really, really do appreciate it. See you all in the next one.